Chapter 1 No Miracle. Boss, 3 pairs, no, just 2. In the fruit store at the entrance of the central hospital, Zhaoxing picked 2 white pears in good condition from the basket. The boss took a disgusted look, numbly weighed, put on a plastic bag and handed it over, coldly said, $10. How can anyone be so stingy as to buy 2 pears for visiting a patient? But standing in the position of the consumer, in this place to buy fruit, has been much higher than the market price, a little bit of the meaning of the wrongdoer. Zhaoxing heart regret, should have taken a long way around to go to the food market, can save a little is a little. He sighed, swept the code to pay, turned to leave. The balance in his cell phone has already launched a red alert. Stepping into the hospitalization building, a cool breeze blew in his face, and the sunlight was blocked behind him. The slightly pungent smell of disinfectant in the air casts a heavy shadow over one's heart. The patients or family members waiting for the elevator have cold and numb expressions, not a single smile in sight. People have their own sadness, and hardly look at strangers. The August summer day was particularly cold. The elevator in the hospital is always crowded. Zhaoxing followed the crowd into it, pressed the floor 7, and then peacefully shrank in the corner. There seemed to be some sympathetic glances. It was said that most of the patients who lived on the 7th floor were terminally ill and could not return to the hospital. With a ding, the elevator door opened, and Zhaoxing squeezed out with a plastic bag, feeling like he was a fish cooked in a microwave oven. In front of the cold fate, everyone is a chopping board. Standing outside the door of Ward 709, Zhaoxing took several deep breaths before gently pushing open the door. The setting sun shone in through the window, covering the floor with a layer of golden splendor. Hearing the ringing, in front of the bed closest to the door, Zhang Suqin immediately stood up and gently called out, "Zhaoxing, you are here." She was short, ordinary-looking, and plainly dressed. At a glance, she was a very typical rural woman. All over her body, she bore the marks of age. "Auntie, is Lan asleep?" Zhaoxing glanced at the hospital bed. Zhang Suqi nodded. "I was sleepy after taking the medicine, and I slept for almost 2 hours." On the hospital bed lay a teenage little girl with thinning hair, pale face, and bloodless thin lips. Needles were stuck on the back of her thin hands, and a hanging bottle was suspended above her head. The dripping, in the quiet ward, was heard extraordinarily clearly. Zhang Suqin made a wink to Zhaoxing, signaling him to talk outside in the corridor. The two walked out of the ward one after the other, gently bringing the door with them. "Auntie, it's been hard on you. I'm taking tomorrow off. You take a good day off," Zhaoxing said gratefully. The child, Zhang Suqin, wanted to speak and rubbed the corner of her coat uneasily. "What's wrong?" Zhaoxing sensed his aunt's micro-expression. "The acres of corn at home are ripe, and your aunt's husband called and asked me to go back to break the corn. I didn't want him to plant so much in the first place, but he didn't listen to me, and as a result, he's too busy to do it all by himself. As you know, he already has old health problems, and last year he sprained his back at the construction site." Speaking later, Zhang Suqin's voice was barely audible, and her face was filled with guilt. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhaoxing's eyes. Zhaoxing immediately said, "Aunt, it's okay, you go back, I'll hire a caregiver when I go to work." Zhang Suqin was not clothed. Taking care of Xiaolan for so long, as an aunt, she had already done her best. She really can't ask for more. Anyone who has been in a hospital bed knows that no matter how much patience you have, it will be worn away a little bit day after day. "Zhaoxing, your aunt's husband also asked me to persuade you." Zhang Suqin summoned up the courage to say these words. Zhaoxing's eyes instantly became dim. He knew what the other party was going to say. Of course, Zhang Suqin also knew that the next words were not favorable, but she still had to say them. "Transfer Xiaolan back to the town's health center, where the costs are much cheaper and you're not under so much pressure. I have watched this girl grow up, my heart aches for her no less than yours, but we also have to face reality. Xiaolan's disease can no longer be cured, but you still have to live in the future, you cannot drag you down again." Zhaoxing tightly bit his lips, the bottom of his eyes gradually surged a layer of fog. He understood all the reasoning, but it was difficult for reason to overcome emotion. Even if all the doctors declared that there was no way back, he still stubbornly expected a miracle to happen. Lan was the only family he had left. She was only 17, a flower-like age that shouldn't wither at a time like this. "Auntie, you go back first, I know what's in my heart." Zhaoxing's tone was firm. "Give up and forget about it, there is no miracle, it's just a waste of money." Zhang Suqin continued to persuade. "Yes. There is no miracle. Yes. This is a fruitless argument. Zhang Suqin's tears also came down, flowing down the wrinkles on her cheeks. At this moment, she felt like a ruthless villain, like she was going to end her niece's life with her own hands. Sickness is a great test of humanity. Knowing that it is futile, knowing that it is a drop in the bucket, knowing that it is deeper and deeper. But it is difficult to give up. Collecting themselves, the two returned to the hospital room and found Ran staring at the empty ceiling with her eyes wide open. Her eyes were as clear as a springtime spring. Zhang Suqin's heart sank. Just now the emotions were a little excited, the argument could not help but be louder, and I do not know if this girl heard it or not. For a patient to learn that they are going to be abandoned by their loved ones, how sad it should be. Zhao Sheng squeezed out a smile. Xiaolan, you woke up, and said your throat is not comfortable, I bought you a pear. Set from the drawer took out a fruit knife, skillfully peeled. Zhang Suqin raised the hospital bed, letting Xiaolan half sitting and leaning on the bedside. Brother, why did you only buy 2 pears? Xiaolan's voice was a bit hoarse. I don't like fruits, so you and your aunt can have 1 each. Zhao Sheng excused himself. I can't finish such a big pear, so I'll share half of it with you. Xiaolan blinked. Silly girl, you can't share pears. Zhang Suqin's eyes were still red, and she lovingly stroked Xiaolan's head. Zhao Sheng sniffed and his hand shook, accidentally peeling the skin off. An intense sadness instantly filled the heart. In a special place like a hospital room, everyone was always careful with their words for fear of breaking taboos. Everyone's psyche is fragile, who knows which sentence is the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Zhao Sheng handed the peeled pear to Xiaolan, who gently bit into it, showing a smile. Brother, it's so sweet. Like when I was a child, you took me to steal the pears from Grandma Deng's house next door. Zhao Sheng pretended to throw the pear skin, quickly turned his back to look for the trash can, hot tears sliding down his cheeks. He dared not recall the happy childhood he spent with his sister. Zhang Suqin has no appetite for pears and leaves them for Xiaolan to eat tomorrow, and tells her the news that she is going back to the village to break corn. Xiaolan nodded her head understandingly. Auntie, say hello to my aunt's husband for me. Zhang Suqin held back her tears. Xiaolan, you have to listen to the doctor. When I am busy for a while, I will come back to see you. After explaining some more trivial matters, she reluctantly left, taking 1 step and turning back 3 times. Xiaolan was so sick, who knows if she would have the chance to see her again. Zhao Sheng sent Zhang Suqin into the elevator and then turned back to the ward. Xiaolan leaned on the bed, nibbling on a pear with great relish, staring at her brother for a few seconds, and then suddenly and quietly said, Brother, you take me back to the town health center, there is no miracle. In a flash, Zhao Sheng was like a thunderbolt, frozen in place. It turns out that she knows everything. Chapter 2: The Perfect Goddess. More than 10 years ago, when her father died in an accidental fire, Lan was a toddler little girl, and Zhao Sheng was still in elementary school. Since then, her mother had worked hard to bring up the siblings by herself. Zhao Sheng is not the material of study. After graduating from high school, did not get into the ideal university, and no conditions to take another way, because of his father's sake, chose to become a firefighter. Just when he felt relieved that he could take over the burden of life from his mother's shoulders, she succumbed to exhaustion and died soon after. On her deathbed, his mother tearfully urged Zhao Sheng to take good care of his younger sister Lan. She told her to take care of her younger sister, Lan, and to send her to college, and to find her a good family in the future. After taking care of his mother's affairs, only the 2 siblings were left to depend on each other in this cold world. Heaven and earth are unkind and take all things as ruminants. The heavens are not kind to the siblings just because they have experienced too much suffering. 3 years later, bad news struck again. Xiaolan fainted during class and was sent to the hospital by her teacher and classmates, where she was diagnosed with terminal cancer. Because it was found too late, there was no possibility of cure. For a young girl in her prime, this was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. In fact, Lan has long realized that she is not well, but afraid of her brother's worry affecting the work, chose to endure the pain of the disease, has been hidden. She was obviously so understanding and well behaved. God, however, did not have the slightest mercy on her. The hospital spent money like water, spent all of Zhao Sheng's savings, but the only thing he could do was to watch his sister weaken day by day under the erosion of the disease. His heart, every day to bear the pain of the lingering. In the hospital room, the 2 siblings looked at each other, both desperately restraining the urge to shed tears, not wanting to pass on their sadness to each other. Brother, I just dreamed about Mom and Dad again, is it because they miss me? Lan opened her mouth to break the silence in the air. No, the 2 of them are with each other, they won't miss you, don't be paranoid, listen to what the doctor says, go back to school early when you get well. Zhao Shang was incoherent, finally choked up, his chin couldn't stop trembling. Ran was already 17 years old, not a child. She knew better than anyone that her illness could not be cured. She was just heartbroken that the years to come were so long that her brother would have to walk alone. Brother, I don't want to live in the hospital, I want to go back to the village, die at home. Lan continued. Do not talk nonsense, you obediently live here. Zhao Xing's tone was stern. This matter, there is no room for discussion. Even if the hope is infinitely close to zero, Zhao Shang will not give up. On the surface, it was Ran who needed him to take care of her, but he knew in his heart that it was actually him who needed Ran more. Without his sister, his life would be meaningless. Zhao Shang wiped a handful of tears, took a few deep breaths and changed the topic. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll go back and make it for you and send it to you. Xiaolan sighed, do not want to eat, stew some soup. Every time we talk about this heavy topic, we can only put aside the controversy. Zhao Sheng said hello to the family members in the next bed and asked them to help take care of Xiaolan and call if there is an emergency. Leaving ward 709 and walking into the elevator, his tears overflowed his eyes again. In a place like a hospital, tears are like no money, the people in the elevator are used to it, no one gave him a second glance. The fire station understands Zhao Xing's family situation, he was given special care, try not to arrange his night shift. In the past, Zhao Sheng rented a small house next to Xiaolan's school, and a few days ago, when the rent expired, he retired the room and moved to the hospital neighborhood, which would be more convenient. Downstairs there is a small-scale food market, he bought some ribs, intends to go back to stew a corn rib soup. Coming from a poor family, Zhao Sheng helped his mother with household chores at a young age, and practiced his cooking skills. Nimble to handle the ingredients, put into the casserole stew on, a meat flavor permeates the small rented room. Zhao Sheng sat at the table, took out a notebook, will buy pears, ribs, corn money note down. And in the back of a brief account of what happened today, Aunt went back to the countryside, have to go to hire a temporary caregiver, not enough money to borrow a little from colleagues. When he was in school, he developed the habit of keeping score. After Lan got sick, she broke a penny into two and spent it, so she was so frugal that she was miserly. After the bookkeeping, a sense of fatigue, Zhao Xing turned to lie on the bed, opened the cell phone to play music. Facing the heavy pressure of life, perhaps only at this time, can get a little short relaxation. In the speakers, drifting out of the pleasant song, in the walls between the collision echo. Should I put aside my heavy shell? Looking for exactly where there is blue sky. Floating gently with the gentle wind. All the wounds I've experienced don't feel any pain. Sleepiness like a sea tide, Zhao Xing's eyelids gradually heavy. A tear slipped from the corner of his eye and soaked into the pillow. Half asleep, half awake, urgent cell phone ringing, Zhao Xing a jolt pop up. Out of the professional habits of a firefighter, he reacted much more quickly than an ordinary person. In order not to delay things, he also deliberately tuned the ringtone to be very harsh. On the screen of the cell phone was a string of unfamiliar numbers, with the attribution showing local. This kind of call, most of the time, was selling insurance or loans. Many people would choose to hang up, but Zhao Xing never would, in case it was from the hospital and related to Xiaolan. Every time I see an unfamiliar number, I'm on edge. Hello, who is it? Zhao Sheng slid to answer and asked politely. Hello. A pleasant female voice came from the receiver. Just 2 words, as if in the piano pressed the 2 keys of harmony, listen as a breeze blowing through the heart. Customer service to promote insurance or loans is usually not so formal. What can I do for you? Zhao Sheng asked again. It's like this, I just rented a house. When I was cleaning, I found a notebook from under the bed, with your number written on it. I was worried that it was something important, so I called to inquire about it. The other party explained in an organized manner. Zhao Sheng swept a glance at the table, his own notebook was spread out, and the pages were fragrant with ink. I didn't realize that the house I lived in before had been rented out again so soon, perhaps because I had left in a hurry. I had left some old notebook where I used to keep my accounts under the bed. But there was nothing important in it, so there was no need to make a special trip back for it. Thank you, it's kind of you. There's nothing important in that one, just get rid of it. Oh, well, goodbye. The other party hung up the phone. Zhao Xing didn't put it on his mind, threw the phone casually to the side, and went to the kitchen to take care of the corn rib soup in the pot. On the other side, Lin Mushi put down her cell phone and casually flipped up her notebook. Her features are sweet and dynamic, her skin is glowing, and she has a waterfall of long hair, which is casually draped over her snow-white shoulders. The upper body was wearing a white camisole, revealing a delicate and sexy collarbone. Lower body is ultra-short denim hot pants, a pair of well-proportioned lines of jade legs, like a carefully carved work of art. No matter from which angle, it was the perfect goddess created by God's favoritism. Chapter 3. What does a fairy talk about in love? Lynn Mushy's noble and elegant temperament was out of place in this humble rental house. The denim hot pants she was wearing were more expensive than half a year's rent. A girl with a high ponytail appeared at the door with a gray head. She was wearing a white t-shirt and backpack pants, with the bitter look of a 996 worker. "My missy, it's fine for you to run away from home. Why do you have to live in such a shabby rental house? And catching people to be a hard laborer." Xia Xiaoyu beamed and complained. This Miss Lin had a cleanliness fetish and had to clean every nook and cranny of the room carefully. Otherwise, they wouldn't have found the notebook under the bed. Just now, Xia Xiaoyu had already made her fourth trip downstairs to throw out the trash. Lin Mosher spreads a smile. "The next project, it might burn a lot of money. A little bit of saving is a little bit. I can't live in too big a room by myself." Xia Xiaoyu was still unhappy, but this living environment is too bad. Lin Mushy said, "I think it's very cozy. I used to have a good friend who lived alone in this kind of small house, and I saw him quite happy." Xia Xiaoyu had to shut up. She was a bitter laborer, not qualified to point fingers at the domineering female president. These rich girls love to come out and experience the life of poor people. "Don't pout, I'll treat you to dinner. It's okay to treat you, right? That's more like it. I'll have the barbecue buffet, 88 yuan a head." Lin Mushy looked at Xia Xiaoyu's leaping appearance and shook her head helplessly. "Look at you, you can't eat 4 dishes in one soup for the rest of your life." In the company, the two are the boss and employees, but privately they are like sisters. Arm in arm happily left the rental house. Half an hour later, in the self-service barbecue restaurant, Xia Xiaoyu with lettuce leaves wrapped in the roasted nourishing oil meat, without caring about the image of devouring. Lin Mushy, on the other hand, was a bit tasteless, slightly frowning with a pair of willow eyebrows. This morning at home, she had a big fight with her dad and brother, and left home in a fit of anger, moving from a multi-million-dollar villa to a $500 a month rental house. The quality of life fell off a cliff. What to do next is also confusing. Mushy, the chairman of the board, is most distressed about you, and as soon as his anger subsides tomorrow, he will have to come and take you home. Xia Xiaoyu took a big bite of meat and spoke indistinctly. "I'm not going back, he just knows to arrange a blind date dinner for me every day." Lin Mushy gritted her silver teeth. Born in the Lin family, this kind of rich family, it is difficult to pursue the freedom of marriage, more or less have to dip a little interest entanglement. The richer the family, the more they talk about the right family. Xia Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. "I think the chairman is also for your own good. You are almost 25 years old, and you have not had a relationship." Lin Mushy looked like she had been shortchanged, and pinched all the meat in the baking dish into Xia Xiaoyu's bowl. "The meat can't even plug your mouth. What kind of relationship does a fairy have? That's something that violates the laws of heaven." Xia Xiaoyu sighed helplessly as he looked at the beautiful young lady in front of him. If he were a man, he would definitely have an inferiority complex when faced with her, so where would he get the courage to chase her? A true beauty is mostly very lonely inside. "Don't talk about me, tell me about your family. Huayang, how did he take you down in the first place?" Lin Mushy steered the topic to Xia Xiaoyu. Xia Xiaoyu immediately came into the spirit, adding fuel to the fire and bragging about it. "With my girl's vision, I couldn't see him at first, he's so rustic. How do I know that this person is incredibly thick-skinned, every day to me stalking, dying to live? I saw his sincerity, so I was merciful and gave him a chance." Xia Xiaoyu didn't know how many times she had blown off similar words, but she still didn't get tired of it. Lin Mushy listened with a smile on her face and did not expose it. Xia Xiaoyu's boyfriend, Huayang, is a firefighter who occasionally comes to the company to pick her up from work. He is a sunny and healthy guy with a smile that reveals a mouthful of white teeth. Their love story is so cheesy and lackluster that it's not worth mentioning. The cause is the mother of the two, in the same supermarket vegetables and fruits area selling vegetables, 1 to 2 after mixing well, chatting about their families, learned that the children have reached the age of love, they urged to introduce them to No. Originally did not hold much hope, I did not expect to really look at the green beans. Xia Xiaoyu bite the bullet, is Huayang begging for half a year to chase her, she reluctantly give each other a chance. How much water there is in it, I guess only the person concerned knows. Xia Xiaoyu boasted spitefully for half a day before realizing that Lin Mushy hadn't spoken for a long time, and only then did she bring the topic back. "Mushy, you and your father are a small matter, but the conflict between you and your brother is getting deeper and deeper. At the mention of Lin Jejun, Lin Mushy instantly collected her smile. Lin Jejun is the only son of the Lin family. The Lin elder has been cultivating him, spending money to send him abroad for gold plating, and letting the company's elders pave the way for him. But this son, for business management qualification, is mediocre. On the car, beauty is gifted. The old man was helpless and had to tilt more resources toward his daughter, Lin Mushy, so that the entire group would not be destroyed in the hands of the loser. In front of the interests, the conflicts between the brother and sister are increasingly intensified, and the affection has become extraordinarily thin. Xiaoyu, I also do not understand, with my brother, how to get to this point. The world's siblings are not all like this? Lin Mushy asked with some pain. That is, you rich people, in our poor family, brother and sister relationship can be harmonious. Xiaoyu said bluntly. How harmonious can it be? Lin Mo sure was curious. Some brothers value their sisters more than their own lives. I don't believe it. Lin Mosher was disgusted when she thought of Lin Jejun's self-serving face. Her social circle was also mostly the second generation of the rich, with siblings fighting over petty gains. How could there be any precious brother-sister relationship? The reason for today's quarrel with her father and brother was that Lin Mosher had opened up for a long time, buying the rights to a novel and wanting to invest in an anime movie. The Lin family's industry is not involved in the movie and television industry, and without relevant experience, the investment is very risky. The old man has been in the business world, and understands the principle of being careful, and is opposed to the idea. In the company's performance, Lin Jejun Weekdays by Lin Mushy Pressure Head has been a long time to accumulate grudges. It is not easy to catch the opportunity, naturally want to fan the flames of the younger sister. Good, a round of sarcasm and sarcasm. I don't care, even if I smash the pot to sell the iron, I have to make this movie. Lin Mushy left this sentence, then left home, rented a broken house, and settled down first. For the next long period of time, she planned to soak in the cooperative animation studio. Mushy, you usually have a pretty easygoing personality. Why is your attitude so fierce this time? Xiaoyu asked curiously. I've been preparing for this for several years. Some dreams must be realized. Lin Mushy's eyes swept through a rare determination. There are always things in life that must be done, even if it seems meaningless to others. Chapter 4: Make a Girlfriend. From the barbecue restaurant out has been neon bright, starry river in the sky. The slightly cool night breeze gently ruffled Lin Mushy's long black hair. The pedestrians passing by were attracted by her beauty and cast adoring glances. Mushy, you live alone outside, must pay attention to safety, fire prevention and theft prevention of perverts. Xiaoyu reminded in a half-joking tone, but also sincerely. Don't worry, I've learned women's anti-wolf techniques. Lin Mosher flirted with it uncaringly, and then said with a straight face, that person's information, you will send it to me in a while. Xiaoyu raised her eyebrows. Do you really want to find him? Lin Mushy nodded. I think his style of painting is exactly the same as what I imagined. Xiaoyu took out his cell phone, after operating a pass, said, I sent you the address of his work. This person is a bit withdrawn in nature, but his heart is still very kind. I hope you get along well. Lin Mushy smiled and waved her hand. Okay, kneel down. Xiaoyu spat out her tongue and casually stopped a cab. In the next period of time, Xiaoyu will continue to work as a social animal at the company's headquarters, while Lin Mushy is single-mindedly drumming up her anime, so there may not be too many opportunities to meet. As soon as she got in the car, Xiaoyu started to make phone kanji with Hui Yang, saying fleshy words of love, which made the driver's uncle get goosebumps all over his body. Lin Mushy, on the other hand, walked back to her humble rented house against the evening breeze. For the next 3 months, she plans to stay in this cozy little home. After washing up, Lin Mushy leaned on her bed and watched half an episode of a mindless relationship bubble drama, feeling bored out of her mind. Love in this era was really so dog-blooded. Her gaze, without realizing it, fell back on the notebook with the black cover. The inner pages were a bit yellowed, and she didn't know how long it had been lying under the bed. Lin Mushy thought to herself that although it was a bit impolite to pry into other people's privacy, the owner of the notebook had given herself permission to dispose of it. Before throwing it into the trash can, help yourself pass a lonely night, even if it is its last value. Flipping it open casually, an orchid was sketched out in a sketch on the title page. A few strokes, but quite elegant. Thursday, February 18th, clear. Milk $2, vegetables $12.80, book $25, water $2. Lan is in more pain today, but she was afraid I would worry and didn't dare to cry out, and kept clenching her teeth tightly, with beads of sweat all over her forehead. Why isn't it me who's sick, but her? If possible, God, let me take her place. February 24th, Wednesday, cloudy. 5,000 yuan for hospital bill, 5 yuan for noodles, 3 yuan for eggs, 2 yuan for bus. Mom and Dad, you have to bless Lon so she'll get well soon. I am so scared, I don't want to be alone. February 29th, Monday, light rain. Beef 32.5 yuan, vegetables 5.4 yuan, umbrella 20 yuan, water cup 8 yuan. I talked to Dr. Chen again, he still says there's nothing he can do, Xiaolon can't be cured. I'm so useless. What should I do? The handwriting of the owner of the notebook is not very neat, and the wording is very simple. Looking at it, Lin Mushi's vision was a little blurred. She is a kind and soft girl inside. Born from a wealthy family, pampered since childhood, rarely faced the suffering of the world. After turning a few pages, from between the lines, she roughly understood the story. It was a brother and sister who depended on each other. The sister suffered from a very serious disease. The brother tried to save her despite everything, but no matter how hard he tried, nothing helped. The brother tried his best to restrain his sadness, and only wrote a few words from his heart to vent his emotions when he was keeping a notebook every day. Putting down the notebook, Lin Mushi's heart was blocked. In contrast to her own sibling relationship, she was so envious of that Lon in the story, having such a good brother. She didn't read further, afraid that if she cried her eyes out in a while, she wouldn't have the face to see others tomorrow. The moon's shadow sloped to the west, spilling clear light fairly into every window of this city. In Ward 709, Zhao Shang and Lon snuggled together, watching a comedy movie on their cell phones. After drinking her brother's hand-stewed corn rib soup, Ran was in a good mood, and her sickly appearance seemed to have faded a bit. Seeing the funny moments in the movie, she let out giggles of laughter. Zhao Shang stroked his sister's soft hair and laughed from the bottom of his heart. After a long time of repression, it was rare to be so relaxed. The cold hospital room seemed to have a touch more warmth. Perhaps it is too long to sleep in the afternoon. Lon, after watching the movie, is not sleepy. Round open watery almond eyes, suddenly came out a sentence. Brother, you have a girlfriend. Zhao Sheng froze, then said, silly girl, where do I have time? He spends most of his time at the fire station, huddled with a bunch of pure men, and then has to come to the hospital after work, so there is almost no opportunity to get to know girls. Not to mention that with his current situation, he is simply not in a position to fall in love. Xiaolan added, Huiyang's brother is also a firefighter, he even has time to have a girlfriend, you look much more handsome than him. Zhao Sheng skimmed his lips, I don't know what kind of luck that kid had. Zhao Sheng and Huiyang is a young man, the age difference of only 1 month, bear but play to the big, and then together with the firefighters enrolled in the examination, now in the same fire station service. Huiyang bragged to his co-workers all day long that Xie Xiaoyu chased him backwards for half a year before he reluctantly gave her a small chance. Ghosts don't believe in this kind of talk. Brother, you find me a sister-in-law, let me see with my own eyes, you have someone to take care of you in the future, I can rest assured. Xiaolan's words stopped here. The following words are not too auspicious. She knew that she couldn't last long, and the only thing she couldn't worry about was that her brother would sink because of her death. If there was a gentle and considerate sister-in-law to accompany him, it should be able to help him out of the gloom. Zhaoxing's appearance conditions are very good, 1 m 83 tall, features lines hard and shaped, in the fire station training every day, the body is even better to say. If a girl saw his 8-pack abs, she would scream until her nose bleeds. But his sister is seriously ill in bed. Zhaosheng has no heart to talk about love, and occasionally dabble in a little peach blossom, but also be rejected by him. For this reason, he was not less than Huiyang flirted with, saying that he is that. It was hard to put Lan to sleep. Zhaosheng tucked her in and went to the balcony at the end of the corridor to get some air. The dark night sky was dotted with stars. Legend has it that when a loved one dies, they turn into stars in the sky. Which one is Dad? Which one is Mom? Zhao Shang looked up at the starry sky and prayed silently in his heart. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of Lan, don't be in a hurry to take her away, let her stay with me a little longer. If you are alive in heaven, can you dream and tell me what I should do? There are many balconies in the hospital, and countless people have stood here to make a wish in the dead of night. The number of believers here far exceeds that of temples and churches. But no matter how devout one is, one cannot change one's destiny. Like mayflies, they live and die. Chapter 5 The Champ. The following evening, Lin Mushi carried a navy blue shoulder bag to a gym called Miracle. She wore a close-fitting black sportswear, showing off her delicate body curves. As soon as she appeared at the entrance, she quickly attracted a large number of gazes. Wow, pretty girl. Isn't this the moment I wanted to get a gym card for? This face, this body, it's the ideal type in my dreams. Lin Mushy pretended not to hear these greasy comments, and went straight to the front desk, handing over a golden card. I had a membership at your main store and recently moved, can I transfer it over? The lady at the front desk saw at a glance that it was a senior membership card for the main store, and immediately said respectfully, of course you can. Said the card will be a sweep, in the keyboard crackling pressed for a while, and then handed back with both hands. Ms. Lin, it's your first time in our branch, do you need me to arrange for someone to take you to familiarize yourself with the environment? No, just tell me how to get to the dressing room. The salivating men realized that the beauty in front of them was their unattainable rich girl. In an instant, most of them beat a retreat. Lin Mushy put her backpack in the dressing room and came out to warm up first, moving around in small increments. With this outfit, there was an extra valor in the elegance. A large muscular man came to the face, opened the door and said, Miss Lin, you are a senior member of the store, can be free with private tutoring, how do you see me? Lin Mushy coldly said, not good. The other party's smile froze on his face, somewhat embarrassed. A snicker came from behind her. As soon as Lin Mushy appeared, she was stared at by this group of fitness trainers. Only this muscular man had the courage to go up and accost him, and unsurprisingly, he met with a snub. Then, Ms. Lin, you can practice first, and call me if there is something wrong. The muscular man knew the difficulty and retreated. Slowly. Lin Mushy called the other side, smiled and said, I do want to find a fitness instructor, his name is Yu Cheng Painting. Who are you looking for? That's not good, you're looking for a boxing champion? The muscular man stared wide-eyed. Boxing champion? It was Lin Mosher's turn to be puzzled. Yu Chenghua's name was so civilized that it would have been incongruous with the profession of a fitness trainer, but he was actually some kind of boxing champion. It couldn't be a big guy like the Hulk, right? At this time, the fitness trainers gathered around and spat to Lin Mushy. That guy used to fight and win championships, so people call him the boxing champion. I think it's just dog shit. He is a good fighter, but as a trainer, he is average, and no one cares about him. His temper is also a bit eccentric. Ms. Lin, you'd better stay away from him. Lin Mushy slightly frowned. It seems that this boxing champion, in the gym's reputation is very poor, and with colleagues to get along is not happy. Fortunately, Xia Xiaoyu had said in advance that he was actually not bad. Speak of the devil, the boxing champion is here. Someone reached out and pointed. Lin Mosher raised her eyes to look. A tall man of 25 or 26 years old walked over with big strides. His skin was a healthy wheat color, and he had unruly medium-length hair, covering his forehead with bangs. The face had a hard contour, and his eyes were a bit melancholy. Wearing a white sports tank top and shorts, he displayed perfect muscle lines. All over his body, he exuded strong testosterone. Lin Mushy had seen many handsome men, but she was still stunned by the other party's temperament. Good for you, Xiaoyu, such important information, why didn't you say so earlier? She suddenly understood, no wonder Yu Cheng Painting was not well received by her colleagues, this was clearly being envied. Boxer, this Ms. Lin is looking for you. The muscular man dragged Yu Chenghua over. Lin Mushy revealed a smile that she thought was sweet. Hello, my name is Lin Mushy, I would like to ask you to be my private tutor. Yu Chenghua swept her a glance, the people I brought with me are full, find someone else. After saying that, he did not stop for anything and walked away in big strides. Not because of Lin Mosher's outstanding face value, he was not a bit more enthusiastic about her. This guy can be really cool. Before Lin Mosher could say anything, the group of coaches around her couldn't stand it first and helped her out. What the hell? Don't go too far. I don't believe he's a boxing champion. Don't pull me, I'll fight him. Ms. Lin, you don't need to talk to this kind of person. Which one of us is more professional than him? Lin Mushy shrugged her shoulders and sent the group away, continuing to do warm-up exercises. Out of the corner of her eye, she kept an eye on Yu Chenghua on the other side. He was instructing a young girl to practice dumbbell lunges. Through half an hour of observation, Lin Mosher confirmed that Yu Chenghua was indeed not an excellent fitness instructor. His expression was always cold, his words were like gold, and he hardly smiled. The girls who paid for his private tutoring lessons were 100% there for his face and body. This muscle line, it was so pleasing to the eyes. Thinking of this, Lin Mushy slightly blushed and comforted herself in her heart. Everyone has the desire to love beauty. This young lady is not horny. After finishing the lesson, Yu Chenghua sat on a chair and drank water, slightly tilting his head, revealing the sexy knot in his throat. Lin Mushy took the opportunity to lean over again. You're lying, the people you brought with you aren't full. Yu Chunghua casually said, a girl had something to do and didn't come. Then you are also idle, send me a trial course. Lin Mushy blinked her pretty Danfeng eyes, like a female hooligan who molested a good-looking man. Okay, if you can hold on to the plate support for 90 seconds, I will give you a private tutor. Yu Chunghua didn't even lift his head. 90 seconds? Lin Mushy swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although she has a fitness habit and maintains a good figure, she is busy with work on weekdays and does not have systematic training. The action of plate support, which looked mediocre, was actually very torturous. Sticking to it for 90 seconds was already an excellent level. Yu Chunghua intentionally said this to make her back off. However, Lin Mushy's stubbornness came up and she had to fight. She lay on her back on the yoga mat, supporting her body with her elbows. Start timing. The girl's voice in front of her was very nice, and a flash of light swept through Yu Chunghua's eyes as he casually pressed the stopwatch. Lin Mushy's body was in a straight line, once again showing off her perfect figure to a great extent. The convex, the curved, the straight. The surrounding group of old colorful guys had a feast for their eyes. Lin Mushy's whole body muscles are tensed up, it feels as if a century has passed, while the stopwatch numbers in Yu Chunghua's hand are slowly jumping. Einstein's theory of relativity is perfectly interpreted at this moment. No, forget it. Yu Chunghua coldly said. This lady has no problem sticking around for an hour, so shut up. Lin Mosher replied arrogantly. As soon as the words fell, a mouthful of true qi dissipated. Her arms went limp and she flopped down on the yoga mat, panting heavily, her abs aching. Very good, 62 seconds. Yu Chunghua handed Lin Mushy a stopwatch to look at. This one doesn't count, you're interfering with me by talking. Lin Mushy's excuses came out of her mouth. Don't try to be strong, it's not necessary. Yu Chunghua turned around and left. The other fitness trainers gnashed their back teeth. This kid, too little to know how to be compassionate. Chapter 6 Straight Male Cancer. Lin Mushy was soft-looking, but her character was quite stubborn. She shouted at Yu Chunghua's back, you watch, I can definitely do it this time. After saying this, she propped her elbows on the ground and lifted her buttocks, timing herself with the stopwatch in her cell phone. Not to mention 1.5 minutes, even if it is 2.5 minutes, this lady can do it. Yu Cheng painting footsteps stuttered for a moment, do not comment, a grab in front of the bar, do a pull-up. Perfect muscle lines, attracted the girls not far away drooling. What a tantalizing body. Lin Mushy clenched her teeth tightly, her originally fair skin turned a light pink color, and fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. In order to facilitate the movement, she had pulled up a competent ponytail, and now the braid was a bit loose, transmitting a few moments of messy and wild beauty. After holding on for 40 seconds or so, her posture became somewhat distorted. When the whole body is often lying down, but 57 seconds, worse than the previous time. A lot of things, not just rely on a passion on the line. Fitness is a gradual process, there is no shortcut to get there overnight. Yu Chunghua glanced back at her and continued to do standard pull-ups like a perpetual motion machine. Lin Mushy's muscles ached all over her body, and a sense of frustration rose in the bottom of her heart. Ever since she was a child, she had always been like a goddess, and there were always a lot of boys surrounding her. It was the first time she was ignored like this. Man, you successfully piqued this young lady's interest. Next, Lin Mushy tried several more times. Naturally, one time was not as good as the other. Really envious of Dachshunds, flat support can be done for a lifetime. A few other fitness coaches couldn't see past it and came around to comfort Lin Mosher again. Ms. Lin, you are already great, surpassing most of the girls. That kid is deliberately trying to fix you, you don't need to fight with him, don't strain your muscles. I think he's nothing but a little bit more handsome, a little bit better body, a little bit cooler temperament. Lin Mushy was half sitting on the ground, panting heavily, a few strands of dampened hair plastered against her cheeks. Her breasts, which were quite large in size, rose and fell together. This flat support challenge, if you can't finish it, forget it, don't go against yourself. The purpose of her coming here was not to ask Yu Chunghua to be a private tutor in the first place. The coaches found it uninteresting and dispersed. Yu Chengxiao finished the pull-ups, wiped his sweat with a towel, went to buy a bottle of pure water from the vending machine, and gulped down a large portion of the bottle by tilting his neck. He thought about it, bought another bottle, and came over to hand it to Lin Mushy without saying a word. What are you doing? Lin Mushy a little annoyed. Do not forget it. Yu Qinghuan withdrew his hand. Hey, Lin Mushi grabbed Yu Chenghua's wrist, snatched the bottle over, questioned, to give the girl water, you will not screw the lid first? You don't even have the strength to unscrew the cap, what kind of gym are you coming to? Yu Chenghua asked back in a serious manner. It seems that the young lady in front of her must have been spoiled by the dead-licking dogs in the past. Nowadays, girls are proud of the fact that they can't take care of themselves. Lin Mushi unscrewed the cap of the bottle and took a big sip, casting a look of contempt. Yuck, it's a waste of this face. Straight male cancer, can't get a wife in life. If you want to work out, it's better to hire someone else, I can't serve a big lady like you. Yu Cheng's face is expressionless. His appearance is outstanding, every now and then there are bold girls who approach him in the name of fitness. Most of them are 3-minute heat, so you really can't tease him, then use all kinds of excuses to avoid exercise. For the gym's revenue, of course, the more such people, the better. But Yu Chenghua was disgusted, he didn't like people who didn't take things seriously. The Lin Mushi in front of him is also habitually categorized by him as that kind of girl. What time do you get off work? I'll treat you to a midnight snack. Lin Mosher stared straight at Yu Chenghua's face. I don't have time, besides, look at my occupation, do I look like someone who has the habit of eating late-night snacks? Yu Chenghua was a bit helpless. Isn't it true that pretty-looking girls are not very good in the head? Lin Mosher saw that Yu Chenghua really couldn't get into the oil and salt, so she had to use the killer app. I came to find you, it was introduced by Xia Xiaoyu. Hearing this name, Yu Chenghua was stunned, you did not say earlier? Lin Mushi muttered, I thought I could hold you with my personal charm alone. Wait for me at the door at 9 o'clock. It's going to take that long? If you don't want to wait, forget it. Okay, but I advise you to have a better attitude, usually no one dares to talk to me like this. Lin Moxie lives like a fairy, she's been in heaven for too long, she comes to earth once in a while, are all mortals nowadays so arrogant? When I look back at the past, when have I ever been so lowly? Lin Mushi deliberately did not mention Xia Xiaoyu, just want to take the identity of a stranger, first have a preliminary contact with Yu Chenghua, understand his real character and personality. Now she concluded that this guy was high and cold, but his heart wasn't bad. It was true that dealing with people was a bit troublesome, but that was precisely why things were especially focused. People who engage in art are supposed to be the more temperamental, the more capable they are. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the heat had receded a lot, and the cool night breeze rustled the leaves of the sycamore trees along the roadside. Lin Mushi took a shower at the gym and changed into a long, moonlight white dress. The hem of the skirt came to a little below the knee, revealing 2 cuts of slender white calves. The long, soft hair smelled of rose shampoo. The men coming out of the gym couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Lin Mushi carried her hands behind her back and looked up, finally seeing Yu Chenghua behind the crowd. He changed into a light gray shirt with black 9-minute pants, and on his feet were minimalist white shoes. All over his body, there was a sense of gentleman and cleanliness. Completely unlike a fitness coach, but more like the art college students. No one would dare to believe that he had once won the boxing championship. 2 very different temperaments can actually harmoniously unify in one person. Lin Mushi stood on her tiptoes and waved with a smile, here. Yu Chenghua saw her, his gaze was bland, and he walked straight over. Behind him was another sound of gnashing back teeth. Sure enough, a man just has to be so cool that he has no friends before he is favored by a beautiful woman. What do you want to eat? Lin Mushi asked. Whatever. Yu Chenghua popped out 2 words. How about spicy hot pot? Lin Mosher stared at the signboard of the hot pot restaurant not far away. No, I can't eat too spicy. Yu Chenghua shook her head. How about kebabs? Lin Mosher changed. Not healthy. Yu Chenghua vetoed again. Then what do you want to eat? Whatever. Lin Mushi was about to be rendered speechless by this guy, wanting to give him a big mouth and teach him how to talk. In the end, the 2 of them went to a Chaosan beef hot pot, which was lighter and also very suitable for replenishing protein after exercise. After ordering the food, Yu Chenghua took the rare initiative to speak. What exactly are you looking for me for? Lin Mushi took out a business card and handed it over. I heard Xiaoyu say that you know how to draw comics. Yu Chenghua stared at the business card, pupils slightly tightened, and became a boring gourd. There aren't many words on there, there's really no need to look at it for so long. I've seen the butterflies you drew at Xiaoyu's place, it's a style of drawing that I particularly like. Our company is going to produce an anime movie next, and we hope to invite you to join. Lin Mosher sincerely stated the real purpose of this trip. Not interested. Yu Chunghua pushed the business card back. A very clean refusal. Chapter 7 Single Dog. Lin Mushy was once again struck down, having touched more nails in Yu Chunghua's hands tonight than in her entire life. This lady is at least a big beauty, don't I want to lose face? Why? I appreciate your painting style, and making a movie is also a great opportunity for you. Lin Mosher persuaded undaunted. I don't like your company. Yu Chunghua swept her gaze over the business card. Lin Mosher's title was the Deputy General Manager of Fushuan Group. The name of the group came from the combination of her parents' names. Some years ago, Fushuan Group caught the real estate wind, developed a number of successful real estate projects, and jumped to become the city's leading enterprises, large taxpayers. The Lin family had naturally become one of the richest families in the city. Lin Mushy knew that her old man had always cared a lot about the corporate image and actively participated in public welfare and charity, not expecting to be disliked at this time. She explained, "This movie is mainly led by me and has little to do with the group." Yu Chunghua said indifferently, "If you don't have the surname Lin, you won't be able to pull an investment at all." Lin Mushy's smile stiffened on her face, as if she had been ripped off her cover. That's right, she claimed to be independent, but relied on her family's connections and resources. Those investors are not fools. How will take out real money, accompanied by her a fledgling yellow hair girl tossing. Yu Cheng Painting said the truth, but the truth is often not good to hear. It is really late-stage straight male cancer, hopeless. You have a problem with our company? Lin Mushy forced down her anger. Not really, it's just that I have personal reasons that remind me of some sad things. Yu Chunghua guessed that he was afraid of her misunderstanding and eased his tone a bit. Then you reconsider, after you join us, you will mainly work in the animation studio, you won't go to the group headquarters. Lin Mushy was very patient. For her, this movie is very important, a dream that has been pent up in her heart for many years. It is nothing to be aggrieved. I'm just an amateur painter, I haven't received any systematic learning, and I'm not famous at all, why did you find me? Yu Cheng Painting asked the bottom of the heart doubt. Some things are based on eye contact, I think you have a lot of potential. Lin Mushy first patted a horse's ass, then said without bottom, you are a newcomer, should be cheaper. Because of the opposition of her father and elder brother, she didn't pull too much investment, and now there is still a big funding gap, and she can only tighten her belt to live. Yu Cheng Painting this kind of no fame but talented painters, very cost effective. Lin Mushy took out a book with a blue cover from her bag and handed it over. Yu Cheng Painting picked it up, only to see that on the cover it was strikingly written reverse time cure redemption text, and on the waist cover were all kinds of false commercial mutual admiration. At first glance, it is a third-rate youth pain literature. I guess the content is less early love, dropout, amnesia, abortion, and so on dog blood elements. I don't read this kind of unnutritious romance novels. Yu Chunghua frowned. It's very pretty, just take a look, just take a small look, okay? Lin Mushy intentionally used a humble tone, a churlish look. Turn back and look again. Yu Cheng Painting finally gave a face and put the book away. Sure enough, when a beautiful woman makes this move, a straight man of steel will also soften his heart. The waiter served a plate of freshly cut beef. Lin Mushy put it in the pot and scalded it, one after another to Yu Chunghua's bowl, searching for a topic. Yu Chunghua lowered his head to eat, occasionally answering a few sentences absent-mindedly, with a touch of sadness in the bottom of his eyes. His half-dead appearance was clearly more like the hero of youthful pain literature. The atmosphere of the meal was not exactly pleasant. Perhaps for Xie Xiaoyu's sake, Yu Chunghua agreed to exchange contact information with Lin Mushy. It was considered official business, and Lin Mushy added him on her work WeChat. The two said goodbye at the restaurant entrance and walked in different directions. Yu Chunghua took a lonesome step, his back gradually blending with the night color. This man, cool and mysterious. Lin Mushy sent a message to Xie Xiaoyu, pouring out his grievances. This guy is too stinky, angry with me. I don't want to see him as a handsome man, I have to take off my shoes and call him face. Xie Xiaoyu quickly replied, expected, he is actually a very good person, just has not come out of the previous heartbreak, you suffer a little aggrieved, more patience with him, sad. Lin Mushy typed, what are you doing? Make a video to comfort me. Xie Xiaoyu seconds back, accompanied my family Huayang to watch a movie, no time. Dead and easy, colorful and lightweight friends. If you have the ability, you also find a boyfriend, single dog. The two named hierarchical, in fact, the same as sisters, jokes to no measure. Lin Mushy was originally seeking comfort, unexpectedly suffered a double blow, hate to smash the phone. Tonight's moonlight, really not beautiful. Opened the door of the room, a fragrance of jasmine wafted, that is Lin Mushy bought home in the morning green plants, for the small house added a few points of warmth. The black notebook on the table, lying quietly, the cover was gently fanned by the wind blowing in from the windowsill. Originally thought that it would be thrown away as garbage, Lin Mushy couldn't help but be attracted by the story and was a little reluctant to part with it. The matter of taking care of patients was something she had experienced before, and she empathized with the brother in the story. She couldn't help but pick it up and read a few more pages. Xiaolan did not want to do chemotherapy, it would be painful and ugly, my aunt and I could not persuade her, she said she might as well die a clean death. Today Lan's classmates came to visit her and told her about school, she finally smiled, I was so happy. Imported targeted drugs are very expensive, I'm running out of money, I can't let Lan know. Today was not in a good mood, and then see these words, Lin Mushy's heart like what is tightly gripped. This suffocating sadness is too hard to bear. She took out her cell phone and looked up the other party's WeChat according to the owner's phone number that had been written on the notebook. The other party's nickname was Zhaosheng, and his avatar was a green tree. Perhaps because green symbolizes life and hope. Lin Mushy's fingers are white and slender, nails are trimmed very neatly, no manicure, with a natural soft luster. She clicked on the friend application and skillfully typed a line. I called you yesterday, are you sure you don't want this notebook? Clicking send, her heart is still blocked. If the other party is sure that he does not want the notebook, it is estimated that he does not want to touch the grief, then the sister Lan in the story, it is likely that he has. Zhaosheng originally wanted to accompany Lan in the hospital, but Lan firmly disagreed, let him come back to rest well, so that he will have enough energy to put into work tomorrow. Firefighters are a very special profession, closely related to the safety of people's lives and property, and must not be sloppy. Zhaosheng after washing up, lying on the bed habitually intend to listen to music, but found that there is a new friend application. The other party's nickname was Chasing Dreams, and his avatar was a fluttering butterfly. The butterfly is very beautiful, the wings are azure blue, with white veins, as if the azure sea, flooded with white waves. This butterfly had a very domineering name, called the Goddess of Light. Unfortunately, the lifespan of butterflies was usually very short. Things in this world, often the more beautiful, the more fleeting. Chapter 8 Building Peace Together. Looking at the friend request, Zhaosheng carefully recalled it before remembering that he did receive an unfamiliar phone call yesterday, as if it was the new tenant of the previous house. The other party was a girl, with a pleasant voice. But he didn't remember at all what notebook he had left behind. Hesitating, he clicked agree. I passed your friend verification request, now we can start chatting. Seeing the line appear on the screen, Lin Mushy cautiously worded, hello, excuse me, how is your sister Lan? Zhaosheng replied in a puzzled manner, how do you know Xiaolan? Lin Mushy typed again, sorry, I couldn't hold back my curiosity and looked through your notebook. Zhaosheng raised his eyes to look at the notebook on the table, and his heart flooded with sadness, Xiaolan is very sick, and the doctor said she might not last 3 months. After clicking send, he blinked and didn't let the tears flow out. On the other end of the screen, Lin Mushy's tears couldn't be stopped, rolling down like pearls on a broken string. When she was in high school, she had a very good friend who was also terminally ill, and also couldn't last more than 3 months. Dead memories instantly filled her brain again. The same encounter made Lin Mushy sympathize with Zhaosheng and instinctively wanted to comfort him. Dream chaser, don't be sad, there might be a miracle before the final moment. Zhaosheng, thank you, Lan is my only family, I will never give up on her. Dream chaser, you are a very good and competent brother, go for it. Zhaosheng, no, I'm useless, I can't provide her with better medical treatment, I can't really do anything. On weekdays, in front of Ran, Zhaosheng tried his best to restrain himself from revealing the sadness in his heart. Now that he was facing a girl he had never met before, he was finally able to remove his disguise and reveal his vulnerable side. Confession can sometimes have a magical effect. Getting the sadness out of the way might not be so sad. The two of them talked for almost an hour without realizing it, and it was already late at night. Getting comforted by the stranger, Zhaosheng felt much better in his heart, embarrassed to take up too much of the other party's time, so he took the initiative to end the topic. Thank you, it's too late, take an early rest. Lin Mushy thought for a moment and said, I think this notebook is very important to you, there are memories of you, when do you have time? It's better to return it to you. Zhaosheng thought back carefully again, still could not remember which notebook was left behind, but the other party knew about Lan's matter very clearly, obviously not lying. The two agreed to meet tomorrow at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, in the square of the People's Park. Bid each other good night, and each went to sleep. The bustling city, slumbering in the night. Even greater gloom will eventually be dispersed by the sun. The next morning, Zhao greeted the morning sun, jogging all the way to the fire station. On the building hangs a striking slogan, Fire Rescue, Heart of the People, Heroic and Fearless, Building Peace. Most firefighters live in dormitories and are on call 24 hours a day, but Zhao was given special permission to live outside because he had to take care of his sister. 6:30 to 7 o'clock was morning exercise time, usually running or basic formation training. 7 to 7:30 for washing and housekeeping, followed by breakfast. Such a day in and day out life was quite regular. As Zhao sat in the corner of the cafeteria nibbling on a steamed bun, Wei Yang squeezed over with his dinner plate. He has a lanky figure, a sharp-inch hair, somewhat tan skin, and a natural upturned mouth that brings its own sense of joy. Without this pistachio, the team would have to lose half of its laughter. Not awake? Zhao saw Wei Yang with two dark circles under his eyes. Last night, after accompanying Xiaoyu to watch a movie, and then an hour of telephone kanji, she had to tell me 100 times that she loved me. It was really sticky. Women are trouble. As one of the few people who have a girlfriend, Wei Yang is not moving Versailles. Get lost, won't your conscience hurt if you tell such a lie? Zhao stuffed a steamed bun into Wei Yang's mouth. You'll understand when you have a girlfriend, single dog. Wei Yang is smug and casts a look of contempt. This face, it really owes a beating. The two are classmates since childhood. Zhao received girls' love letters when Wei Yang is still playing in the mud. I didn't expect to grow up, but inverted the Big Dipper. After the joke, Wei Yang color, how is Lan? Zhao sighed, just like that. Aunt went back to the countryside, yesterday gave her a caregiver aunt. Wei Yang took out his cell phone and pressed a few times. That's all I've got, first get through this. Zhao cell phone rang, took out a look, see Wei Yang transferred $10,000. He did not dare to point collection, hesitation, last time the money owed you have not yet returned, this is your wife Ben. Wei Yang smiled, I married a wife is still early, Xiaolan is also my sister, you first use, not enough and then open, I asked my mom to. Zhao knows, want to say thank you, but also feel raw. I've been a brother for so many years, and everything is in the air. Wei Yang is naturally optimistic and big-headed, and is most afraid of a sad atmosphere, immediately changing to a flirtatious tone. Zhao, you look so handsome, if you lack of money, slightly sacrifice a little color, to pick up a domineering female president, the problem is not solved? Zhao punched him, roll, I do have principles. You've been in the same place for 24 years. This kind of thing is not allowed to publicize everywhere. The bossy female president is not necessarily old and ugly, what if she is as beautiful as heaven? I'm not lucky enough to have that kind of luck. 9 to 12 o'clock is physical training, including push-ups, sit-ups, 3,000-meter middle and long-distance running, bar pull-ups, and so on. Zhao training results have always been the first in the class. Originally, the station was going to promote him to be the vice squad leader, but coincidentally, Xiaolan was sick, so he gave the opportunity to Wei Yang. Throughout the morning, the team could hear Wei Yang complaining about Zhao voice. You slow down, wait for me, I'm a vice class president, do not want to lose face. You kid push-ups do so much, lunch or eating 2 more bowls, this is a shameful wasteful behavior. What have we become under your backdrop? This is personal heroism. Zhao ignored it and sweated like a pig. The only way he could not think about those sad things was to exercise desperately and empty his brain. However, Wei Yang's words still played a small role. For some reason, Zhao was vaguely looking forward to the afternoon meeting. That girl called Chasing Dreams, what would she look like? Those words of comfort and encouragement from her last night did make Zhao heart feel warm. But the profession of firefighter was always full of surprises. At 5:30 p.m., the alarm bell suddenly rang loudly in the fire station. A serious traffic accident occurred on the 3rd Ring Road, 4 cars rear-ended in a row, with casualties at the scene. Firefighters immediately changed clothes as fast as possible to get on the car. The fire truck pulled the alarm to the destination sped. Sitting in the car, Zhao first called his caretaker aunt and asked her to tell Lan. Then he sends a message to Chasing Dreams, sorry, I can't make the appointment, let's make another time. Chapter 9 being let off the hook. The People's Park is located in the center of the city, and in the middle of the square there is a large fountain, next to which are fed many white peace pigeons. Spending money on a little feed can attract a whole lot of them. Lin Mushy was wearing a white tee without a pattern with light blue jeans. Because the weather was too hot, pulled a pill head. The whole person's temperament was clean and pure, spotless. The water column in the fountain, illuminated by the setting sun, was streaming with color, and the water waves in the pool were rippling. Lin Mushy looked at her watch, 5:58, fortunately not late. She has a strong sense of time, she doesn't like to wait for people, and she doesn't like to be waited for. There were unoccupied benches next to her that were a little hot from the sun. Lin Mushy sat down and dialed Zhaoxing's phone number. A female voice without emotion came. "I am sorry, the telephone number you have dialed cannot be connected at the moment, please dial again later." "Sorry. The subscriber you." Lin Mushy hung up the phone, only to have no patience to practice English listening. Crowds of people came and went on the square, and there was no lack of men casting adoring looks at her, but none of them dared to go up and hit on her. She opened the input box. "I'm on the bench at the northwest corner, white t-shirt and jeans, are you there yet?" After the message was sent, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, no one replied. After waiting for another 10 minutes, still no one appeared. Lin Mushy stared at the cooing white pigeons and realized that she had probably been let off the hook. She hated people who did not keep their word. The little bit of goodwill she had for Zhaoxing before was gone. The scene of the car accident on the third ring road was miserable. A heavy smell of blood floated in the air, and the ears were filled with mournful screams. Traffic police were the first to arrive, firefighters and paramedics also came very quickly, each in their own way to fully engaged in rescue work. Zhaoxing is considered experienced firefighters, have seen some big scenes, but once at the scene or cannot help but nausea want to vomit. "Comrade firefighters, the overturned black car, the door deformation cannot be opened, the passenger has a little girl stuck in it, please you." A traffic policeman anxiously requested. "Huiyang, you take people to saw the car door, the action must be light, do not cause secondary injury to the injured." The instructor gave the order. Huiyang gave Zhaoxing a look, and the two of them immediately ran towards the accident car. The stuck girl was about 16 or 17 years old, her head resting on the center console at a weird angle, half of her face stained red with blood. "Brother, help me, I'm in pain," the girl cried out to the duo. Zhaoxing's heart felt like it had suffered a hammer blow. The girl's voice was very similar to Ran. "Don't just stand there, help." Huiyang yanked on the car door and was about to get on the chainsaw. "Sister, don't be afraid, brother will definitely save you, hold on a little longer, it will be okay soon." Zhaoxing calmed the girl. "You guys hurry up, I'm so hard, I can't breathe." The girl's voice faded. Huiyang started the chainsaw and cut a long string of sparks on the car door. The ear-piercing noise made the mood even more irritable. With hot tears in his eyes, Zhaoxing rushed the carriage and spoke loudly to inspire the girl's will to live. "Sister, hold on, don't fall asleep. Brother will definitely save you, don't give up on yourself. If you are in severe pain, shout out, I can hear you, we are with you." Huiyang stops the chainsaw and wipes a handful of sweat from his forehead, also a little teary-eyed. He could hear that Zhaoxing said this, not just to the girl in front of him. At 6:30, the setting sun was down to its last remaining rays. Lin Mushy was sure that Zhaoxing would not go to the appointment again, and stood up forlornly. There was a cluster of people gathered in the distance, she had nothing to do anyway, so she walked over to join in the fun. When she got closer, she found it coincidental that the person sitting in the center of the crowd was actually Yu Chunghua. He was wearing a white shirt and black slacks, his hair was parted in 3s and 7s, and he was wearing a pair of rimless glasses, very artistic. This guy was really thin in clothes and meaty out of clothes. Lin Mushy asked herself what she hadn't seen in the world, but she still ate his face. Yu Chunghua was holding a pencil in his hand, staring intently at the drawing board, and was drawing a caricature version of a customer's portrait. As his name suggests, he was very talented in drawing, and he was able to outline the character with just a few strokes. Despite the exaggeration of the caricature technique, he can always accurately grasp the other person's demeanor. "Nice drawing." Lin Mosher uttered a greeting, even more convinced of her own vision. If she could persuade Yu Chunghua to join the anime team, she would definitely be able to add a lot of color to the work. It's just that his withdrawn and aloof nature is really a bit of a headache. Yu Chunghua raised his head, met Lin Mushy's gaze, and let out a syllable through his nose, Then he lowered his head again and waved on the paper. Lin Mosher was so angry that her willow eyebrows rose. "What does mean? You big head." It was only after finishing the portrait and handing it to the customer that Yu Chunghua stood up, putting off other business with the intention of having dinner and going to work at the Miracle Gym. He took 2 steps with his drawing board on his back, then turned back again. "Hey, are you coming with me?" Lin Mo sure was stunned. You called me? Yu Cheng painting nodded. Treat you to dinner, I don't like to owe favors. His tone was not hasty and his attitude was not condescending. There was no hint of looking at Lin Mushi differently because of her heaven-defying face value. For the high and mighty goddess, this could precisely poke her dead center. This lady would like to explore what makes you so different. Yu Chenghua took Lin Mushi to a Huayang cuisine restaurant with light flavors and elegant style. After ordering, Lin Mushi asked, "Have you read the book I gave you yesterday?" Yu Chenghua nodded. "Read a little, not bad." Lin Mushi is very satisfied, according to the nature of Yu Chenghua, can give a good evaluation, even if it is quite high. I guess he didn't read it in detail, he just gulped it down and flipped through it. What I told you yesterday, how's the consideration? Lin Mushi exuded an expectant look. I'm not very interested, I'm used to being lazy, I don't think I can work with people. Yu Chenghua said bluntly. Movie is a very complicated art that requires the whole team to work closely together. With his hedgehog-like appearance, it's easy for him to create conflicts with his co-workers. Lin Mosher continued to persuade, you just focus on painting, I'll communicate with other things. Yu Chenghua stared at the beautiful girl sitting opposite him and fell into a short silence. He is just a very amateur painter, painting to the current level with interest and talent, without any famous works before. Was it really worth someone's 3 visits? Lin Mosher thought that Yu Chenghua was going to refuse again and immediately added, have you brought a book? If you don't want me to spend money to buy you a painting first, you can just paint a scene in the book. Yu Chenghua opened his backpack and took out the novel with the blue cover. Lin Mushi opened the book, skillfully found a page, pointed out a few lines to Yu Chenghua and read it out in a low voice. The girl was very pretty, goose egg face, almond eyes, and asymmetrical twisted braid resting on her left shoulder. She was wearing a pure white shirt with azure pleated skirt, the hem of the skirt to the calf, one foot was a spotless white canvas shoe, while the other was barefoot. The most striking thing was that she had a branch of peach blossom in full bloom at her temples. Chapter 10 Be careful in the future. Following Lin Mushi's white and slender fingers, Yu Chenghua read that paragraph about the heroine's appearance, again carefully. With just these few words, to draw out a lively and lovely young girl, there were both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that there was a lot of room for play, and the disadvantage was that it was hard to satisfy the original party. Yu Chenghua frowned slightly, deep in thought. Lin Mushi could see that he was quite moved. The fitness instructor was just to support his family, painting was the dream he was chasing. The waiter served 3 dishes, squirrel osmanthus fish, crab meat lion's head, and 1 shur tofu. How's that? I believe you can do it. Lin Mushi sincerely looked forward to it and used her public chopsticks to clip a piece of fish over. Yu Chenghua put down his book and was just about to open his mouth when he suddenly saw a young man walking over with big strides. The man was dressed in designer clothes, his hair was meticulously groomed, and his eyes carried a few hints of scorn. It seemed that the visitor was not good. Lin Mushi followed Yu Chenghua's gaze, her face changed and she stood up and said, "Why are you here? Have you made enough of a scene? Still consider yourself a little girl? Do you know that dad is sick because of your anger?" Lin Jejun scolded him. "You've pissed him off 10 times more than I have." Lin Mosher sneered back. "You pay attention to your own identity, don't just show your face outside and mix with some unsavory people." Lin Jejun cast a sidelong glance at Yu Chenghua and quickly withdrew his gaze. To him, Lin Mushi, this younger sister, was a tool to be married to a certain family in the future. It was best not to let anyone outside see that she was eating alone with another man. Yu Chenghua looked up at Lin Mushi. Who is this person? Do you need help? Lin Mushi huffed, my brother. Oh, then you guys chat. Yu Chenghua picked up the fish in the bowl and ate it with relish. Squirrel cinnamon fish is a famous Huayang dish, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sweet and sour, eat it while it is hot. The family affairs of other siblings, it is better for an outsider to stay out of it. In addition, that lion's head also looks very appetizing. Lin Jejun continued to reprimand in a stern voice. What kind of crap movie do you have to shoot? When the family's money is blown by the wind, let you take it and blow it away. The most important thing for a girl is to find a good family to marry, don't fool around all day. Lin Mushi, angry teeth chattering, how much money you have lost over the years, their hearts do not count. Lin Jejun snorted coldly, the family's money in the future are not all mine? You will be an outsider when you get married, you are not qualified to tell me what to do. The implication is that if Lin Mushi invests in a movie and loses money, it will be his money that she loses. Lin Mushi clenched her fists and bit her lower lip tightly. Yu Changhua started drinking tofu soup again and smacked his lips in satisfaction. In a word, are you going back home? Lin Jiejun ran out of patience. Not going back, I just want to finish that thing with one mind right now. Lin Mushi attitude is very determined. Dad gave me a death order to bring you back, then you go and talk to him yourself. Lin Jiejun grabbed Lin Mosher's wrist and yanked it to go out. You let go of me. Lin Mushi screamed. But she struggled with too little strength, and was still carried stumbling a few steps. Suddenly, a hand pressed on Lin Jiejun's wrist. Lin Jiejun jerked hard and it didn't move, the other person's hand was like an iron clamp. He growled, "Who the hell are you? Dare to meddle in our family's business." Yu Chenghua's other hand, still holding the bowl, leisurely drinking soup, eyes do not look at Lin Jiejun. I don't care about your family affairs, but your sister doesn't want to go with you, it's better not to force her. Lin Mushi's heart trembled, this guy, too cool. Do you know who I am? Lin Jiejun spoke in a threatening tone. I'm too lazy to know who you are, but you're her brother, shouldn't a brother love his sister? Yu Changhua knocked the bowl onto the table and stood up in a huff. He was slightly taller than Lin Jiejun and had a much stronger body. Looking down, it was very oppressive. Lin Jiejun's eyes swept past a touch of timidity. Kid, what's your name? Yu Changhua. Yu Cheng painting has no fear. I remember you, be careful in the future. Lin Jiejun shook off Lin Mushi's hand, pointed at Yu Chenghua's nose, turned around and left. A good man does not do anything beforehand, his kind of status, to clean up a person, of course he does not need to do it himself. Lin Mosher's nose soured and 2 lines of tears slid down her cheeks. Are you okay? Yu Changhua handed over a tissue and took another careful look at her wrist. Thank you, but you might have gotten into trouble. Lin Mosher dried her tears and took a deep breath. It's okay, I'm not worried. Yu Changhua was full of concern. He's a boxing champion, his hands are strong. 3 or 4 people can't get close. Lin Mosher stared at the light Huayang cuisine. I don't want to eat this, change the place. Yu Cheng painting reluctantly said, I've only had a few bites of such a good dish. It's not enjoyable to eat this, come with me. Then let me have 2 more mouthfuls of soup. After what just happened, the distance between the two was brought a little closer. Yu Changhua seemed to have become less high-strung. Coming out of the restaurant, the sky was still not completely dark, and a few wisps of evening sunlight floated in the sky. The busy city is full of traffic, taking away people's respective sorrows and joys. The relationship between your brother and sister doesn't seem to be very good. Yu Changhua put his hands in his pockets and walked his long legs. Since I was little, he has bullied me, it's really annoying. Lin Mushi said indignantly. Your kind of family, it's not strange. Yu Changhua said indifferently. Do you have any siblings? Lin Mushi asked curiously. No. Yu Changhua shook his head. Then you are really lucky. You call this lucky? Yu Chenghua's sigh was carried away by the night breeze. The two of them chatted one by one and turned into the pedestrian street. Lin Mushi, familiar with the way, came to a glass window. Boss, give me 2 of that. Yu Changhua was surprised. You're $1,000 lady, you actually like to eat that? No, can't you? Lin Mosher blinked her beautiful phoenix eyes. It's not impossible. Yu Changhua murmured. That thing, called spicy rabbit head, revealed 2 large incisors and looked creepy. It was covered in chili noodles, making people's chrysanthemums tighten. You wait here, I'll go buy a drink. Lin Mosher turned around and went to the milk tea store on the side. The boss who sells rabbit head enviously flirted with Yu Changhua. Handsome man is so lucky, your girlfriend is so beautiful. For some reason, Yu Changhua did not explain. Perhaps it was because he was not a talker by nature. Not long after, Lin Mushi came back with 2 cups of milk tea and handed Yu Changhua a cup. Please. Yu Changhua was disgusted. You invited a fitness trainer to drink milk tea? Lin Mosher giggled. It's okay to drink it once in a while, right? Yu Changhua met her gaze, hesitated, but still took it. Out of politeness, he took a small sip into the straw, and suddenly his features twisted, and he bent down and spit it all out on the ground with a poof. Why is this milk tea salty? What's wrong with salty? Is it not good to drink? Lin Mushi stifled her laughter and had a harmless expression on her face. Chapter 11 Salted Milk Tea and Spicy Rabbit Head. Yu Chung drew a fitness trainer, originally abhorred milk tea, this kind of trash drink, give Lin Mosher a face before drinking a mouthful. Unexpectedly, it was actually a salty mouthful, which is really off the mark. You're purposely messing with me, aren't you? How could I? It's delicious. Lin Mosher picked up the salty milk tea in her hand and exaggeratedly took a big sip, showing an expression of enjoyment. In fact, people living on the grassland have traditionally had the habit of drinking salted milk tea. It's just that people in big cities generally default to milk tea being sweet, and it's hard to accept it for the first time. When Lin Mushy went to college, there was a bold girl from the grasslands in the dormitory, bringing them a specialty of their hometown, salted milk tea. The first mouth feel like slop, slowly aftertaste, and there is a wonderful taste, rich milk flavor, tea flavor refreshing. There is a kind of eye-opening amazement. Lin Mushy laughed and advised, don't think of it as milk tea, think of it as a savory soup, it should be better. With a puzzled expression, Yu Chunghua took a small sip into the straw. This time with mental preparation, it really didn't feel that unpleasant to drink. But to completely accept this flavor and even become obsessed with it, I guess it still needs a process. The boss handed over the spicy rabbit head, and the two of them sat down in front of the small table at the entrance. How do I eat this? Yu Chunghua stared at the rabbit head's two large incisors with a difficult face. Just learn from me. Lin Mushy had a subdued face. She put on disposable gloves and roughly broke the rabbit head's lower jaw apart. The two cheeks of the lower jaw had the most meat, and together with the rabbit's tongue, the flavor was unbelievable. Yu Chunghua followed Lin Mushy's example and got red oil all over his gloves. He moved with extra care, afraid of dirtying his clothes. It's really hard to imagine that a young lady like you has such unique tastes. I was taught from a young age to be an elegant lady, but I'm actually still a rebel at heart. Lin Mushy skillfully used the bones in her lower jaw to pull out the eyes in her upper jaw. 2 eyes is double satisfaction. Yu Chunghua gradually understood somewhat, just like that famous shipwreck movie. The female lead followed the male lead to learn to spit. All of them feel particularly happy. Rich people actually have troubles. Your relationship with your brother, is it really bad? Yu Chunghua was curious. Lin Mushy tore off the most cute bouncy heavenly meat in her upper jaw and put it in her mouth to chew it with gusto, answering somewhat vaguely. In this world, the person I hate the most is my brother. He used to bully me to tears since I was a kid, purposely dirtying my flowery dresses and throwing caterpillars into my book bag. When he grew up, he was jealous of me, always thinking that I would take away his property, so he couldn't wait to find a random family to marry me off. Is that so? He's a real asshole. Yu Chunghua sounded very angry. If I didn't have my brother, how happy my life would be. Lin Mosher sighed, but her hands didn't stop at all, breaking open her upper jaw and starting to taste the brain flour. Yu Chunghua was very clumsy, still fighting with the lower jaw. He changed his mind. Is this movie important to you? Lin Mosher nodded seriously. The hero in the book used to be my best friend. It was he who taught me the attitude towards love, and I really want to make a movie about him. Where is he now? Yu Cheng painted this question, revealing the fact that he didn't read the book. He passed away 7 years ago. Lin Mushy's eyes dimmed. I'm sorry. Yu Chunghua apologized. I'll try. Lin Mosher carefully removed the brittle bone from the rabbit head's nose and froze for a moment before she understood what the other party meant. She was pleasantly surprised. You promised to join us? Yu Chunghua immediately shook his head. No, I said I could try and help you draw out the female lead. Lin Mushy busily said, that's fine, step by step. How long do you need? Yu Chunghua mused. After 3 days, you come to Miracle Gym to find me. At this time, the spicy flavor surged up, his forehead sweated, and he let out a hissing inhalation sound. Lin Mushy was considerate enough to hand over the salted milk tea. This stuff is like drinking hemlock to quench thirst. Yu Chenghua's brain was at war with heaven and man for a moment, but he still drank a large mouthful of it, his 2 eyebrows wrinkled together. Lin Mosher didn't hold back this time and let out a mischievous laugh. Yu Chunghua stared at her, also the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This was the first time he had revealed a smile since the two of them met. You're not too willing to get in touch with people, is there something you're unhappy about? Lin Mosher took the opportunity to want to satisfy her curiosity. Nothing, I have to go to work, see you in 3 days. Yu Chunghua immediately regained his seriousness and rebuffed quite politely. He took off his disposable gloves, wiped his hands with a paper towel, picked up the cup of salted milk tea, and turned around to walk towards the street. His long back, fading in the neon. Men with secrets are so charming. Lin Mushi couldn't figure out why, after being pestered by Lin Jejun, Yu Chunhua actually changed his mind and agreed to paint for her. But it was always a good thing. Boss, one more spicy rabbit head. On the third ring road, after all the rescue work was completed, night had completely fallen. There were a few sparse stars in the dark night sky. In the woods beside the road, a few crows were heard. Zhao Shang, covered in dirt, sat on his butt on the road and poured a whole bottle of mineral water down his throat. Hua Yang stared at the cell phone screen, his mouth complaining, "What kind of shitty place is this? The signal is so bad, how come my home Xiaoyu did not return the message?" Zhao Shang also took out his cell phone, the signal was only one frame, the girl called Chasing Dreams, did not return the message. He stared at that goddess of light for a long time, with a feeling of disappointment. "What? Who are you waiting to hear from?" Hua Yang playfully came over. "No one." Zhao Shang stuffed the phone back into his pants pocket. After a trip back to the fire station and then back to the rental house, it was already 9:30 p.m. The cell phone ding-donged. Zhao Shang took it out and saw that it was a message from Dream Chaser. "I'm on the bench in the northwest corner, white t-shirt and jeans, have you arrived yet?" He hurriedly typed a reply, "I sent you a message, there was an urgent delay in the afternoon, did you not receive it?" After Lin Mushi went home, she threw her bag on the pillow and went to the bathroom to take a shower first. A girl's bath has always been a pain in the ass, at least 20 minutes. A goddess shower is even longer, and will probably last until the next morning, as certain lickspittles waiting for a reply should know. Lin Mushi blow-dried her hair, put on a mask and returned to the bedside, took out her cell phone and saw that Zhao Shang had sent 2 consecutive messages. "I'm sorry, I can't make it to the appointment, let's make a time next time. I sent you a message, there was an urgent delay in the afternoon, did you not receive it?" From the tone of voice, the first message, it should be sent before 6 o'clock in the afternoon. But she didn't receive it at that time, and watched the pigeons in the square for half an hour for nothing. If she hadn't met Yu Chunhua later, how boring this evening would have been. Lin Mushi was ultimately kind and chose to forgive. "Dream Chaser, I didn't get the message, so the notebook will be given to you next time." "Zhao Shang, I'm really sorry, the signal is not good in that place, so I made you wait for nothing." Chapter 12 Can't Go Anywhere. Lin Mushi could feel his sincerity from between Zhao Shang's words. The unpleasantness of being stood up completely dissipated. "Chasing Dreams, how is your sister doing?" "Zhao Shang, I was too busy today to go to the hospital to see her, I don't know if she will blame me." "Chasing Dreams, no, Lan is very understanding, you bring some of her favorite food tomorrow." "Zhao Shang, girls know more about girls, what do you usually like to eat?" "Dream Chaser, spicy rabbit head is good, for example." "Zhao Shang, Ran is sick, she can't eat that kind of stuff." "Dream Chaser, I'm just making an analogy, she should like whatever you buy." "Zhao Shang, well, thank you, you're really nice." "Chasing Dreams, not at all, ha ha ha, be happy, the difficulties will always pass." The two of you back and forth, off and on, do not realize that another 10 minutes of chat. Zhao Shang liked this feeling, every word from the other party was like a breeze, soothing his tired heart. Xiao Lan and Hua Yang's words echoed in his ears. Shouldn't he really find a girlfriend? What would this girl called Chasing Dreams look like? She was so understanding, even if her appearance was a bit ordinary, it didn't matter. After thinking for a while, Zhao Shang came back to his senses and blushed. In his current situation, how could he be qualified to talk about love? After ending the chat, Lin Mushi casually flipped through a few pages of her notebook, and after sleepiness struck, she charged her cell phone and fell asleep on her side. She took the screen name Chasing Dreams, which is actually dream. Maybe it was God who felt that the earth was too bitter, and gave people such things as dreams. All the regrets can be consummated in the dream world. The next evening, Zhao Shang came to the hospital after work, just walked to the door of Ward 709, heard Xiaolan chatting with Grandma Lu in the next bed. "My brother is very good to me, when I go to school, I can't afford to spend my living expenses, so I save up and buy me good food. When my mom wouldn't buy me a nice dress, he took a summer job and saved up for a long time. Grandma, do you know a suitable girl? Introduce one to my brother, will you?" The little girl was in good spirits today, chattering non-stop. Zhao Shang stood in the doorway, his eyes unknowingly wet. After organizing his emotions, he pushed the door in. "Brother, you're here." Xiao Lan acted happy. "Xiaolan, I'm sorry, I was too busy yesterday, I really didn't have time to come over." Zhao Shang compassionately touched Ran's head. "It's okay, my brother is a firefighter, a great hero who guards the people." Ran had an adoring little expression on her face. Don't exaggerate, it's just a profession. Zhaosheng was a little embarrassed. Grandma Lu, who was in the next bed, saw the scene of brother and sister's love and showed a kind smile. It's just too bad, if Xiaolan hadn't gotten sick, it would have been so nice. Zhaosheng smiled and asked, is there anything you want to eat? Xiaolan tilted her little face, can I drink milk tea? Milk tea is high in sugar and fat, and also contains theophylline, caffeine and other ingredients. But for the vast majority of little girls, there is just no resistance. Zhaosheng hesitated for a while before saying, okay, I'll go buy it, but only half a cup. Xiaolan happily clapped her hands, long live brother, I want red bean milk tea. Zhaosheng just went out the door and saw Xiaolan's attending Dr. Chen Diziu. Dr. Chen is more than 50 years old, wearing a pair of gold glasses, his hair has basically fallen out, and his head is shiny and oily, reflecting the light. He was one of the most famous medical experts in the Department of Gastroenterology of the Central Hospital, but in the face of the relentless disease, he was often at his wits' end. Dr. Chen, Lan wants to drink milk tea, is it possible? Zhaosheng inquired. Alas, moderation is good, try to fulfill her request. Chen Dizi sighed. Okay, then I'll go downstairs to buy it, goodbye Dr. Chen. Zhaosheng's voice was sad. I'm going to take a look at that girl. Chen Dizia held a branch of osmanthus in his hand. He was a very humanistic doctor and hoped that he could bring hope to his patients with flowers, or at least put them in a better mood. The scent of flowers could also mask the pungent smell of disinfectant water. Nowadays, milk tea is very expensive, a cup can sell up to $20, but Zhaosheng dare not try to be cheap, for fear of buying inferior products. He specifically instructed the clerk that it was for the patients and to put less sugar. When he returned to the ward, Dr. Chen had already left, and a faint fragrance of osmanthus floated in the air. Xiaolan, room temperature, only allowed to drink half. Zhaosheng handed the milk tea to Xiaolan. Brother, you bring the cup over here, let's each have half. Xiaolan smiled sweetly. Zhaosheng took the glass at the bedside, opened the lid of the milk tea and poured half out. The siblings ceremoniously clinked their cups and each took a small sip. The milk fragrance is rich, the tea flavor is refreshing, and it also carries the unique warmth of red beans. Brother, not as good as the one you took me to buy in front of the school when I was little. Xiaolan smacked his lips. Are you stupid? When I was a kid, that kind was flavored. I know, but I just miss the feeling of that time. It doesn't matter what you drink, it's the company you keep. When you grow up, you can buy the snacks that you craved in your childhood, but you can never get back to the happy times. Xiaolan thought out of the blue, brother, I heard that people on the grassland drink salty milk tea, what do you think it would taste like? Zhaosheng skimmed his lips, it must be hard to drink, dark drink. Xiaolan eyes expectant, but I quite want to taste it. Zhaosheng forced to hold back the heartache, when you get well, my brother will take you to the grassland, drink the most authentic salted milk tea. Xiaolan nodded, well, but also horseback riding, but also skating, but also live in a tent, you quickly find me a sister-in-law, the three of us together. Zhaosheng choked, half unable to speak. In fact, the siblings are clear, they cannot go anywhere. Knocking on the door broke the sad atmosphere and rescued Zhaosheng, who went to open the door in a panic. At the door stood a man of about 40 years of age, well-dressed and dignified. In his hand, he held a large bouquet of flowers. Hello, may I ask who I'm looking for? Zhaosheng politely inquired. Comrade firefighters, thank you for saving Xiaomei, I inquired about you being here and came over to thank you. The man bent over and bowed, in tears. If not for Zhaosheng's support, he would even kneel down. Yesterday on the 3rd Ring Road, Zhaosheng and Huayang saved the girl called Su Jimei, was also sent to this hospital rescue. The man in front of him is Xiao Mei's father. He went to the fire station and learned from Huayang that Zhaosheng was here, so he bought a large bouquet of flowers to thank him. After calming down, the man handed Zhaosheng a business card. His name was Su Wintao, and he ran a gym called Star River. Whenever such a time, Zhaosheng is particularly excited, this is the firefighter's professional honor, is the embodiment of the value of his life. Mr. Su, that's what I should do, you don't have to be too polite, how is Xiaomei now? Su Wentao with tears in his eyes, finally saved his life, it is not easy to say in the future. Zhaosheng patted Su Wentao's shoulder, don't worry, difficulties will always pass, I'll go with you to see Xiaomei. Similar encounters made him sympathize with the other party. His words of comfort, on the other hand, were what he had now learned from chasing dreams last night. Chapter 13 You're actually engaging in online dating. Zhao Sheng followed Su Wentao to the coup. Su Jimei was still in a coma, with all sorts of medical equipment attached to her body, so she couldn't be disturbed. They had to sit on a chair in the hallway and chat. The doctor said, to be able to resuscitate Xiaomei back has been considered a miracle, and then a little bit later will be gone. Su Wentao choked, tears rustling down. The body is quite strong, man, crying a mess. Zhao Sheng is very empathetic, sadness welling up in the bottom of his heart, back and forth only a few words of comfort. Don't be sad, there is hope in life. Difficulties are temporary, life will get better. At a time like this, you can't collapse, your family needs you. These words were said to Su Wentao, also like to say to myself. The same situation, so that the distance between the two strangers quickly close. Su Wentao has been to the fire station, from Hui Yang's mouth to understand the situation of Zhao Sheng, the daughter's life-saving benefactor, more and more grateful. He wiped his tears and said, brother, you too, as long as you insist on not giving up, there may be a miracle. Zhao Sheng nodded gruffly, well, we cheer together. Business card has my phone number, there is what use I place, despite the opening. Su Wentao added. Mr. Su, save Xiaomei is my job duties, you do not have to overly in the heart, my sister is still waiting for me, I first go back. Zhao Sheng's tone was very sincere. Firefighter profession special, often accompanied by honor and gratitude. Zhao Sheng always remind himself that this is just a job, we have a different social division of labor. They are receiving wages from taxpayers, they should do their duty, cannot take advantage of other people's gratitude. Not to mention seeking material benefits, spiritual also try to dilute away. Su Wentao got up to see him off, and Zhao Sheng promised him that he would come over to visit when Xiaomei's injuries improved a bit. In Ward 709, a small nurse came over to change Xiaolan's bottle. Xiaolan suddenly opened her mouth without thinking, nurse, do you have a boyfriend? The nurse was a bit stunned, no, you ghost girl, why suddenly ask this? Xiaolan smiled wryly, what do you think of my brother? The little nurse's pretty face was red, your brother is so handsome, the girls who like him must be in a long queue. Xiaolan said mysteriously, no, I tell you quietly, he has never been in love, maybe even the girl's hand has not been pulled, of course, mine does not count. The little nurse snorted and laughed. Grandma Lu in the next bed, however, couldn't laugh because Xiaolan often chatted with her, saying that if she found a good sister-in-law for her brother, she would be able to go in peace. Zhao Sheng came in through the door, Xiaolan, what are you smiling so happily about? The little nurse glanced at him shyly, lowered her head and left. In fact, this group of young female nurses on the 7th floor have long noticed Zhao Sheng, privately praising him for being handsome and well-built, taking care of his sister and being so considerate and gentle, a rare good man. Taking off their uniforms, they are just a group of ordinary girls. They like chasing stars, chatting about handsome men, and enjoying the kind of unrealistic love and idol dramas. Brother, what do you think of that nurse sister just now? I've asked around for you, she's still single. Xiaolan winked playfully. What are you talking about? Zhao Sheng reaches out and hits Xiaolan on the forehead. You're so handsome, but you've never had a girlfriend, it's a waste of resources. Ran raised her voice. Zhao Sheng was stunned and suddenly looked a little uncomfortable. After squirming for half a day, he stammered. Xiaolan, I have a good feeling about a girl recently, no, maybe I can't talk about good feeling, I just think she is quite good. Xiaolan was energized, really? Who is she? Do you have a picture to show me? Zhao Sheng is not very bottom, it's a long story, in fact, I have not seen her, just chatting on the phone a few times. Xiaolan immediately shouted, brother, you actually engage in online dating, you will be cheated out of money. Zhao Sheng hurried to cover her mouth, eyes glancing left and right. He was as guilty as a thief. Zhao Sheng of course knows Xiaolan's good intentions, that's why he told the matter of chasing dreams, hoping to stabilize her, but this will only trigger her greater curiosity. Under Xiaolan's soft persuasion, Zhao Sheng had no choice but to make a long story short, explaining the process of befriending Dream Chaser. Brother, you're really weak, you don't even know what the person's name is, what they look like, or if they're single, Lan mercilessly spat. I didn't say I liked her either, it's just that chatting with her is quite comfortable. Zhao Sheng's eyes were evasive. Then ask her for a picture first, what if it's an ugly one? Ran felt more and more that this was unreliable, or the nurse sister just now was good. That would be too rude, it would make me look obscene. Zhao Sheng said hesitantly. You're so motherly, you'll be a bachelor for the rest of your life. Do things with a plan, step by step, not impulsive. The two siblings have been theorizing for half a day, and no one can convince anyone. Zhao Sheng felt that his brain is crazy, actually with a 17-year-old girl, discuss how to chase girls. Love really only lowers one's IQ. Originally, he only had a slight favorable impression of chasing dreams, but by discussing it like this, it seemed as if he was already in love. He was also more and more curious about what kind of girl was on the other side of the screen. When he left at night, Zhao Sheng walked to the door, and Lan did not forget to remind behind him. Brother, if you really like people, be brave, don't be snatched away. Zhao Sheng turned back and smiled at her, gently bringing the door to the room. I want to climb up one step at a time. Waiting for the sunlight to quietly look at its face. The small sky has a big dream. The heavy shell wrapped gently looking up. Back to the rental house, Zhao Sheng habitually listened to songs while keeping score. August 12, Friday, sunny. Milk tea is 16 yuan, dinner is 25 yuan, mineral water is 2 yuan, and paper towels are 8 yuan. If I had a girlfriend, Ran would have been happier and it would have been good for her condition. But I haven't even met anyone, will she like me? Mostly just wishful thinking on my part. Zhao Sheng took his cell phone, opened the chat dialog box with chasing dreams, typed in the words and deleted them, then typed in another line. Delete and delete, or a blank. Last night, he was still able to chat properly, but once he moved that kind of mind, he was inexplicably nervous, as if he was doing something bad. In his mind, there were two little people arguing fiercely. One villain said, if I look for her this late, I will disturb her rest and appear to be a person who is not meticulous and considerate enough. The other little man said, in case she was waiting for me to send a message and I didn't take action, she would think that I'm an inconsiderate person. Until the eyelids fought, the message was not sent after all. Zhao Sheng threw his cell phone to the side and fell into a deep sleep. In the dream world, the image of a perfect goddess was automatically sketched out. Sometimes gentle, sometimes charming. Sometimes pure, sometimes enchanting. Chapter 14 Instant KO. 3 days passed quickly, and at the appointed time, Lin Mushi drove her car to the Miracle Gym. When she moved out from her home, she deliberately drove an ordinary family sedan so as not to be too ostentatious. After familiarizing herself with the gym's environment, she didn't change into her workout clothes in advance and wore a blue dress. Like light blue seawater, it wrapped around the delicate body. Just after walking into the gym, Lin Mushi heard a clamor, mixed with whistling. She asked the receptionist, "What is so lively?" The other party replied, "A boxer came to challenge Coach Yu." "How many coaches do you have here?" "One." Lin Mushi immediately came to interest, cannot care about changing clothes, first go to a lively say. The southeast corner of the gym, there is an octagonal cage, weekdays for fighting enthusiasts over 2 moves. At this moment, all sides have been surrounded by people, constantly shouting and screaming. The two people facing each other in the ring, one is a tall and strong man, wearing a very personalized dirty braid. The other one was naturally Yu Changhua, who was shirtless, revealing his sturdy muscles. Sexy 8-pack abs, looking at the little girls under the stage, their mouths watered. Lin Mushi's eyes were bright, showing a look of anticipation. Yu Cheng painting is lonely and arrogant, usually do not get along with colleagues, many fitness trainers instead cheer for each other. What boxing champion, most likely to pick up at the beginning of the leakage, not a little gold. You look at that person's head, he can last until 2.5 minutes, even burn incense. It is best to beat him into a pig's head 3, so that he does not rely on his good looks, so stinky all day. The dirty braided man roared and took the lead in launching a grabbing attack, swinging over with a heavy punch. The tower-like body was very oppressive. Yu Changhua protected his head with both hands, deftly dodging and waiting for the opportunity to launch a counterattack. The dirty braided man would not give him a chance, a series of quick attacks, his fists danced densely. Yu Changhua could only utilize the advantage of his agility to barely fight, and was even in a bit of a mess. His colleagues, who were not used to seeing him, let out a burst of laughter. "Can you do it? Fine dog. This is still a boxing champion, paid for it. From my point of view, he can hold out for 10 seconds at most, let's see how he can still drag it in the future." Dirty Braid Man launched a rush attack. Physical consumption is bound to be very huge, it is impossible to maintain that fast pace of offense. Yu Cheng painting cool-headed, quickly find the Dirty Braid Man short break, free right hand hard punch on the other side of the left face. The man with dirty braid grunted and fell into the ring. Instant KO. The reversal came so suddenly that no one saw it coming. Originally, I wanted to see both sides pulling each other back and forth, but I didn't expect it to be so clean. What? That's it? A fitness instructor on stage had a mouth so wide open, he could have stuffed it into an egg. Other co-workers were also incredulous, not expecting the dirty braid man to be so useless, so wasteful. For a while, they didn't know whether to applaud or not. Although Yu Changhua was not treated well by his co-workers, most of these little girls in the gym, who were his loyal fans, immediately erupted into loud screams and cheers. Too handsome, I love you. Coach you, life to you, I want to give you a monkey. So sexy masala, if I can let me lick a bite, how good it would be. Lin Mushi wasn't that excited, gently clapped her hands, and admiration showed in her eyes. This guy, really something. The name of the champion boxer was not for nothing. Two companions rushed to the ring and helped the dirty braided man down. Lin Mushi stepped forward and said to one of them, I know you, go back and tell my brother not to come back to Yu Chenghua's trouble, or don't blame me for flipping him off. The man nodded, Miss Lin, I'll pass it on. This dirty braid man was sent by Lin Jejun to try Yu Chenghua's weight. Last time at the Huayang Cuisine restaurant, Yu Changhua had offended him, and with his vindictive personality, he naturally wouldn't let it go. It's just that he underestimated Yu Chenghua's fists and made a bit of a fool of himself. Yu Changhua took off his gloves and came out of the octagonal cage, wiping the sweat from his face with a towel. Lin Mushi greeted him and handed him a bottle of water. Give it back to you, I'm a person who doesn't like to owe favors either. Yu Changhua gave a unscrewed the lid and hesitated before taking a sip. The salted milk tea from last time made his heart palpitate and he was afraid that there was something weird in this water again. Lin Mosher apologized, I'm sorry, that person was found by my brother, I've caused you trouble. Yu Cheng Painting shook his head, it's fine, if it's only to this extent, it doesn't affect me in the slightest. People with strength are tough talkers. Lin Mushi still wanted to advise him to be careful, but felt that it was a bit redundant and would make him feel like he was nagging. Follow me. Yu Changhua stepped towards the men's locker room. Not long after, he took a rolled-up piece of sketch paper and came out to hand it to Lin Mosher. Lin Mosher immediately took it and unfolded it with anticipation. The first thing that caught her eye was a few green leaves of a ginkgo tree, followed by branches and the trunk. On the top of the tree sat a 17 or 18-year-old girl, wearing a white shirt and blue skirt, wearing a twisted braid, with a pink peach blossom sticking out of her temples. The whole picture is simple and clean, beautiful and innocent. Every stroke was just right, without any redundant embellishments. Lin Mosher's eyes lit up, she had imagined this scene many times before, and had also found others to draw it before. Yu Cheng drew this version, which fit her imagination the most, and almost didn't need any adjustments. Perhaps this was a kind of coincidental fate. Is it okay? Yu Cheng drawing rare some apprehension. After all, in painting, he is only an amateur, unlike boxing so confident. Just like an elementary school student, waiting for the teacher to correct his homework. Great! Lin Mosher did not spare any appreciation. You are really talented in drawing, better than many academics. Work with me on anime, I really need you to help me realize the dream. Just mention whatever you want, I'll try to satisfy you, it's too condescending for you to be a fitness instructor here. Lin Mosher sincerely extended the invitation, gushing a great deal in order to impress the other party. Yu Changhua stared at her beautiful Danfang eyes with a very complicated gaze. Lin Mushi could see that he loved painting, but she didn't know what it was that made him still hesitate. I will promise you if you do 90 seconds of plate support. Yu Changhua opened the conditions as if he was determined. Do that again? Lin Mosher shivered. Her mind was filled with the fear of being dominated by the plate support. However, in order to take down Yu Changhua, she still decided to give it a go. Going to the locker room to change into her exercise clothes, her perfect body, looking at the boys salivating. Learning that Yu Changhua had made things difficult for Lin Mosher with the plate support again, the crowd all gritted their teeth. This guy is more or less a bit ungrateful. You can't even bear to make things difficult for such a beautiful goddess, you're really an animal. Give you face, right? If not, I cannot beat you, I have to give you some color. Yu Cheng Painting did not hear, hand pinched the stopwatch, said to the ground on the Lin Mushi, ready? Lin Mushi tightened her buttocks, well, you come on. Chapter 15 You are my people now. A large group of fitness people, Yu Cheng Painting and Lin Mushi surrounded in the middle. The old colorful critic simply to appreciate Lin Mushi's body, a little bit of kindness to give her an oil. Like last time, Lin Mushi's exposed skin gradually turned a light pink color, and a few strands of sideburns hung down in disarray. Her breathing became more and more ragged, and her arms trembled slightly. I really don't know who invented such a torturous posture. Yu Changhua stuck one hand in his pocket and held a stopwatch in the other, his face expressionless. I can't, I'm exhausted. Lin Mushy's mouthful of true chi dispersed and she prostrated herself on the ground. 78 seconds, failed. Yu Chenghua coldly announced the result. Lin Mushy slapped the ground with her hand, very chagrined. If only it had lasted another 12 seconds. The flower protectors began to fight and blamed Yu Chenghua again. For a girl, 78 seconds is already a very good result. Don't go too far, Ms. Lin's sincerity is there for all to see. Don't act like you're a fool, do you really think people are giving you face? Yu Cheng Painting ignored the crowd's clamor, stretched out a hand and said, willing to bet, get up. Lin Mushy bit her lower lip, things have come to this point, have to use the bitter meat trick. In the past, when she was in school, no boy could block this trick. She quickly went through all the sadness she had experienced in her life and her mind, and finally managed to make herself teary-eyed before complaining with a sobbing voice. You bullied me. Whether it was the expression or the tone, it was all taken just right. Not being an actor is the loss of the movie industry. Yu Cheng Painting hand froze in mid-air and stammered, where did I? Just now we said that you don't want to go with me to do animation, but still draw so well for what? Now that I've moved on, you're deliberately using excuses to shirk it. What's the difference between this and a scumbag who plays with his feelings? I'm not straight and I'm not angry. Pearl-like teardrops, hanging on the edge of the eye socket, will fall yet to fall. The surrounding boys, looking at the heart to break. You bastard, how can you let such a beautiful girl shed tears? Some people were so indignant that they wanted to tear Yu Chenghua apart. Yu Chenghua had a black line on his head. I promised you that I would promise you if you insisted for 90 seconds, why are you playing tricks now? Lin Mushy sobbed, 90 seconds is too long, you are clearly deliberately making things difficult for me. Yu Chenghua sullen face, 90 seconds is still long? I can do it for 5 minutes. Then you do 5 minutes and I'll see. I did, you do not come to bother me. Yu Chenghua said to do it, immediately lying on the ground, in the most standard posture to do a flat support. The entire body, in a straight line. The stopwatch in front of him, jumping from second to second. Lin Mushy wiped her tears and asked a man beside her in a low voice, can he really do 5 minutes? The other nodded, 5 minutes is a piece of cake for him. Although the flat support is difficult for ordinary people, but it cannot help that some people in this world are gifted. The current world record is more than 8 hours long. Lin Mushy was not flustered, because she did not agree to this bet, it was Yu Chenghua's wishful thinking. Spoiling and cheating is the privilege of a beautiful woman. Time passes little by little, Yu Cheng Painting like a statue, motionless. Lin Mushy gasped at her, you like painting so much, do not have any dream? Yu Cheng Painting coldly said, no, I think life has no meaning. Lin Mosher said loudly, the meaning of life is to find their own, the process of chasing dreams is the greatest meaning. Yu Qingguang did not respond, buried his head and did not know what he was thinking. See to 4 minutes and 50 seconds, he has not a little tired meaning, around the people have been helping him to read the seconds. Lin Mushy searched her intestines, thinking of what excuse to use again to stalk her. 4 minutes and 57 seconds. 4 minutes 58 seconds. 4 minutes and 59 seconds. The last second, but there was a reversal. Yu Chenghua's arms went limp and he fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Mushy stared with wide eyes, what? Yu Chenghua calmly climbed up, he was too tired from boxing just now, he couldn't do it for 5 minutes. Any fool could see that he was choosing to back down at the last minute. To be catty with a girl, it seemed very unseemly. Lin Mushy cheered, willing to bet, then you promise me? Yu Cheng Painting justified, I just gave you a demonstration once, and did not promise to bet on anything, it is your wishful thinking. Lin Mushy's smile froze on her face, this seems to be the line she just thought of. There is a cafe downstairs, you go there first and wait for me, I will take a shower and come. Yu Cheng Painting went to the bathroom in big steps. Lin Mosher revealed a smug little expression, knowing that he had agreed. Sure enough, this young lady is still very attractive and can handle most men. Half an hour later, Lin Mushy sat in the corner of the cafe, holding a latte in her hand. The warm yellow light illuminated her facial lines very softly. The speakers on the ceiling were playing a very dated old song. Sometimes. I will believe that everything has an end. Meeting and leaving sometimes. Nothing will last forever. Yu Chenghua pushed the door in, searched around with his eyes, and after seeing Lin Mushy, he came and sat down opposite her. What would you like to drink? Lin Mosher revealed a sweet smile. Whatever. Yu Chenghua was again like this. Then, salted milk tea? Lin Mo sure raised an eyebrow. Ice American style. Yu Chenghua was very dry. He really didn't want to challenge the taste of salted milk tea. After ordering, the two began formal negotiations. If you go with me to do anime, you probably won't be able to do your job at the gym. Lin Mushy said bluntly. It's okay, I can take a long vacation from my boss. Yu Chenghua didn't mind. Your boss is so nice to talk to. Lin Mo sure flirted. I hope you're just like him. Yu Chenghua replied with a different meaning. The production cycle of anime movies ranged from a few months to a few years, depending on the level of refinement. However, Yu Chenghua's task was only responsible for drawing some characters and scenes, and he would be able to wrap it up in 3 months if he was quick. He asked Lin Mousy to minimize his contact with people, preferably confining him to a small room and painting quietly. Lin Mosher agreed and took him to the studio next week. Next, the two communicated some more details, and basically reached an agreement. Happy cooperation, now you are my person. Lin Mosher took the initiative to extend her hand. Yu Chenghua hesitated for a moment and reached out to hold her fingertips, meaning it. Lin Mosher guffawed and suddenly asked, Do you have a girlfriend? Yu Chenghua froze. Does this have anything to do with work? Lin Mosher was serious. Yes, if you want to accompany your girlfriend, you won't be allowed to work too many shifts. Yu Chenghua shook his head, no. Then, do you have a favorite person? Lin Mosher was in hot pursuit. This also has a relationship? Yu Chenghua's face muscles twitched. No, just think of it as the boss caring about the employee's personal life. Count on it. Lin Mosher nodded slightly, some unhappiness hidden between her eyebrows. Like a block of wood, can there be a favorite girl? Chapter 16 I am the school flower, you believe it or not. The owner of the cafe, who seems to like this song, took advantage of the fact that there were not many customers to get a single song cycle. Diva's lazy and disoriented voice echoing in the ears. I haven't held hands with you yet. Walked through the barren sand dunes. Maybe from now on. Learn to cherish the sky and the earth. Lin Mushy took a sip of latte. Why did you suddenly change your mind at the last second? Yu Chenghua pursed his lips and organized his vocabulary before speaking slowly. In the past 3 days, I read the book with your name in it. I believe that you are a person who cherishes feelings, and I can also feel your sincerity. There's not much point in my life anyway, so I might as well help you realize your dreams and wish you success. After knowing each other for so long, it was the first time he said so many words. Lin Mosher cast a grateful gaze. One size fits all, you have to transfer the money for the painting to me. Yu Cheng Painting turned his words around. We become colleagues, why are you still being catty? Lin Mosher pouted her lips. No, you're the boss, I'm the employee, I still have to spend money to buy paints. Yu Cheng Painting was very serious. Cheap. Lin Mosher reluctantly transfers money. Yu Chenghua went to the gym to ask for a leave of absence, and also had to do a handover, which would be delayed for 2 days. The two made an appointment to go to the animation studio together on Monday next week. Goodbye, painting. After Lin Mushy paid the bill, she took the liberty of calling out a nickname in an attempt to close the distance between the two sides. Painting? Yu Chenghua didn't look like she liked it too much. No one called it that before? Lin Mosher laughed. No. Yu Chenghua's dislike is visible to the naked eye. It's okay, just listen to it and get used to it. Lin Mushy is very satisfied with this name, do not care if others are willing or not. Under the cool moonlight, the two waved goodbye. Lin Mushy drove back to the rental house. The mood is indescribably happy, from the dream is one step closer. After washing up, leaning on the bed, leisurely watching romantic movies. Unexpectedly careless this time, picked a tear-jerking movie, cried a handful of snot and tears. Liar, who said sweet and cloying? The cell phone on the side ding-dong rang. Lin Mushy casually picked it up. It was a message from Zhao Sheng, but before she could see what it was withdrawn. She waited for a while longer, but the other party never moved, so she took the initiative to reply. How have you been these past few days? How's your sister doing? On the other side, Zhao Sheng held his cell phone and paced back and forth in his room. His message just now was to ask if people had dinner, sent and felt too stupid, hurriedly clicked to withdraw. This kind of mentality is the same as every boy who suffers from unrequited love. Hearing the ringtone, Zhao Sheng quickly clicked on it and saw the message from Dream Chaser. Wanting to reply in seconds, but feeling that it wasn't too stable, he deliberately delayed for a minute. Luckily, I mentioned you to Ran. She likes you a lot and said that you must be a pretty sister. About chasing dreams is a beautiful girl, completely belongs to Zhao Sheng's fantasy, at this moment but dumped on Xiaolan head. On the hospital bed, Xiaolan sneezed for no reason. Seeing the reply, Lin Mushi guffawed. The two naturally opened the conversation again. Chasing dreams, I said I was the school flower when I went to school, do you believe me? Zhao Sheng, believe, your desk is not every day piled full of snacks and love letters? Chasing the dream, those boys write love letters of writing, then you take notes too much better. Zhao Sheng, because I went to school when I was the school bully, liked to collect love letters, did not write to others. Lin Mosher knew that Zhao Sheng was burdened with a big stone in his heart because of his sister's illness, so he intentionally used a relaxed and flirtatious tone to try to make him relax a bit. Zhao Sheng replied cautiously, wanting to respond to the other party's flirting, but also had to avoid being too greasy. He was getting more and more curious about what kind of girl the other party was. Zhao Sheng, are you free these 2 days? Dream Chaser, I have a project that will start soon, so I'll be a little busy these days. Zhao Sheng, oh, then you are busy, free to say. Dream Chaser, good, come on, take good care of Lan. Zhao Sheng, a little lost, originally wanted to ask each other to eat a meal, it seems only to find another opportunity. He even had a not-so-mature idea, that is, after meeting Chasing Dreams, let her pretend to be his girlfriend and go to the hospital to meet Xiaolan. This would make Xiaolan happier and would be good for her condition. Taking it 10,000 steps back, if there was really no way back, it would also make her go a little more at ease. On Sunday, Lan was in good spirits and begged Zhao Sheng to take her out for a walk, have dinner, and come back. Lying in the hospital room all day, mushrooms were growing on her body. Zhao Sheng went to ask Dr. Chen and signed the paperwork, allowing her to go out for only 2 hours. Xiaolan learned the news, excitedly hugged Zhao Sheng, brother, you are so good. Zhao Sheng gently patted her back, time is limited, no playfulness, go and change your clothes. Xiaolan took off her hospital gown and changed into a light green dress. Her body was much thinner, and the dress looked loose. Her cheeks were pale, her eye sockets were deep set, and only her eyes were still clear. Walking out of the hospitalization building, Ran bathed in the last rays of the setting sun, cheerful as a bird. It had been a long time since she had breathed in the smell of leaves and grass. Zhao Sheng knew that she had been holding it in for too long, and silently followed behind her with mixed feelings in his heart. The two walked aimlessly along the long, busy street. Xiaolan saw various snacks and craved for them, but she could only get by. With her physical condition, she had strict dietary requirements and couldn't eat indiscriminately. Xiaolan, are you tired? Let's find a lighter restaurant, have a dinner and go back. Zhao Sheng proposed. Yeah, what do you think of that one? Lan raised her hand and pointed to a red neon sign. It's called Full House, and it's one of the most expensive restaurants in the city. The per capita spending is often in the thousands. Zhao Sheng inhaled a breath of cold air, the money in his pocket or to find Huiyang borrowed, not Xing so defeat. Xiaolan giggled, see you scared, teasing you, let's go to the opposite side of the Huiyang cuisine. Zhao Sheng also laughed, Xiaolan, when you get well, I will definitely take you to Mantingfang for a luxury. Xiaolan didn't answer and walked forward with a light step. She knew she couldn't afford that luxury. Huiyang cuisine was mainly light, very much in line with Xiaolan's current health condition. Knowing that her brother was shy, she picked the cheaper dishes and ordered 3. Xiaolan, order the more expensive ones and eat whatever you want. Zhao Sheng's nose was sore. I just like these few. Xiaolan obediently closed the menu. Zhao Sheng nodded and squeezed out a smile, not letting his sadness show. Not long after, the waiter neatly brought up the 3 dishes. Xiaolan pointed to one of the Wencher tofu and said, brother, this dish's knife work can be very powerful, to cut the tofu into hairline thin. Zhao Sheng took a spoon and rattled it, my knife work is also very good, if you like, I will make it for you later. Brother, the tofu you grind is awful, and you had to force me to eat a big bowl. Lan recalled horrible childhood memories. When I was young, I was too weak to push the stone mill, but it's different now. Zhao Sheng was a little embarrassed. He took the bowl and gave Xiaolan a bowl of tofu soup. Xiaolan tasted a mouthful, the texture is soft and mellow, the fine tofu strands melt in the mouth, and the aftertaste is endless. It is so delicious, this world is so beautiful. Chapter 17 Menchu Ting Fong. It was not easy to come out to the next pavilion, Xiaolan cherished it very much and treated every bite of food religiously. Zhao Sheng himself did not eat 2 bites, and one after another, he gave her a dish. Xiaolan ate almost as much as she could and wiped her mouth with a napkin, glancing enviously at the neon outside the window. The signboard of Man Ting Fong was particularly conspicuous in the night sky. She withdrew her gaze and said quietly, "Brother, let's talk about this calmly." Zhao Xing's hand holding the chopsticks trembled, his heart in turmoil. Lan took a deep breath, her expression unprecedentedly serious. "Dad died early and Mom was busy, so you've been taking care of me since I was little. I must have done a lot of good things in my past life to meet such a good brother as you, and I would love to stay with you all the time. But my illness is already like this, many things should always be faced bravely, we can't keep avoiding them." Zhao Sheng hung his head down, his eyes hidden in the shadows. He bit his lower lip to death to keep himself from making a sound. "Brother, you have a long life ahead of you, I can't drag you down anymore. Don't spend a lot of money on me, this last bit of time, let me live it out happily. You've given everything, I won't blame you, and neither will Mom and Dad." Ran herself couldn't help herself first, rolling tears, sliding down her thin cheeks. If she could, she certainly wanted to stay with her brother all the time. As long as there is still a little bit of hope for her own illness, she is not willing to give up. The big deal is that siblings will earn money to pay off their debts together in the future. But since there was nothing she could do, she had to think about her brother's future. She can't be so selfish as to throw her hands away, leaving a mess for Zhao Sheng and ruining his life again. "Xiaolan, don't worry about it, accept the treatment at ease, I know what's in my heart." Zhao Sheng still lowered his head, his voice permeated with stoicism. "Don't make decisions for me, I am responsible for my own life." Lan's eyes were firm. Mature unlike a 17-year-old girl. Zhao Sheng clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles turned white and his nails embedded into his flesh. The atmosphere of sadness continued to spread between the siblings. Like ripples, it rippled out in a circle. After a long time, Zhao Xing's voice was raw and said, "Well, what do you want to do during this time? Just tell me, I will definitely help you do it." Xiaolan huffed, "You first smile for me." Zhao Xing tried for a long time, but his facial muscles seemed to be out of control, forgetting how to make the expression smile. He picked up 2 chopsticks, pressed them against the 2 corners of his mouth, and physically squeezed out an ugly smile. Ran snorted with laughter. The teardrops on her cheeks, however, were still rustling down. "It's almost time, go back." "Good." Underneath the flashing signboard of full court Fong, Lin Mo paced back and forth. Tonight she wore an exceptionally formal dress, a big red dress, with crystal high heels. The whole person's temperament appeared noble and beautiful. Ordinary men would be ashamed of themselves if they glanced at her. A black electric car stopped, and Yu Changhua was wearing a white tee with jeans, with an indifferent face. This casual outfit, as if it was just going downstairs to buy groceries. The image of the 2 people, a sharp contrast, as if from 2 worlds. "A painting, thank you for coming, in a while you talk less, eat more vegetables, just go through the motions, I'll deal with the rest." Lin Mushi admonished. It turns out that tonight, several investors and movie creators have organized a dinner party in Mantingfang, wanting to meet Yu Changhua. After all, relying on a painting alone is really not very convincing. Lin Mo, as the producer, had to try her best to mediate. She called Yu Changhua, and luckily Yu Changhua appreciated her face and didn't make things difficult for her. Entering the box, the table was already surrounded by people, with several exquisite small dishes, and 2 bottles of expensive red wine opened. Lin Mushi wore a smile on her face and introduced to everyone, "His name is Yu Changhua, he is a very promising painter, in order to invite him I have visited 3 places." Yu Changhua nodded to the crowd as a greeting, sat down on Lin Mo's right-hand side, and began to wait for the food to be served. Originally, he thought that he was the coolest person present. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo's left-hand side also sat a young man, dressed even more casually, from the beginning to the end of a word, with no eye contact with anyone, like a lifeless sculpture. A disheveled look of a dead wife. "He is my classmate and the original author of this anime, you have read his book." Lin Mushi introduced Yu Changhua in a low voice. "Oh, I've heard a lot about you, nice to meet you." Yu Changhua gave a polite greeting. The man didn't even give a damn. Writers are usually so arrogant. Yu Changhua touched his nose, felt a little hot-faced a cold ass, today really met a rival. Because of the old man does not support, Lin Mushi's funds are stretched to the limit, can only set up a very young team. To put it bluntly, it is a grassroots team. So even though Yu Changhua has little experience and fame, no one dislikes him. Lin Mosher was used to big occasions, her speech was easy, and the atmosphere was controlled by her in a very harmonious way. When all the people arrived, the waiter began to serve the food. All kinds of exquisite dishes were set out on a large table. Placed in front of Yu Cheng's table was a pot of hot and sour beef. That pot was very distinctive. It was modeled after an ancient tripod with intricate dragon patterns carved on it. As Lin Mosher chatted with others, she didn't forget to take care of Yu Chenghua and gave him a piece of beef. Yu Chenghua looked at the tripod and asked curiously, "This dish is quite expensive, it must be 200 to 300, right?" Lin Mushi casually replied, 1,680, using a 5-snowflake Wagyu beef. Yu Chenghua stared wide-eyed, almost unable to believe his ears. This is really a bit exaggerated. He tasted it, and although it was delicious, it still wasn't good value for money. The price-performance ratio was too low. "How much is that scallop over there?" Yu Chenghua asked again. "That is 3 kilograms of scallops, fried to a golden color, cut into pieces, dripping with sauce, and made a plate nearly a meter long to hold. It didn't look cheap." "Stewed large swordfish in sauce, how much do you think?" Lin Mushi asked. "How should it be 700 or 800? Yu Chenghua had the experience of just now, and deliberately guessed more expensive. 2,980. Lin Mushi announced the answer. It was like a thunderbolt fell from the sky, splitting Yu Chenghua to the core. His consumerism has been completely subverted. What scallop sells for $1,000 a caddy? Full House is really a conscientious restaurant that never pits the poor. Through the window, Yu Chenghua saw the signboard of Huayang Cuisine across the street, and realized that there was a gap of 18,000 miles between him and a rich girl like Lin Mosher. Lin Mushi nibbled on spicy rabbit head and drank salted milk tea in front of him, deliberately making herself appear grounded and drawing closer to him, which was really well-intentioned. In order to avoid making a fool of himself, he honestly ate the food and stopped asking about the price. That big writer has been bored dry rice, completely do not communicate with others. The delicacies of the sea in the mouth also tastes like chewing wax. Lin Mushi poured some red wine in order to socialize and mingled with a few gold masters. After a few cups of wine, her cheeks blushed, adding to her appearance. The men were all mesmerized, and the wine didn't make them drunk. Chapter 18. Tell a joke. The dinner party ended in a pleasant atmosphere. Lin Mosher, with 5 points of drunkenness, said goodbye to the investors. Her cheeks were a light pink color, and her eyes were glowing with waves of light. It was like a delicate rose. "Are you all right?" Yu Chenghua noticed that Lin Moxie's walking steps were not too steady. "Then you won't give me a hand?" Lin Mosher arrogantly asked back. Yu Chenghua hesitated for a moment and gently held her arm. The delicate skin was as smooth as satin. After all the idlers left, only the two of them and the big writer remained. Lin Mushi shouted, "Hey, thanks for the honor." The big writer walked in front, head did not return, to shoot on a good shot, do not get into a pile out. Said casually stopped a cab, back to them waved, drilled into the carriage. The driver kicked the gas and left. Cool to know friend. "Che, when I was in school, I was like a 255, now what are you pretending to be deep?" Lin Mushi complained. "Wasn't he like this before?" Yu Chenghua asked. "When people suffer a big blow, they will change their temperament." Lin Mushi sighed quietly. The evening breeze ruffled her long hair, sending a dark fragrance. Yu Chenghua had no interest in prying into other people's privacy. He casually asked, "How are you going back?" "I will call a car for you." Lin Mushi pulled a long tone. "Call what car? Waste of money, you send me ah." Her eyes fell on that black cute electric car. The back seat is so soft, at first glance it is comfortable to sit. You a dish 2,908, cannot afford to take a taxi? Yu Chenghua couldn't believe it. This is called riding a bicycle to the bar, the savings should be spent. Lin Mosher was uplifted. Tonight's wine banquet was to show strength to the Gold Master's fathers, so naturally she had to look generous. In fact, with her current financial situation, eating such a meal, her heart was already dripping blood. Of course, it really wasn't so poor that she couldn't afford a taxi. Just like to take an electric car. Open top, breathable. Yu Chenghua drove the electric car and threw a helmet over. "Where do you live?" Lin Mushi laughed playfully sideways to sit on the car, a hold of his broad and thick shoulders. "Mingyue Road." Yu Chenghua's shoulders involuntarily shook. "I'm not used to it, so I'll put my arm around your waist." Lin Mushi flirted. "No, I will only send you to the intersection, you walk in by yourself." Yu Chenghua's back was taut and straight. "It's not like I'm going to eat you." Lin Mosher muttered. A broken electric car, carrying a red dress of heavenly beauty, flying through the road in the night. The motorized road was jammed with luxury cars all the way. Men have poked their heads out, all kinds of envy and jealousy towards Yu Cheng painting, really don't know where they lose. Encountering a red light, Yu Chenghua braked the car. A soft body hit the back, followed by a cry. Sorry, I will slow down next time. Yu Chenghua was sweating, feeling more tired than doing 2 sets of push-ups. I'm thirsty, go buy me a cup of milk tea. Lin Mosher pointed to the milk tea store at the intersection. What flavor? With or without ice? Yu Chenghua turned around and asked. Salted milk tea, with ice. Lin Mosher's face moved forward, her nostrils smelling of red wine. Why are you drinking salty tea when you are thirsty? You are in charge of me. Yu Chenghua looked at her mesmerized drunken eyes, too lazy to bother with her, parked the car on the side of the road and walked towards the milk tea store. Lin Mosher obediently sat in the back seat, resting her cheeks in her hands, her mouth spread with a smile. It feels pretty good to be in a slightly intoxicated state, to be able to put down the baggage and be a female hooligan with impunity. Yu Chenghua approached the store. Hello, salted milk tea with ice. The female clerk was surprised. It's been a long time since anyone ordered. We almost cancelled this flavor. Do you want a medium cup, large cup, or extra large cup? Yu Cheng painting sullen face. I don't care how you call it, I want the middle cup of these 3 cups. When he came back with the bag, he saw Lin Mushy sitting on the back seat of the electric car, tilting her head up to look at the stars. Exquisite side face, flawless. Perhaps too tired, she kicked off her high heels, revealing a pair of tiny jade feet. Soft skin, white and red, delicate lines present a delicate gesture. Like a carefully carved work of art, and like a jumping and flowing musical note. Yu Chenghua's gaze lingered on the jade feet for a moment, and forcefully lifted them again. Here, the salted milk tea you asked for. Lin Mushy beamed. Help me insert the straw. Yu Chenghua only complied and handed it over again. Lin Mosher greedily took a big sip, revealing an expression of enjoyment. A nice heavenly beauty with such a strange fetish. You sit tight, we're almost there. Yu Chenghua picked up Lin Mosher's crystal high heels, threw them towards the electric car and set off again. Full Court Fong is not far from Mingyue Road, another 5 minutes and they will be there. The moonlight sprinkled a layer of thin frost on the shoulders of the two of them. Lin Mushy patted Yu Chenghua's back with one hand. So boring, tell a joke to listen to. Yu Chenghua indifferently said, will not. Lin Mushy's interest does not diminish, then I'll tell you one. It doesn't matter if Yu Chenghua listens or not, she tells it herself. Xiaoming went to take the bus, the car is too many people, he accidentally squeezed into a pregnant woman. The pregnant woman was very angry, loudly questioned Xiaoming, what are you doing? Oh ouch. Xiaoming hurriedly apologized, did I squeeze your fetus? After that, issued a series of laughter, with the night wind dissipated behind. Yu Chenghua felt a layer of goosebumps on his arms. Lin Mushy stopped laughing and started the next more embarrassing joke. The pregnant Daji was walking in the back garden and planted herself on a rock, causing a miscarriage. King Zhou cried out in grief, you've lost the fetus. The king of Zhou cried out in grief, you've lost the baby. This time before the end of the story, Lin Mushy laughed her head off, fearing that she would fall down, and wrapped her arms around Yu Chenhua's waist. Yu Cheng painting also did not hold back, bared his teeth and laughed out. Drinking is really a mistake, how did a good young lady become a tease? Arrived. Yu Chenghua parked the car at the Bright Moon intersection. Can't you drop me off downstairs? Lin Mosher begged pitifully. I don't want to go in, you walk a few steps. Yu Chenghua refused to compromise. Lin Mosher didn't say anything and wiggled her bare little feet forward. Yu Chenghua brought the high heels over and placed them on the floor. I can't reach it. Lin Mosher whispered. Yu Chenghua carefully set up the car, turned around and squatted down, picking up a high-heeled shoe. The jade foot in front of her eyes exuded a cool and noble luster, and every detail had been carefully taken care of. The toenails are neatly trimmed and rounded, like a magnificent pearl, crystal clear. Yu Cheng painting's nostrils, heavy up. It was too testing to drag out. As soon as he grabbed Lin Mushy's warm ankle, he cleanly put the high heels on and then helped her off. Left one to wear by herself. Oomph, wear it all, why are you still shy? Lin Mosher with a delicate smile, but out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly glimpsed that there was a black SUV parked on the side of the road. The smile instantly disappeared. Chapter 19 I'll cover you from now on. Lin Jejun leaned against the front of the SUV, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he almost couldn't believe it. His own sister, Lin Mushi, would be sitting in the backseat of a broken electric car, smiling so happily. Disgraceful. Why are you here again? Lin Mosher walked up and coldly questioned. What's your relationship with that kid? Lin Jejun's gaze at Yu Chunghua carried obvious hostility. He's the painter I hired, I'm warning you, don't trouble him again. Lin Mosher snapped. What kind of painter is still responsible for helping you put on your shoes? Lin Jejun sneered. Lin Mosher swished her face red. The demeanor just now was too ambiguous in the eyes of onlookers. Lin Jejun spat out a smoke ring and continued his bossy accent. Dad still can't worry about you, and had to let me take another look. If you want to make that crap movie, go and pull the investment yourself, don't want to take a penny from the family. And stay away from this kind of unknown man, don't get into any shit and lose the face of our family. Lin Mushi scolded, what are you talking about? We are just friends. Lin Jejun sneered, Dad has found you a few objects, all of which are prestigious families. What will people think if they know that you are keeping a white boy outside and doing some unseemly things? Lin Mushi raised his hand to the remaining half a cup of milk tea, ruthlessly smashed in Lin Jejun's body. Aggrieved tears, in the sockets. She admitted that she was quite attracted to Yu Chenghua's face, and was also interested in his kind of coolness, which was why she had the cheek to let him send herself home. It was normal for a girl to approach a boy she had a crush on. Why do they always have to suffer the prejudices of the world? Lin Jejun was a notorious loser, spending every day on wine and sex, and his private life was a mess. Just because he's a man, he can moralize and accuse his sister? What's wrong with you? Lin Jejun was furious. The milk tea that spilled out flowed down his expensive shirt, and his appearance was wretched. He raised his hand, itching to slap Lin Mushi. Lin Mushi saw the fierce light in Lin Jejun's eyes and instinctively took 2 steps back. A silhouette rushed out from a diagonal and pressed Lin Jejun onto the hood. Lin Jejun grimaced in pain, son of a bitch, what are you doing? Yu Chenghua's gaze is stern, you have a cleaner mouth, how can someone throw dirty water on his sister? I scolded her, none of your business. Lin Jejun struggled hard, but to no avail. Yu Chenghua's muscles are not practiced for nothing. His long bangs hung down and covered his eyes, making Lin Jejun unable to see his eyes but feel even more scared. Painting, you quickly let go of him. Lin Mushi hurriedly said. She wasn't afraid that Yu Chenghuo had hurt Lin Jejun, but she was worried that Lin Jejun would retaliate afterwards. A rich second generation had plenty of ways to deal with a poor boy. If you dare to speak out against her again, I will let you taste this fist. Yu Chenghuo raised his fist in a very threatening manner before letting go of his hand. Lin Jejun stood up and coughed several times. He didn't dare to mouth off again, but his shadowy eyes were as horrible as a viper. Lin Mushi crossed her body to stop between the two. Brother, it's none of his business, if you dare to retaliate against him, I'll die with you. Lin Jejun smiled sorrowfully, so soon help outsiders against me, you can really my good sister. Yu Cheng painting calm and composed, I dare to make a move, I am not afraid of his revenge. You stop talking. Lin Mushi lowered her voice, then warned Lin Jejun, it's a law and order society now, don't mess around, any negative news will affect the group's reputation. She intentionally brought up Fushuan group, hoping to subdue Lin Jejun so that he wouldn't lay his hands on Yu Chengpai. However, she overlooked one thing, Yu Chenghua still had an identity. There was a place where fighting was legal. Kid, I know you can fight, I really don't believe that you are some kind of boxing champion, do you dare to get into the ring again? Lin Jejun asked provocatively. Just you? Yu Cheng painting disdain. I don't need to beat you personally. I'll see you again. Lin Jejun furiously pulled open the car door and sat on his butt. Brother, he just offended you, I apologize for him. You go back and tell Dad that I want to do this one thing right now, and I hope he will support me. I never had the heart to compete with you for any family property, you don't need to target me in every way, just do well for yourself. Before Lin Mushi could finish her words, Lin Jejun impatiently started the car and the engine roared as he scurried out. He had suffered such a loss, there was no way he would let it go. Hearing Lin Mosher's humble tone, Yu Chenghuo blamed himself a little, I'm sorry, I seemed to be too impulsive just now. Lin Mosher's eyes flowed, you can't see me being bullied? It was him who went too far. Yu Chenghuo's remaining anger has not subsided. In the future, I'll cover you, he won't dare to do anything to you. Lin Mosher patted her chest proudly. Alright, let's go home. Well, see you tomorrow. Lin Mosher stepped on her high heels and walked into Mingyue Road. The shadow under the streetlight was slender and slender. Yu Chunghua stood at the intersection and watched her walk away before he turned around and straddled the electric car, heading in the opposite direction from the hustle and bustle. The night wind blew his medium-length hair, revealing a pair of deep eyes. Perhaps riding too fast, tears were blown out by the wind and slipped into his ears. Loneliness welled up and wrapped the heart tightly. Hopefully, the sun will rise tomorrow, along with the dreams. Ran half sat on the bed, playing a casual minigame on her cell phone. Zhaoshang sat aside and peeled an apple for her. I'm so bored, brother, tell me a joke. Xiaolan threw her cell phone away. Zhaoshang raised his head and thought for a moment, and spoke in a subdued manner. Guan Yu had a tumor on his eyebrow, and when Hua Tuo was treating him, he couldn't make the cut because it was too close to his eye. Hua Tuo had a plan, deliberately insulted Guan Yu, and cut off the tumor when Guan Yu raised his eyebrows in anger. This skill of Hua Tuo has been passed down through the ages, and it is called raise your eyebrows. As soon as the words left her mouth, Lan laughed so hard that she rolled on the bed. This kind of joke, although a little offensive and not very polite, but just inexplicably funny. Zhaoshang was also amused and handed over the apple. Xiaolan got tired of laughing and gasped, Brother, you're not chatting with that dream-chasing sister tonight? Zhaoshang glared at her, adult matters, children do not interfere. Xiaolan returned a blank stare, I think you are just a wimp, do not dare to ask a girl. Zhaoshang said, she said the last few days are very busy, I'd better not bother people. Xiaolan nibbled on an apple and persuaded bitterly. Brother, if you like her, then take the initiative, are you still waiting for people to find you? There are so many good girls nowadays, if you're slow, you'll become someone else's daughter-in-law. Maybe, she is dating some handsome guy tonight, and he just sent her home. Zhaoshang didn't bother to argue with Xiaolan. I haven't even met him, how can I say I like him? Chapter 20, Sharing a Room. The first rays of sunlight in the morning, slanting into the window, spreading a layer of warm yellow for the floor. Lin Mushy was woken up by the alarm clock, sat up from the bed and shook her head, her messy long hair covering her small face. In her mind, her own crazy appearance last night came to mind. Barefoot, sitting on a motorized cart, telling embarrassing jokes. Oops, shame on you. Then she thought of the image of Yu Chunghua pressing Lin Zhejun on the hood, and felt that it was really handsome. Girls, most of them desire to be cared for and protected. After washing up, Lin Mosher used milk cereal to deal with a breakfast, and then drove to the animation studio. When she came out of the parking lot, she ran into Yu Chunghua at the elevator. He was wearing a light gray long-sleeved shirt with the sleeves pulled up twice, and the muscle lines of his arms were beautiful. A few strands of bangs hung down, making his eyes look even more deep and mysterious. Good morning, what a coincidence. Lin Mosher warmly greeted. Good morning. Yu Chunghua nodded. The elevator door opened and the two walked in, standing side by side. Lin Mushy's body exudes an ethereal fragrance that is even more pronounced in this small space. She picked the back of her hand, last night I drank too much, tell those jokes you don't take them seriously, I actually appreciate every trainee who fights for their dreams. Yu Chunghua did not look askance, what jokes did you tell, I have already forgotten. Lin Mushy looked down at her toes, I don't often take off my shoes. Yu Chunghua said lightly, I've also forgotten. It seems like we didn't press the floor. I'm sorry, I forgot. Yu Cheng, painting like an Alzheimer's, reached out and pressed floor 23, the elevator then slowly rose. Lin Mushy covered her eyes, really social death ah. Walking into the anime studio on the 23rd floor, one could hear the very rhythmic sound of keyboard tapping. The anime programmers who were working hard, at a glance, were all Mediterranean. Yu Chunghua tossed his long hair in a dashing manner and remained silent. Come in, you'll be drawing here from now on. Lin Mushy pushed open an office. The area was about 40 square meters, and the decoration style was plain. A few pots of jasmine flowers were placed on the windowsill, sending a fragrance of flowers with the wind. I don't need such a big place. Yu Chunghua modestly said. This is my office. Lin Mosher guffawed. You let me work in your office? Yu Chunghua was puzzled. You said you don't want to get in touch with people, and there is no separate drawing room here, so I had to make a sacrifice and give you a corner. Lin Mushy's small expression of resignation, as if she had suffered a great loss. Yu Cheng painting looked over, an easel was already set up on the southeast corner. His next job was to sit there and keep drawing. Then the animation producers, in turn, transformed his hand-drawn drafts into continuous animation works, and the whole process required great skill and patience. It's your first day here, so you don't have to work in a hurry. I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the environment first. Lin Mushi proposed. No need, let's start now. Yu Chunghua took off his backpack, pulled out his brushes and paints, and quickly got into the swing of things. Sharing a room with a stunning beauty, he only had work in his eyes. If this kind of person were to become the emperor, what kind of redheads wouldn't be able to mess up his kingdom? Lin Mushi explained a few more sentences and went out for a meeting. Yu Cheng painting happy quiet, stay quietly painting. The brush rubbed against the paper, making a soft rustling sound. The scent of jasmine mixed with the smell of paint, faintly diffused in the air. An 18-year-old boy was gradually sketched out. Sleek in appearance and clean in temperament, but his upper body was wearing an extremely incongruous floral shirt. The ginkgo tree leaves in the spring were like green butterflies, fluttering in the wind. Time passes very quickly, I don't know when, there is a touch of perfume in the air. Yu Chunghua turned around and met Lin Mushi's soft gaze. When did you come back? Lin Mosher reveals a stretching smile. Seeing that you were too focused, I didn't have the heart to disturb you. Yu Chunghua pointed to the drawing paper, is it okay? Lin Mosher praised, very good, exactly the same as him. Yu Chunghua laughed, I read that book and thought that the male protagonist was probably like this. In order not to disturb Yu Chunghua, Lin Mushi returned to the desk and sat down, opening the computer and pretending to work. Only occasionally did she peek out half of her face from behind the screen, quietly admiring Yu Chunghua's side face. The early morning sunlight gilded the contours of his face with a layer of gold. A man with such long eyelashes, don't you want to die? When Yu Chunghua adjusted the paint, he unconsciously turned his head and glanced at it, and that half of his delicate little face quickly hid behind the display. From his angle, he could just see a pair of polished jade legs. Elegant and soft, with well-proportioned lines, like a moving musical movement, it was mesmerizing. Yu Chunghua's cheeks were slightly heated, he didn't mean to peek, it's just that his gaze always had to have a place to land. Are you thirsty? Do you want some coffee? Lin Mosher raised her head. I'll pour it, do you want sugar? Yu Chunghua stood up. No milk and no sugar. Okay, wait a minute. After this period of contact, Yu Chunghua gradually grasped Lin Mosher's taste. She didn't like sweet, different from many girls. Maybe it was because the life of a golden girl was too comfortable, and she hadn't suffered much. Yu Chunghua came back with 2 cups of coffee, and saw Lin Mushi's computer screen, playing a bloodthirsty youth idol drama. This kind of drama is characterized by having face value for the plot, face value for the logic, and face value for the acting. This is your job? Yu Chunghua puzzledly placed his coffee cup on the table. Cough cough Lin Mushi fake cough 2 sound, we are doing anime movie well, I am referring to some other film and television drama, take the long and short, remove the weeds and save the essence. Well, it makes sense. Yu Chunghua did not reveal it. Lin Mushi picked up the hot coffee and took a shallow sip. The aroma of the coffee beans after roasting diffused on the tip of the tongue, with a bitter end note. The male and female protagonists on the screen, caught off guard, nibbled together, warm passion about to overflow the screen. Lin Mushi almost choked on a mouthful of water, and wanted to turn off the video with her hands in a frenzy, but she pressed the spacebar in a brainwave, freezing the screen. She stared wide-eyed for a few seconds, then raised her head and weakly asked, look at this actor, is he sticking his tongue out? Yu Chunghua's hand holding the cup trembled, didn't answer, and walked straight to the corner that belonged to him. Lin Mushi's face reddened with regret. What am I asking him this for? He won't think I'm some kind of a modest girl, right? Lin Mushi picked up her cell phone and sent a message to Xiaoyu, have you watched that new drama? The kissing scene in the 26th episode, is the male lead not too honest? A minute later, Xiaoyu's reply came, more than 30 seconds of voice. Lin Mushi was afraid that Yu Chunghua would hear it and clicked on voice to text. Of course I watched it, I watched that kissing scene over and over again. Stick out your tongue, definitely stick out your tongue, I love watching it too much, okay. I've fantasized 10,086 times about being pressed on the sofa for a forced kiss like the female lead, but unfortunately Hua Yang is a log. Lin Mushi covered her mouth and snickered. This is the normal chatting rhythm of girlfriends, the level of interest of girls in that kind of thing is not less than that of boys. Chapter 21 Acacia's Son. Lin Mushi, this heroine is so retarded, seeing a handsome guy and giving it to him for nothing, she won't even be reserved. Xiaoyu, if I want to see the male lead's 8-pack abs, I'll just lick them directly, which cares about being reserved. Lin Mushy, and this kiss scene came too suddenly, the atmosphere has not yet arrived. Xia Xiaoyu, you've never been in love, how do you know what it's like to be in love? Two women chatting about idol drama across the screen. I don't know how much water the writers have in their heads to write this kind of plot, but they just can't help that the teenage girls like it. When chasing the drama, the air seemed to be bubbling with pink bubbles. After chatting a bunch of nonsense, Lin Mushy suddenly remembered the main thing and inquired to Xia Xiaoyu, has Lin Jiejun made any moves? Holding back a belly full of anger, she didn't even bother to address her brother. Xia Xiaoyu replied, I don't know, I heard his secretary say that he is quite interested in boxing recently. Lin Mushy's heart tightened, knowing that Lin Jiejun was holding back his bad. Considering that Xia Xiaoyu is a big mouth, she didn't mention the matter of Yu Chenghua and Lin Jiejun tying the knot. Otherwise, before noon, the gossip at the head office would have to be flying all over the place. It would definitely be spiced up and interpreted into countless dog blood stories of heroes saving beauty. As Yu Cheng paintings brush danced, time passed a little by. The sunlight outside the window became hotter and hotter. Painting, it's too hot outside, I'll order takeout for lunch, what do you want to eat? Lin Mosher came to Yu Chengping's picture, her hands resting on her cheeks and playing cute. I don't know. Yu Chengping stared tightly at the drawing paper. If you say whatever again, I'll get angry. Lin Mosher raised her eyebrows. Whatever you want. Yu Chenghua didn't seem to care. Humph. Lin Mushy huffed and puffed her way back to her seat and clicked on the takeaway app. Looking at the wide array of dishes, she consoled herself. Life is like a play, meeting because of fate. I'm not sure why I lost my temper over something so trivial, but I think about it. I'm not angry with others, I'm not angry, no one will replace me if I get sick. If I die of anger, who would like to be angry? Besides, it hurts my body and costs me a lot of effort. After silently reciting this ancient and mysterious mnemonic, Lin Mushy had already finished her order and became a beautiful girl full of energy again. Half an hour later, the steaming hot meal was delivered. Lin Mushy called out a few times before Yu Chenghua came back from the world of painting. He scanned around blankly, I have to eat with you every day? Lin Mosher skimmed her mouth, say it like you're suffering from a big loss. Yu Chenghua scratched his temples, I have a relatively large meal, I will eat you poorly. Lin Mosher does not care, I have a small amount of food, we just complement each other. Knowing that Yu Chenghua can't eat much spicy food, Lin Mushy ordered dishes with a lighter flavor. The price is not too expensive, it is a general working meal. Yu Chenghua is not picky or formal, and eats with gusto. Due to working out all the time, his appetite was much larger than normal. In addition to the meal, there was also a dessert, which was red bean glutinous rice cake. In order to attach to elegance and add cultural attributes, a small poem was printed on the package. Red beans are born in the south, and in spring they sprout a few branches. May you pick more, this thing is the most lovesick. Lin Mushy was distracted while eating and read alone. Yu Chenghua corrected, the red bean in the poem is acacia seed, this red bean is red bean, not the same thing. Lin Mosher was surprised, wow, you are so educated. Yu Chenghua was a little embarrassed, I studied Wang Wei's paintings when I was learning to paint, and I also studied his poems. Lin Mosher blurted out, poetry and painting, painting and poetry? Yu Chenghua nodded his head and was about to speak, when he met Lin Mosher's gentle gaze, he suddenly froze. Lin Mosher also reacted, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. The two of them had names that just happened to correspond to this phrase. Under careful consideration, it was still a bit dirty. I don't have a sweet tooth, you eat. Lin Mosher flustered and fled to her seat, using the display screen to block her burning cheeks. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, she picked a song to listen to. The diva's charming voice slowly floated out from the speakers. Haven't put red beans for you yet. Boil them into lingering wounds. Then share it together. We'll better understand the sorrow of lovesickness. Yu Chenghua listened to the song and put the red bean glutinous rice cake into his mouth, and a sweetness slowly spread out from his taste buds. The taste was delicate and the aftertaste was long. This lunch instantly became flavorful. It was simply the lunch in Wang Wei's poem. Yu Chenghua threw the lunchbox and came back, and found Lin Mushy lying on the desk, already asleep. Quiet side face, finely carved in general, cannot find a single flaw. The white and slender swan neck, wearing a string of pearl necklace, glistening with lustrous luster. The air conditioning in the room was turned on too low, Yu Chenghua was worried that Lin Mushy would catch a cold, and took a blanket to cover her back. Carefully, for fear of disturbing the dream. Then he went back to the corner, waving on the drawing paper. The jasmine flowers on the windowsill, under the afternoon sunlight, white and more pure. Pure as the love that had just sprouted. 20 minutes later, Lynn Mushy woke up leisurely and rubbed her sleepy eyes. The blanket on her back noiselessly slid down to the chair. She glanced at the figure in the corner, and the corner of her mouth lifted into a smile. Kinda weird and quite considerate. It would have been better if he didn't say so much casually. This young lady is not a casual person when it comes to her feelings. You don't take a break at noon? Lin Mosher stood up. I'm not sleepy. Yu Chunghua looked back at her. You're working so hard to help me realize my dream, is it because you don't want to let me down for my 3 visits? Lin Mosher added drama to herself. No, I don't want to let you down by paying me a salary. Yu Changhua was very honest. Lin Mosher pouted her lips, not satisfied with this answer at all. Can't you be a little sweeter? By the way, if my brother comes after you again, don't get tough with him and call me immediately. Lin Mosher said with a straight face. I know. Yu Changhua promised perfunctorily. Lin Mosher walked out of the office and gently brought the door with her, her gaze gradually becoming composed. She was a domineering female president, not a stupid sweet white girl who only knew how to chase after brain-dead dramas. Since she was a child, following her father's influence, coupled with these years of refinement in the group, she has long since faded away from youthfulness, and has become competent and bold. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to pull so many investors into the water and start a project she wasn't familiar with. Others dare to take money to play with her, not only because of her identity, but also because of her ability. During the meeting in the morning, everyone analyzed the biggest dilemma at the moment, or the lack of funds. Only those who had been exposed to anime would know how much money this thing burned. No matter how good the story is, lacking a fine production and extensive publicity, it is difficult to attract an audience when it is moved to the big screen. In the eyes of capitalists, movies are not art, but actual commodities. Lin Mushy pretended to be relaxed in front of Yu Cheng's screen, but her heart was always pressed with a big stone. Because of the obstruction of Lin Jiejun and the others, she was almost unable to pull in new investment. If she messed up this handful of times, it would not only affect her own reputation, but she would also be sorry for her deceased friend. She suddenly thought of a sentence in Zhao Xing's notebook that made her sympathize. I'm so useless, what the hell am I supposed to do? Chapter 22 At First Sight. In the blink of an eye, nearly half a month passed, and Su Wentao called to say that Xiao Mei had been transferred to the general ward and wanted to meet Hua Yang and Zhao Xing to thank them in person. Hua Yang is afraid of trouble, let Zhao Shang go to be a representative. Anyway, he also have to go to the hospital, by the way. Zhao Xing after work, first went towards 709, Lon is leaning on the bed reading a book. She was reading a sentimental romance novel, where the hero and heroine make a million words of evil to each other, and finally live happily ever after kind of thing. Wow, good dog blood love, a sentence can explain things, have to misunderstand a 20 chapter. Zhao Shang flirted. Straight male cancer, you don't understand. This is the point of view of female frequency novels. Lon closed the book somewhat shyly. Then very patient, to brother popularize network literature. There is a reason why novels are divided into male and female frequency. The difference in thinking between male and female readers leads to different reading preferences. For example, male frequency novels generally give the male main body with 7 or 8 female main body, pure love a little bit on the double clean 1v1. If the author must die playing tricks, obviously male frequency novels, but engaged in a female main body with 2 male main body, a great probability will be reduced to dead pouncing. Xiaolan, I am going to visit a patient and will be back soon. Zhao Xing saw that the night was about to fall. Why don't you take me with you, I want to move around a bit. Ran came into the spirit. Zhao Xing thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Ran and Mei were about the same age, so they should have something in common. The two brought some fruits and took the elevator to the 5th floor. Zhao Xing called ahead and Su Wentao was already waiting at the elevator entrance. Compared to the last time they met, he was in a much better state, his eyebrows were stretched and he was smiling. Comrade firefighter, thank you for coming to see Xiao Mei. Su Wentao shook Zhao Xing's hand. Mr. Su, you're welcome, this is my sister Xiaolan. Zhao Shang introduced. Su Wentao saw Xiaolan's sickly face and reported his sympathy, but did not dare to show it. The three of them came to the hospital room and saw Su Jimei lying on the hospital bed, staring boredly at the ceiling, again as if she was counting the drips in a hanging bottle. Xiao Mei, the fireman brother who saved you is here. Su Wentao raised the head of the bed so that Xiao Mei was half lying down. Brother, good, thank you. As soon as Su Jimei saw Zhao Shang, her eyes flooded with tears. Stuck in the car that day, with severe pain all over her body and dying injuries, she was once blurred in consciousness. It was Zhao Xing's encouragement that rekindled her desire for life. Xiaomei, it's good that you're okay, get well and you'll be cured soon. Zhao Shang comforted a few words, and introduced Lan to Xiaomei. Xiaolan lies in the hospital bed all day long, and the person she can talk to is either the nurse's aunt or the grandmother Lu in the next bed, so she hasn't seen anyone of her age for a long time. The two girls met at first sight and soon talked to each other. Mei told Lan that her name came from Wang Wei's poem. You come from your hometown, you should know about your hometown. In the coming day, before the window, will the cold plum blossom yet? Throughout history, there have been countless poems about orchids, and Lan didn't pull any punches, saying outright that her name was chosen at random by her grandfather. In the countryside, there are many girls with the word orchid in their names. Seeing the two little girls chatting passionately, Zhao Shang and Su Wentao felt a little redundant. The two looked at each other and simply went to the corridor to chat. Xiaolan's such a well-behaved and cute girl, how could she suffer from that kind of disease? Su Wentao sighed regretfully. It's me who didn't take good care of her. Zhao Shang blamed himself. I don't blame you, Lan stayed in the hospital for so long, it must have cost a lot of money, right? Su Wentao asked again. It was quite a lot. Zhao Shang mumbled. Lan's treatment costs, although the medical insurance can reimburse part of the money, but the rest of the money still let Zhao Shang huge pressure. Zhao Shang in the fire department's seniority is still shallow, the salary is not high. Not only did he spend all his savings, but he also owed a lot of money to Hui Yang and his aunt. Su Wentao measured Zhao Shang's sturdy body, tone tentative, ventured to ask a question, you have learned to fight? Zhao Shang did not understand the meaning, but still straight to the point, did not learn specifically, but in the fire department have basic training. Su Wentao hesitated for a long time before telling Zhao Shang the truth. He is running a gym, and has a wide range of contacts in the industry. Recently, there was a rich kid who was looking for potential rookie boxers all over the city to participate in a boxing tournament in a little over 2 months to challenge what used to be a boxing champion. If they can win the championship, the pay will be generous. I think you're in pretty good physical condition, want to give it a try? Su Wentao suggested. Are all the rich second generation so idle? Zhao Shang flirted a bit. Who knows how rich people's brains grow? We just care about earning money. Su Wentao smiled. I am a firefighter, the management of the team is very strict, I guess I cannot go, besides I will not. It's okay, I'm just mentioning it in passing. The topic stopped there, did not extend further. Su Wentao some guilt, because Xiaomei's treatment also need to spend a lot of money, he cannot help Zhao Shang. In addition to mutual encouragement, there are no more words. In the ward, the two girls chatted endlessly, with topics involving novels, movies, food, travel, horoscopes, and so on. Ran, it's time to go back, you can't be too tired. Akio called from the doorway. Oh, okay then. Ran reluctantly said goodbye to Mei. Xiaomei waved her hand with the same fondness, telling the siblings to come back and play again when they had time. Su Wentao politely escorted the two into the elevator and said some more words of thanks. As the elevator doors closed, Zhao Shang asked with a smirk, you made a new friend so quickly? Xiaolan with a haughty face, that's for sure, since I was a kid, I've always been popular. Zhao Shang pinched her little face, you spend a lot of time talking about delicious food. Xiaolan giggled, I'm hungry. Little greedy cat, what do you want to eat? I want to eat dessert, glutinous rice cake, added red beans of the kind. Zhao Shang looked at his sister's smiling face, remembering the scene of planting red beans when he was a child. Poor people's children early to be a family, brother and sister from a very young age to help their mother to do farm work. In late spring and early summer, the three of them went to the field together to plant red beans. Mom in front of digging holes, Lan threw 3 or 4 pre-soaked seeds into each hole, Zhao Shang in the back covered with a layer of thin soil, and finally watered again. After 3 to 4 months of field management, the harvest will be ready in the fall. Fresh red beans are boiled and pickled with sugar to make honey beans. Steamed glutinous rice is made into a cake and spread with a layer of honey beans, then a layer of rice cake, and finally a layer of dried fruit. After the cake is shaped, it is cut into small pieces with a knife and ready to eat. It was the happiest food in my childhood memories and the taste of home. Later, when my mom got sick and the broken family was in turmoil, there were no more happy times like that. Draped in the night, Zhao Shang ran a long way to buy red bean glutinous rice cake back. Xiaolan ate 2 bites, sighed despondently, not as good as mom's. Zhao turned his back, tears overflowed his eyes. He also misses his mother's taste. But he has long since not been the little boy who planted the red beans, but his sister's only dependence, cannot show his vulnerable side. When the sky collapsed, he could only stand alone. Chapter 23 Maple Leaf Water County. After waiting for Lan to fall asleep, Zhao left the hospital, dragging his heavy steps, back to the narrow rental house. Just as he pushed open the door, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Clicking it open, the gorgeous and colorful goddess of light appeared in the list of new messages. Hello, I've been so busy during this time that I forgot to return your laptop to you. Zhao hurriedly typed a reply, it's okay, I'm not in a hurry, you take care of your work first. Dream Chaser, how's Lan doing these days? Zhao still the same, no miracle. Dream Chaser, don't give up, be optimistic, and try to fulfill any request she has. Zhao I know, thank you. In the past half a month, Zhao several times wanted to take the initiative to contact the dream, but do not know what to say. His own life is full of sadness and misery, why should he pass this negative emotion to others? But when he received news from Dream Chaser, he was excited again. Even when he was taking a shower and heard his cell phone ring, he would dry his hands and reply to the message first. Zhao wasn't sure what kind of feelings he had for chasing dreams. He only knows that he plays a man every day, not daring to show a tiny bit of vulnerability to the people around him, and only to this girl he has never met before, he dares to reveal a little bit of his heart. Without this confiding object, he estimated that he would have to see a psychiatrist sooner or later. The patient's pain, people can easily intuitively perceive, can go to sympathy to understand their physical and spiritual suffering. But the patient's family members, a special group, are often ignored. They do not dare to say the wrong thing, do not dare to write their emotions on the face, a lot of suffering can only be borne in silence. That kind of helplessness, that kind of despair, that kind of lack of power, sometimes more suffocating than the patients themselves. Dream Chaser said that he had once taken care of terminally ill patients, so he could empathize with Zhao. Encouraged and relieved, Zhao unloaded all the fatigue, and finally could sleep soundly. The morning and evening lines quietly crossed the windowsill, and the city ushered in a new day. At around 3 in the afternoon, the fire station received a call from the public to go to Maple Leaf Water County to poke a hornet's nest. Firefighters have a lot of oddities in their line of work, in addition to sensational rescue and relief efforts. For example, a ring stuck on the finger cannot be removed, a child's head stuck in the fence cannot get out, cupping jar sucked in the back cannot be taken off. Just poking a hornet's nest, the whole city a year as many as 1,000 times out of the police. Zhao don't go. Hua Yang was a little nervous when he heard the location of the report. It's okay, I can't run away from my job without a good reason. Zhao nimbly jumped onto the fire truck. Maple Leaf Water County is a very famous villa area in the local area, and it was an extremely successful real estate project of the Fushuan Group back in the day, which helped the Lin family leap to become a powerful and wealthy family, and since then it has mixed well in the business world. Until today, it is still a model in the real estate industry. However, when the building was being constructed, an accidental fire broke out due to poor supervision, resulting in 3 deaths and 7 injuries among the construction workers. Fortunately, Fushuan Group did a pretty good job of crisis public relations, quickly suppressing public opinion and not letting the situation worsen. The outside world had no idea that a fire had occurred there. While others didn't know, Zhao had it etched in his mind because his father was one of the 3 construction workers who died in the fire. The fire changed the fate of the family and made him determined to wear the orange uniform. After his father's death, the Fusion Group paid the compensation, or pension. It was just an accident, no one could blame it on anyone but fate. However, when he visited the place where his father was killed, Zhao inevitably felt a thorn in his heart. The hornet's nest hanging in a camphor tree in the villa area, yellow-brown, from a distance like fried cat ears. For firefighters, the task of stabbing the hornet's nest, and out of the travel almost, are talking and laughing. Hua Yang knows Zhao heart sad, did not let him climb the tree, arranged for him to receive teammates below on the line. Zhao absent-minded, looking back at the luxurious villas, do not know where his father buried in the fire. Back then, he was still an elementary school student, and now his impression of his father is all fading. Don't think about sad things. Hua Yang patted Zhao shoulder. I don't think about it. Zhao words are not true. You see, you just can't lie, obviously see the words Fushuan Group will go around. Other companies have lost money and apologized, so it's time to let go after so many years. Otherwise, what else do you want, so that people can recruit you as a son-in-law? Hua Yang is straight talking, counting down to Zhao Sheng. His girlfriend, Xia Xiaoyu, happens to work at Fushuan Group and originally intended to introduce a female colleague to Zhao Sheng. However, Zhao Sheng had a grudge and politely declined. He can't say he hates Fushuan Group, but there is no need to add to his own problems. The teammates in the treetops smoothly removed the hornet's nest and put it into a bag. Hua Yang whistled, "Call it a day." Zhao Sheng looked into the void and said silently in his heart, "Dad, if you are in heaven, bless Xiaolan." Sitting in the car back to the fire station, Hua Yang called Xia Xiaoyu in a dignified manner. "Xiaoyu, I'm on vacation tomorrow, where are we going to play? I'm a little short on cash, pick some cheap places, best to play for a day for $100. I don't mind eating soft food, I've had a bad stomach since I was a kid anyway." The single teammates were so red-eyed that they wanted to tear his mouth off. Only Zhao Sheng was clear that Hua Yang had lent money to himself before he had to scale down his relationship expenses. Life can have such a good brother, worth it. After work, Zhao Sheng walked to the door of Ward 709 and heard Lan's laughter. A round-faced girl with a ponytail was sitting in front of the hospital bed chatting with her. "Ah, Ju is here?" Zhao Sheng warmly greeted. The girl's name is Tao Wenju, is Xiaolan's classmate, the two have a good relationship. After Lan was hospitalized, she came to visit almost every week. During the summer vacation, she traveled with her family and didn't come for more than half a month. This time over, Lan brought a bunch of strange gifts, but also told a variety of anecdotes when she traveled. Zhao Sheng hadn't seen Ran so happy for a long time, and he was also happy from the bottom of his heart. "Brother, school will start in a few days, I want to go back to school to have a look." Ran showed an expectant look. After the school year started, the class she was in would be in the senior year. It was going to move from the original West Campus to the East Campus. Xiaolan had imagined her senior year many times, but never imagined that she would have to spend her time in a hospital bed and never return to her old class. She planned to take a walk to the East Campus while she still had the spirit, just to fulfill a dream. Aju took Xiaolan's hand and said with tearful eyes, "You get well quickly, teachers and students are waiting for you." Xiaolan reveals a spontaneous smile, "I can avoid the devilish life of senior high school, I'm really lucky." Chapter 24, I'll cook noodles for you to eat. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Mushi came back from a meeting, pushed open the office door, and found that the lights were still on inside. Yu Changhua was sitting in the corner, tirelessly painting, with the drawing paper falling around him. For half a month, he had adapted to the pace of work, like an emotionless drawing machine. However, he would usually be home from work by 7 o'clock, and it was the first time he stayed up this late. "Why haven't you left yet?" Lin Mushi asked. "I work overtime to paint more, can I take a half day off in a few days?" Yu Changhua stopped painting and looked up. "What's the point of taking a vacation?" Lin Mo sure walked over to admire his latest drawing. "My brother is starting school, I'm sending him to school." Yu Changhua answered truthfully. "A younger brother? Didn't you say you don't have any siblings?" "Cousin, his mom is busy working and doesn't have time." Lin Mushi took a look at the date, it was already the end of August, the summer vacation was coming to an end, and schools were indeed all set to start. "After graduating for a few years, I kinda miss school life. When I was in school, there was only one worry, and that was studying. Now it's all worries. Are you hungry? I'll cook you some noodles?" Lin Mosher asked with her head tilted. "Do you know how to cook noodles?" Yu Changhua was skeptical. "Who are you looking down on? You wait." Lin Mushi confidently ruffled her temples. "Most people who have been to college have had the experience of secretly cooking noodles in the dormitory and fighting with the hostess. Those who are a little more courageous have even cooked hot pots. There is no kitchen in the studio, but there is an induction cooker." Lin Mushi moved one over, and then went to the outside office area to gather some simple ingredients. After the pot of water boils, put a chopped tomato and cook it into a tomato soup. Then put in the vegetable packet, the powder packet and the sauce packet in turn, half a minute apart each time. After simmering the soup base, put in the noodle cakes. After cooking for almost another minute, Lin Mosher took 2 eggs and prepared to crack them into the pot. "Slow down." Yu Changhua suddenly voiced out. "What's wrong?" Lin Mosher was startled. The eggs were first beaten into the bowl before putting them into the pot. Yu Changhua reminded very seriously. Lin Mosher, a $1,000 lady, did not dip her fingers in the water and lacked the common sense of an ordinary person's life. Anyone who cooks regularly knows that you should never trust any of the eggs. The hell knows if it would make this pot of noodles all scrapped after beating it down. Lin Mushy woke up and cracked the egg into the bowl, but because of her unskilled technique, she got some eggshells in and fished clumsily with her chopsticks. I'll do it. Yu Chenghua took over the chopsticks. The fingers of the two briefly touched. Looking at this handsome face from a close distance, Lin Mo sure breathed a little sharply, and her earlobes were slightly warm. She had no words. Which school does your brother attend? Yu Chenghua poured the eggs in the bowl into the pot. 7th middle school. The beginning of the school year will be the second year of high school, to be assigned to a new class. Lin Mushy surprised. That's my alma mater. Yu Chenghua turned down the heat a little bit. Oh, what a coincidence. Lin Mushy stared at Yu Chenghua's eyes. The day I send your brother to school, I'll go with you. What are you going for? Yu Chenghua wasn't too happy about it. I guess he was afraid that his cousin would misunderstand. I want to see the changes in the school, so take me with you, okay? Lin Mo sure shook Yu Chenghua's arm and started to be unreasonable and pampered again. Yu Chenjiang sighed helplessly. Yu Chenghua sighed helplessly. Lin Mo sure revealed a wry smile. Xiaoyu was right. Yu Chenghua was high and cold on the surface and hard to get close to, but in his bones, he was a very kind person. At a glance, he didn't have much relationship experience and was helpless against these tricks of girls. Yu Chengxiao held the fire well, and when the bubbling noodles started, the poached eggs were just cooked to the most perfect loose center. He took 2 bowls and divided half of them to Lin Mo sure. Using chopsticks to poke through the egg, the yolk flowed out, wrapped in the noodles, looked very appetizing. Lin Mushy couldn't wait to taste a bite and praised in surprise, "It's delicious." Yu Chenghua locked his eyebrows. "You are a big lady, just eat a bowl of noodles, no need to act so exaggerated." "I'll listen to you if I praise you. Do you have a backbone in the back of your head?" Lin Mosher was arrogant. Yu Chenghua gave her a blank look, and for the sake of the salary, he didn't bother to get into it with her. He carried the bowl to the side of the coffee table to sit down, holding the phone to slide casually. Lin Mushy inclined to come up and saw that on the screen of his cell phone, the promotional material for the boxing match appeared. She remembered Xiaoyu's words, saying that Lin Jejun had been particularly concerned about boxing matches lately, and all of a sudden got nervous. "A painting? You are participating in this competition to get the championship?" Yu Chenghua shivered her noodles, not really wanting to talk. "You still want to participate this year?" Lin Mosher asked. "I don't know, it depends." Yu Chenghua was careless. "Don't go, it's dangerous." In Lin Mosher's mind, the image of him being beaten to a pulp automatically surfaced. Yu Chenghua raised his head and stared into Lin Mosher's eyes. As if saying, "You are a bit too sensitive. Boxing is fine, a little action is normal. You gave me too many noodles, I can't finish them all." Lin Mosher understood and changed the topic. "Noodles are not very nutritious anyway, give me a little bit, and you have to finish the eggs." Yu Chenghua handed the bowl over. Lin Mousy's mouth smiled and obediently pinched the noodles over. Since she was a child, Lin Mosher always had a group of boys around her, enthusiastically circling around her, paying all kinds of attentions to her. But this kind of unconditional goodness often seemed cheap. On the contrary, it was this kind of Yu Chenghua, who was usually cold and icy, and occasionally showed a little bit of tenderness, which made her very fond of it. Perhaps human nature is like this: the easier it is to get, the less it is cherished. After eating the noodles, Yu Chenguan took the initiative to wash the dishes. The action is very skillful, clearly is a good man at home, should have had a lot of hard times. Lin Mushy pick boys, never look at the other side of the money or not, anyway, not as rich as her family. The main one looks good to the eye on the line. "You go back to rest early, I will work overtime to squeeze out half a day." Yu Chenghua used a towel to dry the water on her hands. "I have nothing to do anyway, stay with you." Lin Mushy did not think twice. After saying it, she regretted it, as if she wasn't too reserved. "Then don't make a sound. It's very romantic to have red sleeves." But Yu Cheng, painting through this period of time to summarize, found that when Lin Mushy is in the office, his efficiency in drawing will be much lower. Sure enough, a woman would only affect the speed of a man's drawing. Lin Mosher reached out and made a zipper movement with a stroke in front of her mouth. Yu Chenghua held back his laughter and sat down in front of the drawing board to continue working. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could see the vast river of stars at night. Compared to the clamor of the day, the night was extraordinarily silent. The soft light, spilling down from the ceiling, made the office look cozy. The fragrance of jasmine was refreshing. Lin Mushi supported her chin with her elbow, quietly admiring Yu Chunghwa's calm side face, suddenly feeling very happy at this moment. After watching for a while, her eyelids became heavier and heavier, and she unconsciously slumped on the table. A soft blanket noiselessly covered her shoulders. Chapter 25 The First Day of School. Early in the morning on the day of the school year, Lin Mushi drove to an old residential building according to the address given by Yu Chunghwa. Upon arrival, she saw the black electric car at a glance. Beside Yu Chunghwa, there stood a 16 or 17-year-old boy, with a thin body type and somewhat dry and yellow hair. A pair of dark eyes, but clear as a spring. Lin Mushi got out of the car and smiled, painting, "This is your brother?" Yu Chunghwa nodded, "His name is Lu Wangzhu, his name is too literary, I usually call him Azhu." Azu smiled at Lin Mosher, "Hello, Sister Lin, you are very good looking." Yu Chunghwa told Azhu in advance that there would be a pretty sister who would go to school with them today. Azhu has a sweet mouth and will come to things. Lin Mushi smiled even more brightly. "Azhu, first time meeting, my sister brought you a gift, a whole set of 5-year college entrance exam 3-year simulation." Azhu was shocked. "Just kidding, it's a sports bracelet." Lin Mushi took down a box from the car. Azhu patted his chest and let out a long breath. He had been tortured enough by his homework throughout the summer vacation. Azhu took the bracelet, said thank you, and then said with a serious face, "Sister, the perfume you use is really nice. The top note is the fruity flavor of sweet orange, the middle note is the jasmine and hyacinth flower scent, and the end note is a light cedar woody fragrance, very layered." Lin Mushi was very surprised. "You're a little boy, so knowledgeable about perfume?" Yu Chunghwa explained, "Azu's sense of smell is very sensitive." Lin Mosher scared, "The first impression of Azhu is very good. If you know so much about perfume, you'll get twice the result with half the effort when you lie to a little girl." Azu did not bring too many things, just a school bag and a suitcase. Lin Mushi opened the trunk, "Let Yu Chunghwa carry in. When you get on the car." Yu Chunghwa wanted to accompany Azhu to sit in the back row, but Azhu insisted that he let him sit in the passenger side. "Brother, you sit in the front and talk to your sister." Lin Mushi heart happy, this brother is good, can deal with. From the residential building out, on the main road of the traffic. Yu Cheng painting all the way very silent, eyes looking at the sky, pondering. Lin Mushi took the initiative to start a few conversations, but was stalled back. She simply changed the target. "Azhu, have you seen your brother's ex-girlfriend?" Azu stole a glance at Yu Chunghwa and answered honestly, "He doesn't have any ex-girlfriends." Lin Mosher asked again, "Who is the girl he likes?" Azhu shook his head blankly, "I don't know, he has never had a girl around him. Sister, you are the first." Yu Chunghwa coughed twice and interrupted, "Drive seriously, don't talk so much." Lin Mushi hummed lightly in disdain, but the corners of her mouth could not be pressed down. "There is not even a member of the opposite sex around, it seems that it is also a 1,000-year-old iron tree. Pretending to be so high and cold, maybe it's stuffy." It was only when she was almost at the school that Lin Mosher realized that she was so enthusiastic that she was helping in the end. On the first day of school, the traffic situation outside the school was unbearable. If Yu Chunghwa rode an electric bike to carry Azhu, they might all be sitting in the classroom right now, but they drove a car, but they were deadlocked halfway up the hill. "Sorry ha ha ha." Lin Mosher can only punch Yu Chunghwa to sell a cute. In case he had a road rage attack and gave himself a punch, he should cry for a long time. Yu Chunghwa looked out the car window, an electric car whooshing past, exuding envy. "Brother, the road is jammed like a cerebral thrombosis. This is the reason why you have never bought a car, right?" Xiaolan sat in the back seat of the electric car, hugging Zhaoxing's waist, giggling. Her hair was blown around by the wind, but her mood was incredibly comfortable. Dr. Chen had been soft-pedaled by Xiaolan for several days before he finally opened his golden mouth and let her out for half a day. Without a miracle, this was the last time she would go back to school. Zhaoxing drove his electric car, seeing his way through the private cars along the way. It was easy to arrive at the senior campus, commonly known as the East Campus. Ran stood at the entrance of the school, the smile on her small face gradually dissipating, her expression becoming serious and reverent. The senior life that her classmates talked about was a dream that was out of her reach. "Xiaolan." "Azhu." Tao asked Ju to wait at the door in advance, ran to meet up and gave Xiaolan a big hug. Behind her were two other girls, both of whom were Xiaolan's roommates, who came up to hug her in turn. Xiaolan let out a wow and burst into tears. Obviously, when the attack was so painful, she was able to grit her teeth and not shed a single tear. But this one warm embrace easily broke her willpower. Zhaoxing turned her face away and clenched her fists tightly. The nails embedded into the flesh, and blood was bitten out of her lips. Xiaolan was still able to cry in pain, but it had become a luxury for him to even shed tears freely. When Ran stopped crying, the three girls took her into the campus to visit the new classroom. The classroom was originally in chaos, but once the students saw Ran, they immediately quieted down. They all stared at her blankly, wanting to say something in greeting, but not knowing how to start. "Hello classmates, long time no see, back to see you." Xiaolan tried to squeeze out a pale smile. In the past in her class, she was well liked, her teachers and classmates loved her. Who wouldn't love a cute and simple girl? Maybe God doesn't love it. "Lan, you have to get well soon, we'll wait for you to come back. You've lost a lot of weight. Take care of yourself. Does it hurt a lot? Be strong." The classmates surrounded Lan in the center, asking for her warmth. Seeing these familiar faces, Lan's tears broke out again. She came to say goodbye to her classmates, but her lips trembled for a long time, but she couldn't say a word anymore. Sadness is contagious, emotional girls began to wipe tears. The male students' hearts were also clogged with panic, and the lack of oxygen was generally difficult. Zhaoxing stood in the square in front of the school building, looking at Lan's back from afar, motionless, like a flagpole. A hot wind blew, taking away a few drops of hot tears. After a while, Xiaolan came back and said, "Brother, I'll go to the dormitory with a Jew and the girls to see you first casually stroll around." Zhaoxing nodded, "Good, don't be too tired, rest for a while, call me if anything happens." Xiaolan went to the girls' dormitory with her classmates, and Zhaoxing wandered around the playground. In the northwest corner of the basketball court, there were several lush ginkgo trees. Autumn is approaching, the leaves of the trees are slightly yellow, by the wind blowing, will be scattered all over the ground. The people in the world, like the leaves, are broken and drifting. The final destination is to rot in the soil. Zhaoxing saw the butterfly-like ginkgo tree leaves and suddenly thought of the avatar of chasing dreams. The house he had rented before to take care of Lan was not far from the school, just a few minutes away. If he went over there now, he might be able to meet chasing dreams. What did the girl he had been thinking about for so long look like? The thought popped up and couldn't be pressed. Zhaoxing quickly rushed out of the school gate and ran towards the previous rental house, his heartbeat pounding much faster. There was a bit of trepidation and anticipation at the same time. Chapter 26 East and West Campus. Around the school, there were several new and old neighborhoods, where many students' parents rented houses to accompany their children to school. Zhaoxing previously rented an old neighborhood called Shishan Group 2, the conditions were very simple, not even an elevator. Then Lan was hospitalized, he wanted to withdraw to go near the hospital to find a new house. But the landlord Moncler Outlet Online refused to return the deposit, only to stick around for a few more months. Zhaoxing climbed the stairs in stride, stood in front of the familiar door, took a deep breath, and gently knocked on the door. He had fantasized about chasing his dreams countless times, and was apprehensive about meeting the real person. But a good while passed and there was no response. He knocked a few more times to make sure there was no one in the house. Am I being silly? It's a weekday, she should be at work. Zhaoxing shook his head mockingly. He took out his cell phone and found Chasing Dreams' number in his address book. The two had only talked on the phone once before, and Zhaoxing thought it was an insurance salesman at the time and didn't pay much attention to it. He could no longer remember Chasing Dreams' voice, and his only impression was that it was pleasant to the ear. Like the wind that rises from the depths of the weak waves in late spring, blowing the wind chimes on the eaves. Zhaoxing's finger, hanging on the screen for half a day, finally gritted his teeth and clicked the dialing button. Brain a mess, panicked wording. A female voice without emotion came, "I'm sorry, the telephone number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable, please dial again later." Sorry. The subscriber you. The phone didn't get through, but Zhaoxing was relieved. It was a complex emotion similar to the fear of being near the countryside. In his mind, he had already visualized Dream Chaser as a perfect goddess. He was afraid that if he saw the real person, there would be a sense of discrepancy. Zhaoxing originally wanted to climb 2 more floors and find the landlord to inquire, but his cell phone rang. It was Ran calling, urging him to go back to school. Zhaoxing looked at the closed door of his room and reluctantly walked down the stairs. His roommates were in their senior year of high school and had heavy schoolwork, so Lan didn't want to delay them too much and sat alone on the flower bed outside the school building. Looking out over every view of the school, her gaze is full of deep emotion. "Xiaolan, it's cool on the flower bed, get up." Zhaoxing ran all the way back, panting. Brother, you accompany me to stroll around the school for a while, and then let's follow the steps over there and go back to the West Campus to have a look. Lan wanted to leave her footprints in every part of the campus one last time. You walk so much, can your body stand it? Zhao Shang was worried. If I'm tired, I'll say so. Ran said that she had her measure. Zhao Shang nodded and pulled her up as he walked towards the playground. The golden sunlight warmed the earth. The wind blew in the ink scent of the scrolls. Azu, what kind of signal is this at your school? I'm going up and down hundreds of thousands of dollars a second, will I miss a few $100 million? Lin Mushy came out of the bathroom, frowning and fiddling with her cell phone. The pain of not being able to play with your cell phone while going to the bathroom could be imagined. Lu Wangju apologized and spread his hands. The school seems to have gotten a jammer in order to prevent students from squatting and playing with cell phones. Former seniors, hiding in the bathroom to play games, a squat is a class. It is said that the funniest is the class teacher is squatting next door. After the second year of high school, the arts and sciences will be divided into different subjects, and the classes will be readjusted. Taking advantage of Lin Mushy's time in the restroom, Yu Chunghua has already taken Aju to see the bulletin board. He is now assigned to the 12th class. The class teacher's name was Zhang Ziyuan. Lin Mosher almost jumped up after hearing this. Old Zhen? He is my homeroom teacher. Counting on her fingers, she graduated from high school 7 years ago. Zhang Ziyuan should indeed teach the second year of high school this year. Time flies, in a flash. Old Zhang is nearly half 100 years old. Sister, is this teacher Zhang fierce? Ah Chuck asked for some information first. He's fat and strong, with a face full of flesh. He's known in the jungle as the Black Whirlwind. Lin Mushy's tone is very exaggerated. What? So scary? Ah Ju shivered. Haha, Lin Mushy issued a silver bell laughter. Teasing you, the old Zhang is very good. Our class has been the worst class he has brought. Every teacher said so. Ah Ju muttered. The three of them talked and laughed and found the classroom of the 12th class. A middle-aged teacher sat on the podium, asking the students to fill out enrollment forms. The years had not spared him, and he was already gray and wrinkled at the temples. Mr. Zhang, I miss you so much. Lin Mushy quickly rushed up. Zhang Ziyuan stared at the beautiful girl in front of him, recalled for a while, and then surprised. Mushy, more and more beautiful. Lin Mousy pouted. Mr. Zhang, you are almost forgetting me. Zhang Ziyuan laughed. I'm old and forgetful. Big school flowers still remember, because you have this face. That year can give me a lot of trouble. Lin Mushy school that time is a well-known school flower, fascinated by the whole schoolboys. Love letters received soft. As a homeroom teacher, no one liked having such a little rose in their class. Mr. Zhang, haven't you remembered me well? Lin Mushy complained. Remember to remember, Mushy's language performance is still excellent. Essay competition won a prize, called my chairman father. Zhang Ziyuan laughed and teased. Yu Cheng painting see two people chatting. Hi, cannot help but interject. Zhang teacher, my brother Lu Wangju is your new student. We came over to enroll. Zhang Ziyuan hurriedly put away his smile, found Lu Wangju's name on the roster, and took the enrollment form for Aju to fill out. He sized up Yu Chunghua for a few moments and then looked meaningfully at Lin Mosher. Lin Mushy's cheeks blushed and squeezed her eyebrows. Zhang Ziyuan nodded in satisfaction. The teacher and student didn't say a word, but completed an effective communication. Yu Chunghua pretended not to see it and said with a straight face, Teacher Zhang, my brother's health is not so good, he can't keep up with his studies, so you should pay more attention to him. Zhang Ziyuan looked at the results of Lu Wangju's final exam. I know. Lin Mushy said with a smile, a painting. Mr. Zhang is selfless, but will not look at my face. Special care for Azu. Yu Cheng painting busy said, do not need special care, treat Aju as an ordinary student is good. Lin Mosher was puzzled. Except for the bright eyes and nose, Aju was very ordinary. After completing the enrollment process, Yu Chunghua took Aju to the dormitory to make up her bed. Lin Mosher had the cheek to visit as well. Schools are often like this when it comes to dormitory management. Boys are not allowed to enter the girls' dormitory, but girls are allowed to enter the boys' dormitory. What about the promised equality between men and women? No sexism. Ah, Paint, it's not easy to go back to my alma mater. In a while you accompany me to take a good stroll. Lin Mushy was very excited. Every scene of the school carries her youthful memories. How many people go their separate ways once they graduate and never see each other again in this life? There are some friendships that remain forever in yesterday. Yu Chunghua pointed to the stairs next to the dormitory building and asked, is that leading to the East Campus? Lin Mushy nodded. Yes, 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 in a while we will go over to stroll around. Chapter 27 Spoiled Brother Maniac. The weather at the end of August was still very hot. It was nearing midday and the sun was rising into the middle of the sky, scorching the earth. After visiting the East Campus, Ran's physical strength was already obviously exhausted, her cheeks were flushed, the tip of her nose and forehead were covered in sweat, and she was panting in small gulps. She stood in front of the steps leading to the West Campus, looking up with fond eyes. Ran, you're already tired, don't go. Zhaoshang was overcome with grief. Brother, I want to go back to visit again. If I don't go this time, I will never be able to go again. Ran replied stubbornly. She raised her foot and stepped on the first step. Suddenly the sky spun and her body lurched backward. Zhaoshang was alarmed and held her in his arms. Xiaolan, how are you? Xiaolan did not look at Zhaoshang, but inclined her head, looking at the end of the stairs. It was like a shore that could never be reached again. Zhaoshang picked up Ran and ran wildly outside the school like a madman. Large drops of tears fell into the wind. Xiaolan's body has only 70 pounds. It was as if the disease was trying to take her soul out of her body a little bit. No matter how strong Zhaoshang's body was, he couldn't catch her. Before losing consciousness, Ran murmured in her heart, "Farewell, my dear teachers and classmates." After a lot of delay in the dormitory, it was already lunchtime when she came out. Lin Mushy's heart missed the East Campus, and was about to head for the steps, but was pulled by Yu Qinghua's wrist. "Eat before you go, as it was growing his body, he can't accompany you to go hungry." "Oh, good." Lin Mushy glanced down the long, dark steps and retracted her footsteps. Today is the first day of school, the school will come a lot of parents, the cafeteria riveted, served out the dishes than the usual much more sumptuous. A few dozen meters away, one could smell the aroma of the food. Lin Mushy said with interest, "Zhu, your nose is so smart, can you smell what dishes are available today?" Zhu was very confident, this is not difficult. Lin Mosher patted Yu Qinghua's shoulder, "If you guess right, I'll treat you, if you guess wrong, he'll pay the bill." Zhu carefully smelled, and then reported the name of the dishes: bamboo shoots and roast pork, curry beef brisket, minced pork and eggplant, tomato scrambled eggs. Lin Mushy at first did not believe it, and walked into the cafeteria to verify that it was really not bad at all. "I'm not sure if you're a dog person." Chu blushingly explained, "I'm not that good, just senior year in the cafeteria is used to eating, the master's fried to and fro is this a few dishes." Willing to gamble, Lin Mosher cheerfully treats the guests. "It's been a long time since I've eaten in the school cafeteria, and now that I'm revisiting my old stomping grounds, I have a different flavor." Chu, you're growing up now, eat more. Don't be picky, eat more vegetables for balanced nutrition. If you don't have enough money, call me, don't tell your mom. Yu Qinghua took the chicken leg on his plate and gave it to Zhu, his mouth still chattering. Lin Mosher was surprised, this guy is usually high and cold, but when facing Zhu, he is like a nagging older mom. Is this the legendary devil who spoils his younger brother? Zhu, does he owe your family a lot of money? Why is he so nice to you? Lin Mosher asked half-jokingly. Zhu stole a glance at Yu Qinghua and blinked her clear eyes. "My brother is originally a very good person, sister, you'll know when you've been in contact with him for a long time." In Lin Mushy's dinner plate, there was a serving of roasted pork with dried bamboo shoots. "1 or 2 pieces of braised pork is fine, more than that and you get tired of it." She threw a look of help to Yu Qinghua. The two of them had even shared noodles, so he should be able to help with this kind of small favor. "Don't waste food, give me the fat ones, eat the thin ones yourself." Yu Qinghua would understand, but his tone was still cold. "You have a better attitude, make it seem like you're the boss." Lin Mushy spat while chucking the fatty meat over. Zhu snickered, "You two are so good together." "Really?" Lin Mosher's eyes lit up. "Don't talk nonsense." Yu Qing's face sank in color. The two spoke almost simultaneously, then looked at each other and withdrew their respective gazes. The more Lin Mosher looked at Zhu, his younger brother, the more he felt fond of him. "Brother, don't keep a stony face all day long, smile more. Sister Lin is so pretty, there must be a lot of boys who like her, so be nice to her. You haven't had a single girl around in the past 2 years, so the fact that you're willing to bring her along to see me shows that she's different from others in your heart." Zhu simply let go as well, following Yu Qinghua's nagging style and educating him in turn. Lin Mosher was secretly happy in her heart and clapped her hands. Good brother is really good at talking, it's simply sister's mouth substitute. If you can talk, talk more, don't stop. Yu Qinghua saw that he was going to be unable to resist, so he hurriedly used the killer tactic: don't talk when you are eating. Ah Zhu skimmed his mouth and buried his head to eat. Yu Chunghua was the first to finish eating, staring at Ah Zhu's clear eyes, pondering. After an unknown amount of time, a heavy sigh was let out. While Yu Chunghua went to put away the dinner plates, Lin Moxie pulled Ah Zhu aside to whisper. Your brother, has he always been this cool? Ah Zhu shook his head. No, he is very nice to people, just wanting to say something. Naturally there is a hidden message. Lin Mushi wanted to get to the bottom of the matter, but felt that prying into other people's privacy was a bit nosy. Ah Zhu was very smart and can see Lin Mosher's mind, and earnestly persuaded. Sister, be more patient with him. In his eyes, you are different from other girls, otherwise he wouldn't even bother with you. Brother's life is too bitter, I hope you can cheer him up. Lin Mosher looked at Ah Zhu's dark as ink eyes and gently nodded. The interest in Yu Cheng's painting grew stronger and stronger. Plans cannot catch up with changes. Lin Mushi was excited to go to tour the East Campus, just walked to the steps, but suddenly received a call from the studio, asking her to go back to the meeting immediately. What a pity, cannot go. Yu Chenghua's gaze is deep. It's okay, go next time. Lin Mushi flashed a smile at Ah Zhu. Study hard, I will see you next time. Ah Zhu replied tacitly, okay, make sure your brother brings you along. On the way back to the studio, Yu Chunghua was silent for a long time. The narrow carriage was filled with Lin Mushi's perfume odor. In Ah Zhu's words, it was very layered. You are so good to your cousin, I am a little envious. Lin Mushi said quietly. This is considered good? Yu Chunghua smiled to himself. Shouldn't that be the way it is when you are a brother? Lin Mushi suddenly reacted and turned her head to ask, you helped me before because you were not used to my brother bullying me? Yu Cheng painting stretched out a finger and pressed it against Lin Mushi's jaw, turning her face back. Drive and watch the road. Lin Mushi's heartbeat accelerated a lot, as if she was being taken advantage of, but she didn't resent it at all. Yu Chunghua indifferently looked out the window, always talking nonsense. If no one bullied you, why would I step in? Lin Mushi deliberately said arrogantly, I thought you were salivating at my beauty. The wind outside the car window blew in, ruffling the beauty's long hair, brushing Yu Chunghua's cheeks, an itch. He gently ruffled the hair, and his hand was fragrant. Chapter 28 Then let her. Xiaolan woke up leisurely and opened her tired eyes, which were still as dark as ink. The snow-white ceiling appeared before her eyes. In the air was the familiar smell of sterilized water. Ran, how are you? Zhao Shang excitedly grabbed his sister's hand. It's okay, I dreamt of being a child. Xiaolan squeezed out a smile. Chen Dishio, dressed in a white coat, with a light reflecting on his brain, let out a long breath. Finally, there was a scare. He said in a scolding tone, I told you to come back within 2 hours, disobedient. Zhao Sheng said guiltily, I'm sorry, Dr. Chen, Xiaolan wants to stay at school a little longer. Xiaolan pouted, Dr. Chen, I know I'm wrong, I'll dare next time. Chen Dishio sighed, you're such a spooky girl, your brother has spoiled you. Xiaolan has known Dr. Chen for more than half a year, and found that this bald uncle has a serious appearance, but his character is very interesting, and he often teases him with words, and he doesn't get angry. Every time Dr. Chen came over, he also brought her some flowers or candies. It is a model of contemporary doctor-patient relationship. When Chen Dizia left, Zhao Sheng sent him to the corridor outside the ward. Only after walking out for some distance did Zhao Sheng nervously open his mouth. Dr. Chen, is there really no solution at all? He had already asked similar words countless times. But knowing the answer, he couldn't help but ask again. Dr. Chen understood the feelings of the patient's family, did not answer positively, but said with a serious face, it is best not to let her leave the hospital again. Zhao Sheng immediately said, but what if she insists on going out? He understood Xiaolan's character, like a bird yearning for freedom, not wanting to be locked in a cage. Even if she died, she would die chasing the sky. Then let her be. Chen Dizia left these words and walked into the next ward. With these words, he gave Lan her freedom and pronounced her death. In the evening, Huiyang came to the hospital to visit, bringing a large bouquet of lilies and a large bag of fruit. He heard that Xiaolan had fainted and was afraid that he would not be able to see her one last time. Brother Huiyang, why are you getting darker? More like 8 cylinders. Xiaolan spat on him as soon as they met. Little girl, if you dare to call me 8 cylinders again, I will tear your mouth apart. Huiyang is all teeth and claws. When I was a kid, Huiyang's skin was dark, and he was often bare-chested in the summer. People in the village teased, saying that he looks like a mahjong tile in the 8th cylinder. Huayang does not like this nickname. Who dares to call it in his face will be sure to get angry with people. Of course, except for Lan. He and Xiaoshang are brothers, and have long treated Xiaolan as a sister. Xiao Lan was happy to see Huayang and deliberately provoked him with the nickname because she didn't want the atmosphere to be so heavy. It would be nice for everyone to play around and act like they did when they were kids. Xiaoshang asked Huayang to accompany Xiaolan to talk. He went to the hospital cafeteria to buy dinner for Xiaolan. As soon as the front foot left, the back foot of the two gossiped. Whisper it, my brother, he fell in love. Xiaolan raised her eyebrows. Iron tree blossomed? Quickly tell me in detail. Huayang immediately came to interest. Xiaolan added fuel to the fire and recounted what happened in the pursuit of the dream. In her mouth, Xiaoshang has become an infatuated seed. Even people have not seen the face, but has not married her. Huayang's head shook like a rattlesnake drum. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He played with Xiaoshang bare ass to big. This guy, what virtue, he knows more than anyone. At that time in school, a lot of girls to Xiaoshang's secret glances cannot change him a positive eye. But now he is deeply in love with a girl he has never met? The smile on Rand's face, a little convergence. Her clear eyes are shrouded in a thick sadness. Brother Huayang, I may only be able to hold out until the fall at most, but my brother has many more autumns ahead of him. After I leave, he will definitely be especially sad. You have to help him cheer up. He still has friendship, he still has love, he still has hope. Huayang is famously heartless, but when he meets Lan's gaze, it's still hard to die. He held back tears and replied, I know, I will help him. When Xiaoshang returned, the two had already gathered their emotions and were playing games together. Laughter filled the entire ward. Brother Huayang, you handicapped person, this level has been played 18 times. Little girl, I am letting you go, don't stomp on your nose. Look at this monster, it's pitch black, does it look like an 8 tube? I'm so angry, I'm going to tear your mouth to the back of your ear today. Huayang was like a big gray wolf, pouncing on the little white rabbit. Xiaolan curled up into a ball of fear, but she couldn't stop her pleasant laughter. Like the wind blowing over the waves of wheat, like waves on a stream, and like a lark skimming over tulips in early spring. Xiaoshang stood in the doorway, the corners of his mouth also with a light smile. The haze in the bottom of his heart was slightly dispersed. How much I wish that time would last forever at this moment. When Xiaolan was eating, she said to Huayang, tell me your love story, so I can eat. Huayang is very cooperative, and immediately blew up in a staccato manner to state the facts. Xiaoyuel, I was pinned to death. To be able to follow me is the blessing of her past life. I let her go to the east, she dare not go to the west. Let her hit the dog, she dare not whisk the chicken. In terms of family status, your brother and I have the most say. Xiaoshang and Xiaolan were listening to the fun and kept nodding their heads. Huayang said more and more on the head, put in Xiaoyu that suffered anger, a brain all out. In the words of Mr. Zhou, this is called the method of spiritual victory. Xiaolan ate dinner, accompanied by two people chatting for a while. Drowsiness gradually attacked again, crooked head to sleep. Xiaoshang helped her set her head straight and covered the quilt again. Huayang threw his head. Xiaoshang, a long night, no intention to sleep, a drink? Xiaoshang was a bit hesitant, he still has to get up early tomorrow. Huayang on his shoulders, an open-minded tone, today's wine today drunk, tomorrow's sorrow to tomorrow's sorrow. Two people out of the hospital, to Xiaoshang rented outside the neighborhood, looking for a roadside kebab stall. Huayang came up and ordered 5 strings of lamb waist, and then asked for a dozen cold beer. Xiaoshang, when we were kids, we used to worship each other. Xiaoshang sniffed and bared his teeth. They were both 8 years old that year, watching people on TV drinking and worshipping each other as brothers with different surnames. They felt that they were full of Jianghu qi, so they also wanted to imitate. Huayang stole half a bottle of white wine from his home, dragged Xiaoshang to the land temple, kneeling on the ground and loudly said the classic line, do not ask for the same year, the same month, the same day, but ask for the same year, the same month, the same day to die. TV, you have to cut your finger and drop the blood in the wine. The two of them took a razor blade and tried it on their fingers for half a day, but they couldn't do it after all. Forget it, the heart to the right, there is no need to care about the red tape. A mouthful of white wine down, choking and coughing, spicy straight out tongue. Lying on the futon, looking at the landlord, Huayang asked, Xiaoshang, what do you want to do when you grow up? Xiaoshang thought for a moment and replied, when the fireman. Huayang worried, firefighters are very dangerous. Xiaoshang is righteous, when the hero, there will always be sacrifices, to protect the country and the people, it is worth it. Children have a dream of heroes. But do not know the 2 words, how heavy. Chapter 29 Just Friends. Under the influence of Zhao Shang, Hua Yang later also chose the profession of firefighter. On the first day of employment, the two entrusted each other. Zhao Shang, if I am honorable, help me take care of mom and dad. Hua Yang, if I have that day, Xiaolan is your own sister. Of course, with the standardization of the system and the advancement of technology, firefighters are not as dangerous as they previously thought, and the rate of deaths and injuries has been reduced to a very low level. Since joining the force, they've had a few minor injuries at most, never endangering their lives. Cheers! Hua Yang raised his glass. Zhao Shang clinked glasses with him and tilted his neck to drink. The cold liquid slides down his throat, taking away some of his fatigue. Hua Yang knows that Zhao Shang has been under too much pressure lately, so he plans to get drunk with him. If you drink too much, you can go to the rental house to deal with the night, and then go to the station together in the morning. Anyway, the two of them have been in bed together since they were young, and they have not known 1,000 times. You are out drinking, Xia Xiaoyu do not care about you? Zhao Shang asked. She dares. Later married, I socialize outside back, she still have to obediently put the foot washing water to my front. Hua Yang slapped the table and said boldly. The words just fell, the pocket phone rang. A look as Xia Xiaoyu's call, he was scared face, rushed Zhao Shang to make a silent gesture, carefully pressed the answer button. In the station to reorganize the housekeeping, a moment also have to study, heavy responsibility dare not sloppy. No, I have been blessed in my past life to find you such a good girlfriend. I'm not that kind of person, I will not go out to fool around, and when we get married, we will pay our monthly salary as much as we can. It was not easy to coax Xia Xiaoyu, Hua Yang snapped and hung up the phone. Look at Zhao Shang's smiling expression, his face is a bit untenable, hurry to make up to find a compliment. Against women, to soft and hard, the initiative has been in my hands. Zhao Shang has not seen Xia Xiaoyu several times, but the girl has a good impression. Straight talking, big-headed, not much heart. Together with Hua Yang is a good match, and will certainly be happy in the future. He is sincerely happy for his good brother. By the way, Xiaolan said that you've fallen in love online? Hua Yang changed the topic to Zhao Shang. She's just talking nonsense. It was Zhao Shang's turn to be embarrassed. Nowadays, there are many ways to cheat, you have to be careful. Hua Yang teased. She is not a liar. Zhao Shang blurted out. What makes you think so? By feeling. Zhao Shang is very sure, after the dream is a kind and gentle good girl. Every now and then they chat a few days, after the dream just comfort and encourage him, the topic almost did not lead to other aspects. If she was a liar, she was also too patient. Hua Yang nibbled on the oily sheep's waist, then you will ask her first meet the people say, online dating is the most unreliable, 9 times out of 10 to see the light death. Zhao Shang seriously corrected, not online dating, just friends. It's okay, I understand, my mom let me get to know Xia Xiaoyu, also said to introduce a friend. Hua Yang has the tone of a man who has been there. Zhao Shang was said to be stupid. When he went to the original rental house in the morning and knocked on the door, he was mentally prepared, but he ended up pouncing. The more he could not see anyone, the more curious he was, what kind of girl is chasing dreams? I will take a look at the chat records, and I will be a military counselor for you. Hua Yang is very enthusiastic. One of the great confusing behaviors of human beings is that they like to see other people getting laid. Otherwise, those relationship reality shows wouldn't be so hot. Whether it's a boy or a girl, they all like to be a dog-headed military counselor for their brothers or girlfriends. A lot of female singles are king-level relationship mentors, tugging on words in a set way. Hua Yang browsed through the chat records of the last few days, stroking his chin and nodding frequently. At least you can be sure that it won't be a stingy man posing as an innocent girl on the other side of the screen. Like on action, hurry to ask her to meet, quick and easy. Hua Yang decisively said. She said she was very busy recently. Zhao Shang said weakly. That is not the reason, you want to be embarrassed, I help you about. Hua Yang overstepped his bounds. He did not care whether Zhao Shang opened the input box on the crackling typing. I'm free on the 5th, let's make an appointment to meet somewhere. The line of clouds and water clicked send, not giving Zhao Shang the opportunity to backtrack. Getting the other party to return the laptop is an excellent excuse. Hua Yang threw the phone back, you are on vacation on the 5th, remember to dress up a little more handsome. Zhao Shang stared at the sent invitation, his heartbeat accelerated a lot, both apprehensive and expectant. But after several more drinks, Chasing Dreams didn't reply to the message. Zhao Xing himself helped her find reasons. It must be because she was too busy to check her cell phone. What's going on? She doesn't have a boyfriend, does she? Gone on a date with someone? Hua Yang suspiciously came up with a trio of questions. I don't think so. Zhao Sheng doesn't have much confidence. Big brother, you want to chase girls, and you don't even investigate such important information as whether or not they have a boyfriend? Hua Yang is about to be exasperated. Zhao Sheng hung his head, not knowing how to answer. He judged that Chasing Dreams didn't have a boyfriend because the previous rental house was too small and only suitable for single people. But what if people are in love, just not to the point of living together? Night fell and the stars were shining. Yu Chenghua watered the jasmine on the windowsill and prepared to leave work. Lin Mushi pushed the door in, painting, accompany me to have dinner and watch a movie together in the evening. Yu Chenghua frowned, watch a movie? This is too much like a couple's date, he is a bit constrained. Lin Mosher had already found a good reason, her eyes burning. Tonight there is a new anime movie in theaters, let's hold the mindset of learning and look at the strengths and weaknesses of others. Yu Chenghua was full of skepticism, just the two of us? Lin Mushi nodded, the studio is too busy, we go in batches to learn, you and I are the first batch. So does this count as overtime? Is there any overtime pay? I'll help you send Aju to school, so consider it a thank you, and you'll buy the movie tickets. Lin Mushi disguised herself as a domineering female president, pulling and dragging, cajoling and tricking, and lulling Yu Chenghua into getting on the car. She booked a Western restaurant in advance, intending to have a romantic dinner first. Half an hour later, sitting at the dining table, Yu Chenghua looked at the violinist playing in the distance and was uncomfortable. This environment and atmosphere, too forced. Lin Mushi ordered a couple's set menu, with a long list of dish names, which Yu Chenghua automatically shortened to steak, pasta, sliced bread, mushroom soup, vegetable salad, and so on. Yu Chenghua obviously didn't eat much Western food, and his gestures with the knife and fork were rusty. Lin Mushi showed her gentle side and helped him cut the steak into small pieces. Thanks. Count yourself lucky, I've never served anyone like this before. Yu Chenghua was completely convinced that the Miss Lin in front of him, looking cross-eyed, was a life to be served. The goodness she showed herself could be clearly felt, not a normal boss or employee. Lin Mushi pretended to be careless. I heard Azu say that not only do you not have a girlfriend, you also don't have a favorite at all. Yu Chenghua perfunctorily said, Aju doesn't know, that's my secret. Lin Mosher raised her head and looked straight into Yu Chenghua's eyes, as if she wanted to see through his heart. Facing this passionate gaze, Yu Chenghua had a feeling of sweating. The atmosphere was extraordinarily tense. At this time, the cell phone on Lin Mosher's desk ding-dong rang. Yu Cheng painting like to find a savior, you have a new message, in case there is an emergency to find you. Lin Mushi casually swept a glance, harassing message, not important. Chapter 30 This is called wisdom. Yu Cheng painting will be steak haphazardly into the mouth, like a pig eating ginseng fruit, taste cannot taste. Lin Mushi couldn't figure out what he was avoiding. The people who are chasing me can line up from here to France. This lady has personally cut steak for you, so I advise you not to be ungrateful. What's the name of the girl you like? What does she look like? Do you have a photo? You look honest, but you're full of lies, you liar. In the face of Lin Mosher's step-by-step pressing, Yu Cheng painting a move to block back, boss, I do not want to say. Not allowed to call me boss. Lin Mosher doesn't like this very distant name. Then call you what? Yu Chenghua asked. Mushi. Lin Mosher has no attitude at all. Sounds like cake. Don't talk nonsense, just call you what you are told to call you. Yu Chenghua opened his mouth, but still felt awkward. Luckily, a cell phone ringing saved him. Lin Mushi took out her cell phone from her bag and pressed the answer button. Xia Xiaoyu's voice came from the receiver. Mushi, Hui Yang lied to me, he wasn't even at the fire station tonight, do you think he went out to fool around? Lin Mosher revealed an impatient expression, this dead girl just takes some crap to annoy people all day long. When girlfriends, it is best to persuade and not persuade to split up. After all, people are to live a lifetime, if not careful to fall outside their own not a person. You don't want to think, a man always need a little private space, you don't stare too tightly. If he's out there fooling around, with your unique vision and wisdom, can't you tell? If you can find such a reliable boyfriend, you can just be happy. See how skillful and easy it is for a single dog to help others deal with their relationship problems. Although I couldn't see it, I could imagine that Xia Xiaoyu on the other end of the phone, her expression gradually relaxed. There is no better coaxed girl in the world than her. Otherwise, that big straight guy Hui Yang couldn't handle her. Hanging up the phone, Lin Mushi let out a long breath of relief. Half a year ago, Lin Mushi took on a big project. The work was very heavy. The company sent Xie Xiaoyu to her as an assistant. As a result, this girl's working ability is not strong, but is a chatterbox, small mouth all day blah blah. But from the spiritual level, to help her relieve the pressure. Getting along for a long time, the relationship between the two people's superior and subordinate is becoming more and more blurred. Some time ago, Lin Mushi began to prepare for the anime, looking for a suitable painter. Xie Xiaoyu told her that she had a friend who was an amateur painter and gave her a painting to admire. On the picture was a pair of colorful butterflies, dancing in the flowers. At the first sight of the painting, Lin Mo was sure that this painter was exactly the person she was looking for so hard. So she went out of her way to lower her stature and visit Yu Chenghua 3 times to invite him out of the mountain. Of course, having a secret love for Yu Chenghua himself was completely unexpected by Lin Mo. Perhaps she feels that she is not too young, but also want to taste the bitterness of love. Lin Mushi and Xie Xiaoyu call, Yu Cheng painting has been bored dry rice. At this time he raised his head. You and Xiaoyu are very close? Lin Mushi seriously said, well, we are good friends, just like I can be good friends with you. Good friends? Yu Chenghua mumbled and repeated. Don't you want to have such a pretty and cute friend? Lin Mo pouted her lips to be cute. No, it's my honor. Yu Chenghua was most afraid of this trick. Then Xiaoyu, all call me Mushi, you call me that too. Okay, Mousy. Under Lin Mushi's powerful offense, Yu Chenghua only had to compromise. A dike of 1,000 miles collapses in an ant hole. His rock-solid heart is likely to fall a little bit in this tenderness. Lin Mushi was in a good mood and made an exception to the rule of wanting to eat something sweet and asked the waiter to serve a mousse cake. As a result, I didn't eat 2 bites and got tired of it, and pushed it to Yu Chenghua. The place where I dug with a spoon has been cut off, not to be wasted. This appearance, there are a few points like a small couple. In the entire restaurant, you can't find 2 couples with such a high face value. From the Western restaurant, take the elevator to the top floor of the cinema, just in time. There is no place to sell salted milk tea here. Lin Mushi holding a big bucket of popcorn. The boss is not happy. Think about bringing a bag of salt with you and ordering unsweetened milk tea. The show will start soon, let's go in first and find a seat. Yu Chenghua held 2 bottles of water and urged. Slow down, I'm tired of walking, let's sit down first. Lin Mo sat on a bench with her but and leisurely threw popcorn into her mouth. She had read a book before, and there was a bridge in it. In order to hold the hand of the male lead, the female lead deliberately delayed until the movie started. The screening room was a dark mess, and then went in, and finally got what she wanted. This is called wisdom. Yu Chenghua had to sit down next to Lin Mushi and fiddle with his cell phone. I'm not sure if you're going to eat it or not. Lin Mushi handed over a popcorn. Her fingers were long and white, not painted with nail polish, and exuded a natural luster. Yu Chenghua is a big straight man, cannot appreciate all kinds of complicated nail art for girls. This slender hand in front of him is exactly long on his aesthetic point. Do not eat. Yu Chenghua habitually refused. Open your mouth. Lin Mushi ignored it. Yu Chenghua was slightly surprised and instinctively opened his mouth. A piece of popcorn was fed in, with a thick buttery flavor. He stared stupidly at Lin Mo, forgetting to chew. Why are you looking at me? It's not like I can finish such a big bucket. Lin Mo's cheeks burned slightly. Growing up, it was the first time she did something so ambiguous. Not too skillful, I don't know if the movements were distorted. The atmosphere became subtle, both of them did not dare to look at each other again, both eyes staring flatly ahead, falling into a long period of silence. That time seems to have arrived. Yu Chenghua stared at the time on the cell phone screen and took the lead in breaking the silence. I'm a little afraid of the dark. Lin Mushi first paved the way. It's okay, you follow me. Yu Chenghua replied innocently. Stepping into the screening room, except for the big screen, the rest of the place is dark, and you can vaguely see the crowd. Yu Chenghua put the water under his arm and opened the flashlight that came with his cell phone, which could only illuminate half a meter in front of him. He turned around and asked, Can you see? Lin Mushi's mouth hidden in the darkness raised a smile. Can't see, you won't pull me a little? Yu Chenghua clenched his fists and reached over. A small, soft, boneless hand drilled into his palm. The skin is slippery and warm to the touch, causing his heart to flutter. Just now being fed popcorn, he had already admired this hand up close, like a work of art carved from white jade. Holding it in his palm at the moment, it was a different flavor. Yu Chenghua's palm was wide, his fingers were long and slender, very powerful. Lin Mushi held his hand, was pulled by him, very secure. She was pleased in her heart, the tricks she learned from reading novels, they really work. Go back and swipe a gift for the author. Squeezing through the front of the rows of legs and finally finding a seat, Yu Chenghua let go of Lin Mushi's hand and let out a long breath, sweat seeping out of his forehead. Walking this distance is even more tiring than running 10 kilometers. Look at your face, like you've suffered a great loss. Lin Mosher sat down and complained. Yu Chenghua unscrewed the cap of the bottle and filled it with a large amount of water, as if to douse a certain small fire. Chapter 31 Earthy Love Words. What was playing on the big screen was a big bad movie that was a money grabber. Lin Mushi's eyelids began to fight half an hour later, and then she slept extraordinarily well. Yu Chenghua appreciated the movie from the perspective of art, but found some redeeming qualities, and watched with rapt attention and enjoyment. It wasn't until the movie was nearing its end that Lin Mushi woke up from her beauty sleep with a lazy posture. Didn't you say you came to study? Yu Chenghua questioned in a bad mood. Learning? Learning a Lin Mushi hard to stop. Luckily did not say that word out, otherwise the painstakingly gentle female president image will instantly collapse. She was just looking for an excuse to come on a date. How did she know that the movie was so hypnotic? I'm too tired to work during the day, so write me a review analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of this movie. Yu Chenghua had already seen through her tricks and said coldly, I am only responsible for painting, I will not write any movie review. Lin Mushi waved her hand, do not write even if, turn back to let the second batch of study group to write, haha. The movie dispersed, already 10:30. The moon is in the sky, and the night breeze is pleasant. A painting, I will send you home. Lin Mushi is very enthusiastic. No, I don't go with you, just take a car. Yu Chenghua refused and walked to the curb to stop a cab. Hey, are you so unhappy to come out with me? Lin Mosher gathered her courage and asked. Very happy. Yu Chenghua turned back and looked at the big beauty under the moonlight and said in a voice that only he could hear, thank you, Mosher. Lin Mushi looked at the cab gradually merging into the traffic, revealing a happy smile. Iron-straight man, one day will be melted by this lady's tenderness. Holding hands is a big step towards success. The next step would be to embrace a hug, then a kiss, so and so, so, and so. After 25 years of living, I don't even know what a boy's mouth tastes like. In the past, so many licking dogs around Lin Mushi, she cannot see one, but now have to hot-faced a cold ass. Love is something that really doesn't make sense. Zhao Shang, it's over, it's most likely a female liar, you have to be careful. Hua Yang drank into a puddle of mud, was carried back to the rental house by Zhao Shang, thrown to the bed. He learned that the dream more than 2 hours did not return the message, very arbitrary conclusion. Zhao Shang did not have a good mood, she is not a liar, you cannot drink less alcohol on 2 bottles, honestly sleep, do not vomit my bed. Hua Yang holding the pillow bark bite, Xiaoyu, we insensate, do not take care of him single dog. Zhao Shang rolled his eyes and turned back to the bathroom. Have a girlfriend marvelous? Wash back, Hua Yang has been snoring like thunder, Zhao Shang lying down next to him, pick up the phone to see, there is a new message. I'm sorry, I was so busy that I forgot to return your laptop, at noon on the 5th, how about we meet at the Promenade Palace? Zhao Shang was instantly excited and immediately replied, okay, in order to easily recognize each other, let's make an appointment with a secret code. Dream Chaser said, then we both bring a branch of white osmanthus. Then it's a deal, let's meet on the 5th. Get an early night, good night. Zhao Shang looked at the chat log and couldn't help but giggle, full of anticipation for the meeting in a few days. The Palace of Prosperity is a very famous local Taoist temple, with a lot of incense all year round. It was just the right time to go and pray for Ran, help her ask for a peace talisman or something. Once people are at their wits' end, they will especially believe in the immortals. Early the next morning, Zhao Sheng took the chat logs and showed them off to Hua Yang, proving that chasing dreams is not a fraud. Hua Yang rubbed his head with a hangover headache and clearly felt that the old iron tree was really going to blossom. In the past, when I was in school, there was no shortage of pretty and cute girls who had a crush on Zhao Sheng, but he couldn't get enough of them. At this age, he actually liked a girl he had never met before. Love is something that really doesn't make sense. I wish him good luck and hope he's not just in love. During the morning drills, Hua Yang shyly taught Zhao Sheng and his single teammates about love. Girls just rely on coaxing, you have to be able to say sweet words to get them into a state of confusion. Zhao Xing disdained, you have been stupid since childhood, will also say sweet words? Hua Yang said boldly, today's time is different from the past, I have been rolling in the red dust, an unruly prodigal son. A boyish teammate vainly asked for advice, Vice Squad Leader, give me an example. I have recently become obsessed with a book, falling in love with you I am willing to bet on it book. I don't know when, I fell in love with a kind of fish, this life to you until death fish. The circle of friends that you have liked is called a donut, and the fruit that you have washed is called a sugar-oiled fruit. In order to please Xie Xiaoyu, Hua Yang had memorized a bunch of earthy love words from somewhere, and now he opened his mouth. The teammates behind him were so disgusted that they almost spit out their breakfast. Zhao Sheng has a face of physiological discomfort, harmonic stems have to be deducted, do you have any stems that are a bit more advanced? Hua Yang tossed his head, used the 4 words I, love, he, she to make a sentence, how should I make it? A bunch of teammates meditated, no matter how it doesn't make sense, there will be one more word. What kind of crappy question are you asking? Zhao Sheng disgusted. Can't even be that simple, he loves her. Hua Yang announced the answer. What about me? Zhao Sheng blurted out. I love you. Hua Yang throws a wink. Zhao Sheng couldn't help but shiver and get goosebumps all over his body. I really want to shove this fleshy guy down the drain. It was hard to imagine that Xie Xiaoyu was coaxed into a state of confusion by such sweet words. That childish little teammate actually pulled out a small notebook from his hip pocket and carefully took notes. Earthy love words, destroying people. In Zhao Xing's imagination, Dream Chaser should be a gentle and sensible girl, and definitely wouldn't like this kind of stuff. How about learning a couple of phrases, just in case? After work, Zhao Sheng stepped into Ward 709 and found Xiao Lan's bed empty. Once he called, he realized that she had gone to the 5th floor to play with Su Jimei again. Just after getting out of the elevator, he heard the conversation between the 2 little girls. Xiao Mei asked with a smile, there is a ride in the playground facilities, and has been playing music, called spinning what? Xiao Lan didn't think twice, Trojan horse. Xiao Mei made an exaggerated kissing sound, that's right, it's the wooden horse moa. Xiao Lan suddenly realized, covered her face and laughed loudly, ah, this routine is so good, I love it. The 2 girls' joyful laughter spread out of the ward and echoed in the corridor. Zhao Sheng snorted and laughed out as well. The same earthy love words, coming from a girl's mouth, sounded much smoother than Hua Yang's. If Xiaolan was not sick, and just stayed simple, how good would it be? The ward is not closed, Zhao Sheng directly into it. Xiaolan turned back and smiled brightly, brother, I want to go ride the carousel once. Zhao Sheng immediately refused, no, Dr. Chen said he won't let you leave the hospital again. Lan begged like a pet, no, I just want to go, just go out for the last time. The words one last time hit Zhao Sheng's heart, and Dr. Chen's words echoed in his ears. Then let her. Chapter 32 Disoriented. These days, Xiao Mei's injuries are recovering well, and she can already walk on the ground. If things go well, she can be discharged in a month or 2. She instructed Xiao Lan not to come down again in the future, so she could go to the 7th floor. After all, both of their bodies, one would get better and one would only get worse. Brother, Xiao Mei is awesome, she's learned to fight, she must be valiant standing in the ring, Xiaolan praised. No, my father is a gym owner, also a fighting enthusiast, I learned a little under his influence. Xiao Mei was embarrassed. She surveyed Zhao Xing's body, brother this body condition is really good, should be a great fighter. Zhao Xing smiled, is that so? You said I'm more resistant to punching. The daily training of the fire station is very strict, the physical quality of the firefighters, naturally, is much stronger than ordinary people. Zhao Sheng and the team's best, usually with teammates over the moves, to ensure that within 10 moves to put Hua Yang down. It was almost dark, Zhao Sheng was worried about Lan's body and urged her to return to the ward. When the siblings left, Su Jimei voiced, brother, the boxing competition is still 2 months away, do you really don't want to try? She learned from Lan that Zhao Sheng was very short of money and his medical bills were like a bottomless pit. Playing a match to earn prize money is a very suitable choice. Zhao Sheng paused, let's talk about it later. Walking into the elevator, Lan asked, brother, I think Xiao Mei's idea is good. Zhao Sheng patted her head, I'm a firefighter, my duties, but also to take care of you, there is no extra time to specialize in training. Then you don't want to be a firefighter? Ran blurted out. What did you say? Nothing. In fact, Ran never liked the idea of Akio being a firefighter and having to worry about him every day. She didn't want her brother to be a hero, she just wanted him to be safe. Seeing that Zhao Xing's face was not good, Xiaolan hurriedly changed the topic. When are we going to the amusement park? Zhao Shang sighed. We'll see how it goes, you're not going anywhere for a few days to recuperate from your illness. Xiaolan nodded her head understandingly. She grew up in the countryside, never sat on a carousel, only seen on TV, felt very romantic and cozy, but also a little silly. This may be the last wish of her life to be realized. At night, Zhao Shang cannot help but find dream chat. Zhao Shang, do you think the boxing man handsome? Chasing dreams, of course, that muscle how beautiful. Zhao Shang, do you watch boxing matches? Chasing dreams, I didn't watch it before, but now I might think about it. After the end of the chat, Zhao Shang fantasized about chasing dreams, so excited that he could not sleep, got up and did 2 sets of push-ups. After falling asleep, the corners of his mouth were all still slightly upturned. On the calendar on the wall, a circle was drawn in red on the 5th. Nothing happened for the next few days. September 5th finally arrived late, a beautiful sunny day. Zhao Shang had a day off today, and first went to the hospital to accompany Lan for a while, and only left when it was almost noon. When he went out in the morning, he deliberately dressed up, wearing a white shirt that was ironed without a single crease. He also took the unprecedented step of blow-drying his hair and did a simple styling. In the shirt pocket, inserted a branch of pure white osmanthus. The light fragrance of the flowers, refreshing. Time is still abundant. Zhao Shang cannot afford to spend money to take a taxi, go to the platform outside the hospital and wait for the bus. The terminal of the 19th bus is the Palace of Prosperity. After the bus arrived, Zhao Shang followed the crowd at the end of the boarding. Just there is a seat. He was about to sit over, and then a middle-aged woman came up in a hurry. Dressed in a cheap floral shirt, her face was yellow and her description was withered. Many of the patients or family members in the hospital were so emaciated, tortured by the disease. Zhao Shang thought that she looked a little familiar, perhaps he had seen her in the inpatient building. Big sister, you sit down. Zhao Shang gave up his seat. Thank you. The elder sister thanked Zhao Shang with a dry voice and lowered her head to sit over. Perhaps she was too tired, she leaned against the car window and quickly fell asleep. Zhao Shang held the railing with one hand and played with his cell phone with the other. His fingers were generally not listening to the call, searching up the boxing match in 2 months. Xiaomei and Lan's words were like a seed that quietly sprouted in his heart. If he could earn a lot of money and give Xiaolan better medical treatment, wouldn't there still be a glimmer of hope? In fact, this is still just his naive imagination, but once the thought moves, it can no longer be easily suppressed. The number 19 bus rattled along, stopping at each platform for a few moments as passengers came and went. Just like life, there are many passers-by. They meet briefly and then go their separate ways. That big sister, like Zhao Shang, sat all the way to the end of the line at the Palace of Prosperity. She was staring blankly, lost in thought, got off the bus and went straight across the street. A motorcycle whistling past, the rider did not expect someone so reckless crossing the road, frantically stepped on the brakes, the tires on the ground rubbed a long series of black marks. But inertia, the motorcycle is still to the big sister crashed over. The older sister heard the sound, scared to death, forgot to dodge. At that moment, a force came from her collar, pulling her back, and she fell heavily on a man, avoiding the motorcycle. Very thrilling to avoid an accident. Walking without eyes, huh? The rider cursed, stunned. Big sister turned around in horror and saw that the one who was crushed underneath her was the young man who had just given up his seat for her in the car. Zhao Shang this solid fall on the road, grimacing in pain. Slowed down for a while, he helped his sister to stand up, and then scolded the rider, "You fierce what? Cycling so fast, you do not have a little responsibility?" Big sister mumbled, "It is my fault, I was distracted." The rider saw that Zhao Shang is not easy to mess with, and then whispered a few curses, and then left unhappily, recognizing his own bad luck. Zhao Shang lowered his head and searched around, finally found his cell phone 5 or 6 meters away. Just now, in the nick of time, he was focusing on saving people, and his cell phone flew out of his hand. Now the screen fell in pieces. Zhao Shang tried, "Cannot turn on." "Sorry, is this expensive?" I compensate you." Big sister tears are almost down, afraid of Zhao Shang quoted a price she cannot afford. "It's okay, replace the screen should be fine." Although Zhao Shang was heartbroken, he didn't show it. For a moment, he saw his mom's shadow from the other side. Both are simple and kind rural women. And after encountering things, that timid and panicked, 6 godless look. Big sister looked carefully at Zhao Sheng, remembered to wait for the elevator in the hospital encountered a few times, judging that he is also a family member of the patient, so timidly opened his mouth. My name is Lu Chunfeng, my son is hospitalized in Ward 608, you fixed the phone to find me to pay for it. Zhao Sheng shook his head, it's okay, no need to compensate, this is an old cell phone is not worth money. Lu Chunfeng bowed deeply to Zhao Sheng, with a sobbing voice, thank you are really a good man. Zhao Sheng's nose was sore, also almost in tears. She came to the Palace of Prosperity, it should be for her son to pray for blessings. When people are at their wits' end, they will especially believe in the immortals. Chapter 33 The Young Man's Journey. Zhao Sheng could see that Lu Chunfeng was a poor person just like himself. Out of sympathy, it was impossible for her to pay for the repair of her cell phone. Lu Chunfeng fell into self-reproach and remorse, fidgeting uneasily with the corner of her coat. Sister Lu, I came to the Taoist temple to burn incense, I don't quite know the rules, can you teach me? Zhao Sheng revealed a kind smile. He deliberately asked Lu Chunfeng to do a small favor to offset her gratitude. Lu Chunfeng nodded her head repeatedly, her eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. The incense of the Easy Palace was in full bloom, and the front of the mountain gate was crowded with good men and women. Outside the red wall planted a long row of tall Bodhi trees, under the trees there are many vendors holding a large umbrella, selling some local snacks. Zhao Sheng followed Lu Chunfeng to buy some incense, and then stepped into the mountain gate and walked up the stairs. Lu Chunfeng was very serious about the various instructions and taboos. Don't step on the threshold, outside the door is red dust and right and wrong, inside the door is a place of purity. Incense should be on the three roots, Taoism is born one life two is born three is born all things. When praying for blessings, Buddhists use the palm salute, while Taoists use the fist salute, the left hand holds the right hand, negative yin, and hold the yang. Zhao Sheng one by one to comply, remembered when they were small, their mother took them siblings to the temple fair scene. It was also so lively and had so many rules. But his heart was getting cold. After Lu Chunfeng finished the incense, she respectfully knelt in front of the statue of the three clear heavenly fathers, chanting under her breath. She hoped that the gods would bless her son to be safe and sound. Zhao Sheng originally did not believe in ghosts and gods, but when he arrived here, a sense of awe arose. He also followed Lu Chunfeng's example and piously wished to the gods. I hope that God will be merciful to Xiaolan and not take her away from him. Coming out of the Three Qing Hall, Lu Chunfeng was going to ask for a peace talisman, while Zhao Sheng was going to ask for a sign. Because Chasing Dream told him again 2 days ago that the Palace of Prosperity is too big to be easily encountered, and that he can wait at the Taoist priest who asks for a sign. Now Zhao Sheng's cell phone is broken and he can't contact the other party, so he has to go earlier. Lu big sister, don't worry, everything will always be fine. Zhao Sheng said goodbye to Lu Chunfeng. Thank you, you too, all will be fine. Lu Chunfeng bows to Zhao Sheng. She also tells Zhao Sheng that if he spends too much money on fixing his cell phone, he should look for her in Ward 608. Zhao Sheng nods in agreement, but doesn't plan on doing that. One look at the other party, they were just overwhelmed by the medical bills, so why would he bear to add another straw? In front of the side hall where the sign was interpreted, there sat a Taoist priest wearing a green-colored Taoist robe, with a somewhat graying beard and hair. On the case in front of him, there was a signing jar, and on the wall behind him, there was a sign on the wall. Several young girls are gathered around him to interpret the sign, listening to the accent as foreign tourists. The Taoist master shook his head and spoke eloquently. You guys go out and ask around, the products that I, Zheng Hafxian, sell are all certified by international standards. This cleanser, with 9 natural plant extracts, is gentle and does not irritate the skin. Oil control and purify acne repellent mites, after using the face is not dry and not tight, the main one is refreshing. Zhao Sheng heard jaw-dropping, and thought he had arrived at the skin care counter in the mall. He scanned around and didn't find any girls with cinnamon. The facial cleanser that the Taoist master was holding was a third-rate product at first glance. He marketed spitefully, the few foreign female tourists did not fall for it, said a few polite words and then turned to leave. Alas, consumer downgrade, business is getting worse. Zheng Hafxian regretfully muttered to himself. Zhao Sheng quickly walked up, Taoist priest, hello. Zheng Haf immortalized bright, young man, you buy facial cleanser not, you ask for a sign? Zhao Sheng thought to himself that it would be better to wait, so he asked for one. He picked up the sign box and shook it for half a minute, only to shake out a bamboo stick. When he saw the word down on it, he instantly changed his face and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. What's the question? Half-immortal Zheng squinted his eyes to look for the signature. Zhao originally wanted to ask about Xiaolan's condition, but when he shook the bamboo stick, he didn't dare to ask again. In his haste, he casually said, "Ask about marriage." Half-immortal Zhang opened the sign and read it out in a rhythmic manner. "I have been on earth for a few autumns, for whom I have worked so hard as a mayfly. It is not a sin for me to die in the morning or in the evening, and I cry to the tears of the departed." Although Zhao hadn't read much, he could still hear that it wasn't a good word. To be born in the morning and die in the evening meant that even if one gained love, one would lose it immediately. But this Taoist master had an unreliable look about him, so I hoped his words weren't that spiritual. "Young man, what do you usually use to wash your face?" Zhang Hafxian's words changed, glancing at his own products out of the corner of his eye. "I don't buy face wash." Zhao Sheng immediately refused. "Then, do you like calligraphy, painting, musical instruments, handicrafts, or anything?" Zhang Hafxian was obsessed with unsigning and bringing goods. He pulled open the drawer and held out a large pile of rags. "It seems to be wholesale from the small commodity market. The goods are not beautiful and inexpensive." Zhao Sheng wanted to leave, but chasing dreams was not here yet, so he could only pretend to be interested in this pile of rags. He casually picked up a scroll and unfolded it. "Young man, have an eye, this is an ancient painting passed down from the Tang dynasty, the real handwriting of poetry Buddha Wang Wei." Zhang Hafxian gave a thumbs up. Zhao Sheng didn't listen to his bullshit and appreciated the machine-processed print. "The picture is a spring picture. There are mountains, castle, buildings, rivers, willows and so on. The overall style is natural and fresh, but the printing is too rough. Hanging it in the house as a decorative painting looks shabby. There is a poem on the painting. Xinfeng wine bucket 10,000, how many years the Xianying Ranger? When we met, we drank for you, and tied our horses to the willow side of the tall building. I see that brother is also a person who understands art, this young man walking picture and you have a destiny, $3,000 you take." Zhang Half-Immortal's tone is very generous. "Your painting is worth $3,000? Zhao Sheng stared wide-eyed. "Have you heard of the poet Wang Wei? Poetry has a painting in it, and the painting has a poem in it, so you've picked up a great deal of money today." Zhang Xian bragged without blushing. "Zhao Sheng and not stupid, I read less, you do not lie to me, Wang Wei which has real works of the world? If there is a priceless treasure, you only sell $3,000? Zhang Hafxian vibrant words, so this is called picking up leakage ah. Zhao Sheng pointed to the picture, "You are too fake, all are landscapes, where is the young man ah?" "This is true." Half-Immortal scratched his head and took a brush out. "I'll draw one up for you, okay?" "I won't bother, I don't buy paintings." Zhao Sheng is too lazy to argue with him. "Do you know the rules? I open the price, you more or less return a price." Zhang Half-Immortal's eyes glittered. $20. Zhao Sheng impatient, casually quoted a low price. "Sold." Half-Immortal Zhang slapped the table. Zhao Sheng was immediately struck by lightning, and his intestines were green with remorse. Careful, but still fell into the trap. After all, he is young and does not understand the evils of society. Now the price has been quoted, not to buy cannot. The cell phone is broken, fortunately there is spare cash. Buying the painting and the sign reading cost a total of $30. Zhang Hafxian laughed, "Little brother, I can also tell fortunes, do you believe I can figure out what your last name is?" Zhao Sheng indignantly said, "Why should I spend money to know my last name? What kind of Taoist priest is this? He's just an old crook." Chapter 34. Finally it is your turn. Zhao Sheng, afraid of being deceived, no longer pay attention to Zhang Hafxian, pacing back and forth nervously, looking out from time to time. The girl with the white osmanthus flowers never showed up. The sun is in the middle of the day, and the stomach is hungry. Zhang Hafxian smiled and said, "Little brother, are you waiting for someone?" Zhao Sheng glanced at him and did not speak. Spend $20 to buy a broken painting, the heart suffocates. Waiting for the girl? Hafxian Zhang did not think. What's it to you? Zhao Sheng couldn't give him a good look. Poor Taoist fingers counting, your destiny has not yet arrived, I have a method of cracking, the price is negotiable. Zhang Xian rubbed his palms, a look of old money. Don't lie to me, I won't fall for your tricks again, she will be here soon. Zhao Sheng covered his wallet tightly. I still have to repair my cell phone when I return, so I can't be fooled by this old liar again. Chasing dreams is a good girl, surely she won't stand him up. Suddenly, a silhouette stormed in. Zhao Sheng fixed his eyes on Hui Yang and was surprised. What are you doing here? Hui Yang wiped a handful of sweat on his head. Why can't you get through on the phone? I'm looking for you half a day. Zhao Sheng replied, just saved a big sister, the phone broke. Hui Yang eagerly said, Xiaolan just vomited blood, now people in the emergency room, you immediately return to the hospital with me. What? Zhao Sheng was like a thunderbolt, his body trembled. A great sense of fear wrapped around his heart. If he missed Rant's last face, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Zhao Sheng flung himself in front of the case, his voice panicked. Daoist, if you see a girl with a white osmanthus flower, tell her that I came, but now I have something urgent that I must leave first, and I will apologize to her in a couple of days. Half-immortal Zheng twirled his long beard and said in a deep voice, I told you, your destiny has not yet arrived. The scroll was in the way in his hand. Zhao Sheng slapped it on the case. You help me to pass this to her, say that it is a gift from me to her, I did not mean to be untrustworthy. Zhang Hafxian nodded, good, will certainly forward. Zhao Sheng clasps his fists gratefully, then turns around and leaves with Hui Yang in quick steps. Sitting in the car heading to the central hospital, Zhao Sheng blames himself, it's all my fault, I should have accompanied Xiaolan, I shouldn't have run around. Hui Yang comforted, Xiaolan will be fine, don't think too much, it's not your fault. If anything happens to her, I will never forgive myself. Healing is the doctor's business, not yours, don't take the blame on yourself. In the Palace of Prosperity, green smoke curled up, and the air smelled of the unique sandalwood fragrance. Zhang Hafxian was busy and asked the little Taoist priest to buy a bowl of bean curd brain, smacking his lips as he ate. Old liar, how was the sales performance last month? A crisp voice rang in his ears. Zhang Hafxian stared a jolt, turned back to look at the person who came, dissatisfied, you this little girl, no big, no small, or call me the head of the Taoist appropriate point. Lin Mosher wore a fresh and elegant light green dress, thin as a cicada's wing gauze, reflecting a graceful temperament. She inclined her head, revealing a white osmanthus flower on her temples. So it's you. Fate, fated fate, it's finally your turn. Zhang Half-Immortal saw the osmanthus flower and said some plausible words. What is it? Lin Mosher was puzzled. Zhang Hafxian pulled open the drawer and took out a scroll. At first glance, it is a crude craft painting. There is a young man who brought a branch of cinnamon just like you, and he asked me to pass this painting on to you. Lin Mushy reached out and took it. Where is he? Zhang Hafxian said, he didn't wait for you, said he left in an emergency. Lin Mushy frowned, took out his cell phone, dialed Zhao Sheng's phone. Not with a trace of emotion of the female voice from the handset came, I am sorry. As soon as I heard these 3 words, Lin Mushy hung up. This person can be really busy, 2 appointments are pigeonholed. Old liar, this painting is you sold him? Lin Mosher casually unfolded the scroll. That's right, poetry Buddha Wang Wei's real handwriting, worth a lot of money, and now give it to you, you are picking up a big leak. Zhang Hafxian is serious and funny. Your youth walking picture is also too fake, where is the young man on the painting? Lin Mushy despised. Why do you ask? I'll draw one for you, right? Zhang Half-Immortal rolled up his sleeves, picked up the brush and dipped it in ink. Don't, this painting was worth $20, buy you a painting is worthless. Lin Mushy rolled up the painting. Although it is not worth money, it is always the intention of others. I blame myself for getting caught up in work and coming a little late. Lin Mushy gave the cinnamon flowers to Zhang Hafxian, came out of the Palace of Prosperity, threw the painting into the trunk, and drove to Jiushui town. It was a town with beautiful scenery, about 5 kilometers from the Lu's palace. Yu Chunghua and some other painters went over early in the morning to take the scene on the ground. Autumn was fast approaching, and the trees on both sides of the road dropped a few rusty yellow leaves, chasing the wheels like dancing butterflies. A clear brook meandered through the town. Yu Chunghua was sitting by the stream, holding a drawing board, depicting the distant peaks. The quiet side face was reflected in the stream. Handsome to the point of being friendless. The other staff members knew that he was aloof, and they all hid far away. There were even many who felt that he was clearly a soft eater, using his beauty to confuse the producers. So enviable. Ah, paint, I bought you coffee. Lin Mushy took a brisk step. Thanks. Yu Chunghua stared at the painting without looking away. You've been painting all morning, take a break. Lin Mosher lifted the lid of the cup, and a mellow coffee aroma wafted out. Yu Qingguang stopped painting, took the cup and took a sip, then said, I found that the person who most affects my work efficiency is you. Lin Mushy guffawed, combine work and rest, I'm not a black-hearted capitalist who only knows how to squeeze employees. The sky is high and the clouds are light, and the stream is rushing. After spending so much time in the concrete jungle of the city, it's refreshing to see such beautiful natural scenery. Paintings, take a walk with me. Where to? I'll walk to the end of the stream and watch the clouds rise. Lin Mosher looked away from the end of the stream. Yu Chenghua nodded and accompanied her downstream. The last time they had held hands at the movie theater, the two had grown closer. Yu Chenghua's originally sharp edges became much softer. The group of staff members behind him, each of them committed the eye disease. For men, struggling is too hard and tiring, and a rich woman is a shortcut to eternity. Painting, this is the prettiest place in spring, with azaleas all over the hills. There are all kinds of butterflies in the flowers, as pretty as the ones you painted. The town's water and soil nurture people, and the girls are pretty and simple. Along the way, Lin Mushi excitedly introduced the customs of Autumn Watertown. She was so focused on enjoying the scenery that she accidentally stepped on a mossy cobblestone. Her foot slipped, and her body lurched, looking like she was going to fall into the stream. Alas! Yu Cheng painting quick eyes and hands, a hand to grasp Lin Mushi's slender waist, holding her turned half circle. Light green skirt, pulled out beautiful flowers. A pair of white well-proportioned calves, ivory. For eyes facing each other, noses entwined. The sound of each other's heartbeats, clearly audible. Chapter 35 Delicate Dice and Red Bean. The picture did not look like an idle drama, where the two of them looked deeply into each other's eyes for a half a minute. Yu Chenghua quickly drew back his hand from Lin Mushi's waist. Is there any injury anywhere? Lin Mushi moved her ankle and shook her head. No, thank you. Then. The atmosphere became subtle, neither of them dared to look into the other's eyes. Strolling side by side along the direction of the stream's flow. Walking to the end of the water, sitting and watching the clouds rise, is the ultimate leisure and elegance. A stone arch bridge gradually came into view, spanning both sides of the stream, like a flying rainbow in the sky. Together with the reflection of the water, it is like a full moon. There are several niche attractions in the town of Qiushui, which are frequented by young tourists every day. Some old grandmothers in the town then took needlework or handicrafts to sell on the bridge. This kind of small business is a lot more conscientious than half 60 zhang. Paint, let's go up and take a look. Lin Mosher walked up to the arch bridge with great interest. The surface of the bridge was paved with green stone slabs, eroded by the years and very smooth. Between the cracks of the stone slabs, small grasses with extremely tenacious vitality grew, adding a touch of greenery. A gray-haired grandmother sat on the bridge, embroidering insoles in her hands. The pattern is complicated and extremely skillful. Wow, it's so beautiful. Lin Mushi squatted down and picked up a pair of mandarin ducks playing in the water insoles. Don't touch other people's if you don't buy them. Yu Chenghua frowned. Girl, it's fine, just look. The old granny revealed a kind smile. Lin Mushi thought about it. She really couldn't use this kind of insoles, and admired the fine stitching before putting it back. This place, Qiushui Town, retained many folk traditions, and the girls were all handy. Unlike a pampered young lady like her, who can't do this or that. This is really pretty. Lin Mosher saw a few strings hanging on the stall. Those were white dice hollowed out and filled with a red bean, the red tassel fluttering in the wind. The dice hit each other and made a crisp chirping sound. There was a saying about this thing, from a poem by Wenting Jun. Lingering dice and red beans, into the bones of love no not no. The grandmother smiled and said, Girl, this only costs $20. Lin Mushi raised the string. Painting, I like this. Yu Chenghua responded faintly, oh. Lin Mushi knit up her eyebrows and shook the string forcefully. I said I like it a lot. Are you a wood? You can't even part with a $20 gift? I bought it with my own money. Is it the same as the one you gave me? Yu Chenhua's gaze fell on Lin Mushi's snow-white swan neck. That string of pearl necklace exudes a lustrous luster. How the price must be tens of thousands of dollars. He was not a wood, of course he understood Lin Mosher's meaning. The fist behind his back clenched tightly. A $20 gift, could it really be given? The two seemed to spend time together, but in fact there is an invisible gap that separates them in two worlds. Greeting Lin Mushi's expectant gaze, Yu Chenghua felt a sense of inferiority rising in the bottom of his heart. Although he had deliberately avoided this feeling during this period of time, it would still sneak out through a certain crack. The love story of a rich girl and a poor boy often only appears in literature, because in reality the gap is hard to cross. People can only rely on romantic fantasies. The more the upper class, the more they emphasize on the right family. Seeing Yu Chunghwa's indifference, the gleam in Lin Mushi's eyes slowly dimmed. Pouting her small mouth, she was so aggrieved that she was close to tears. She originally thought that she was already very close to him, close at hand. Only then did she realize that the distance was still far, far away. The cell phone rang, breaking the embarrassing atmosphere. Yu Chunghwa picked it up, listened for a few seconds, and quickly changed her face. "What's wrong?" Lin Mushi asked softly. "Ah Ju fainted during gym class and was sent to the infirmary. I have to go over immediately to take a look." Yu Chunghwa looked nervous. "I will drive you there," Lin Mushi immediately said. She reluctantly hung the string back up and gave the grandmother an apologetic look. As she drove, Lin Mosher cursed herself for being untalented. She should have been angry with him. "Forget it, for the sake of Aju's face, don't bother with him." Yu Chunghwa sat in the co-pilot, his eyes staring ahead, pursing his lips and not speaking. In the narrow carriage, the air was about to freeze up. Lin Mushi had to put on some music to avoid suffocating herself over. It hadn't been properly felt. The climate of snowflakes blooming. We shiver together. Will more understand what is tenderness. Haven't held hands with you. Walking through the barren dunes. Maybe from now on. Learn to cherish the sky and the earth. I remember the day Yu Chunghwa promised to come to the studio. They sat in a cafe and listened to Red Beans. Somehow, Lin Mushi gradually fell in love with this song. Just the thought of the red bean string just now made her unhappy again. Uninteresting wood. When she arrived at the school gate, before Lin Mushi's car was parked, Yu Chunghwa pulled open the door and ran towards the infirmary. "Hey, you slow down, wait for me Lin Mosher chased after him. Yu Chunghwa pushed open the door of the infirmary. Aju. Aju is lying on the hospital bed with saline. Her face is a bit pale, but her eyes are still as clear as water. "Brother, I'm fine. Why did you make a special trip?" Yu Chunghwa asked the school doctor. "Doctor, how is my brother?" The school doctor smiled and said, "There is no big problem. A little hypoglycemia, a little glucose infusion will be fine." Yu Chunghwa was relieved. "That's good, thank you doctor." Lin Mushi panted and followed up. Hearing the school doctor's words, she also let go of her heart. She waved her hand at Aju and squeezed her eyebrows. "Sister, I knew you two had something going on," Aju said. No chance." Lin Mushi glanced at Yu Chunghwa. She was still angry about what happened just now. Yu Chunghwa ignored her and saw Zhang Ziyuan walking towards the infirmary, so she greeted her. When Aju fainted, Zhang Ziyuan was in another class and immediately rushed over to take a look after class. He was a very responsible class teacher, and although it had only been a week since the start of the school year, he already had a basic understanding of the students in his class. "Teacher Zhang, I'm sorry, my brother's physical condition is not suitable for too intense physical exercise." Yu Chunghwa apologized. "Got it, I will go and communicate with the physical education teacher." Zhang Ziyuan nodded gruffly. The weather in early September was still very hot. The running training in physical education class was too much for many students, especially the girls. Although Aju was a boy, his body was obviously a bit weaker than his peers. The two of them were gabbing outside the door, and Lin Mosher didn't hear too clearly. She came to the side of Aju's bed, concerned about, "Your brother's body is so strong, why are you so thin? Learn more from him to learn fitness." Azu quietly said, "Sister, in fact, I did not faint, is not see the steps fell." "What's in your eyes?" Lin Mushi stared at Aju's bright eyes. "Don't tell my brother, lest he worry." Aju begged. "Then tell me, who is the girl your brother likes?" Lin Mosher took the opportunity to get a word in edgewise. "I don't know, I really don't know." Aju's gaze was sincere, she wouldn't lie. Chapter 36. Ginger is still old and hot. Aju told Lin Mosher that Yu Chunghwa did have a girl in his heart, but never refused to mention it to others. With his appearance, if he wanted to fall in love, he would have done so a long time ago. But in the past 2 years, he has almost no friends of the opposite sex around him. Lin Mushi for the red bean string thing nagging, in the heart of the scolding Yu Chang painting sultry man. Pretending to be so noble, but still not a womanizer. I don't know which girl is so unlucky to be targeted by him. Forget it, talking to a high school student about bloody love will teach the children, or change the topic. Lin Mosher casually asked, "Aju, you and painting your cousins, so your mothers or sisters?" Azu denied, "No." Lin Mosher added, "Then your parents, there is always a pair of brother and sister or sister and brother." Ah Zhu still shook her head. Lin Mushi was a bit confused, combing through her relatives. What kind of cousins could there be? At that moment Yu Chenghua and Zheng Ziyuan walked through the door, interrupting her thoughts. Hello Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry for making you worry, Ah Zhu greeted politely. Lu Wangju student, you are not well, you can apply to the physical education teacher for rest, don't try to be brave. Zheng Ziyuan's tone was gentle. I don't want to be treated special. Ah Zhu whispered. You don't want to be looked down upon by your new classmates, do you? Especially female classmates. Yu Chenghua touched Ah Zhu's head. I want to be a man like you. Then you have to live within your means. Yu Chenghua said to the others, wanting to talk to Ah Zhu alone. Adolescent boys are the ones who should do more psychological counseling. Lin Mushi and Zheng Ziyuan left the infirmary and went to chat in front of the flower garden at the entrance. Teacher Zhang, you must be 50 this year, right? How come you can't even be a grade-level director? Lin Mosher teased with a bad smile. 48 years and 7 months. Zheng Ziyuan was sensitive to age like a teenage girl. I am here to teach and educate people, not to be an official. Self-enclosed peach source called Taiku, want to plant a big wood pillar long sky, do you understand? I've always believed that the silkworms are not finished until they are dead, and the wax torch is not dry until it turns to ashes. Old Zhang is a language teacher and speaks in a set way. Obviously, he can't be a leader, but he talks as if he doesn't want to be, which is the art of language. Just like the poet Li Tai Bai, who wanted to be an official, but finally realized that he had no hope, he turned his hand back and said, I can break my eyebrows and bend my back, so that I can't have a happy face. Then how come you didn't even get an outstanding teacher? Lin Mushi pointed to the near publicity column and then at a knife. Then how come you haven't even found a boyfriend? Zheng Ziyuan couldn't bear it, and began to sharply counterattack. During the chat just now, he had already sidetracked and learned from Yu Chenghua that he and Lin Mushi were only in an employment relationship, not a couple. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. School that will chase your boy is not quite a lot? Why are you in such a bad shape now? Do you remember Xie Wenyong from your class? He's such a bear that kids can run away now. It's hard to find a 3-legged toad, but it's hard to find a 2-legged man. What have you been doing all these years? Ginger is still old and hot. This series of high energy output hit Lin Mushi without the power to fight back. A mouthful of old blood almost sprayed out. Old Zhang, I always thought that you were a good teacher, but after all, I was wrongly paid. After Zhang Ziyuan took his revenge, he said contentedly, this young man is good, you put away your big lady temper, there is still hope to take it. Lin Mushi arrogantly said, Mr. Zhang, what are you talking about? He is just an ordinary employee working for me. Zhang Ziyuan mercilessly broke it down, ordinary employee, you farted to send someone to school twice? I just wanted to come and visit your old man. Are you running towards me? I'm too embarrassed to point it out to you. Lin Mosher reached out to cover her cheeks, making a gesture of allowing sorrow. She felt that she was just like a female hooligan when Lao Zhang said so. Is it really that obvious? Yu Chenghua came out from the infirmary. Mr. Zhang, my brother's health is not very good, so I'm going to ask you to pay more attention to him in the future. Zheng Ziyuan smiled. Good, our Mushi sometimes a little capricious, in the future you more tolerate her a little. Lin Mushi stomped her foot. Mr. Zhang, what are you talking about? Zheng Ziyuan snorted and sent the two out of the school gate. Male talent and female appearance, it is really a good match. Lin Mushi drove the car, pretending to ask without thinking, painting, you and Aju are cousins, how come you don't look like each other at all? Yu Chenjiang said lightly, you and your brother are siblings, and they don't look like each other at all. People who have few words and dislike people usually hit the nail on the head and strike with precision. Lin Mushi held back for half a day, couldn't find words to retort, and could only hold the steering wheel and sulk. It seems like she somewhat sympathizes with the licking dogs who were previously thrown off her face. The door to the emergency room opens and Chen Dishio walks out, removing his mask and revealing his tired face. Dr. Chen, how is she, Lun? Zhao Shang and Hui Yang immediately stood up. Fortunately, out of life-threatening condition. Chen Dizhiu smiled. Great. Hui Yang hugged Zhao Shang. Zhao Shang cried tears of joy. Xiao Lan was pushed out by the nurse, her cheeks pale, eyes closed tightly, breathing weakly. Chen Dishio's face was grave and asked Zhao Shang to go to the office with him. Zhao Shang promised and instructed Hui Yang to accompany Xiao Lan back to the ward first. Although Xiaolan was saved this time, her condition will only get worse, you have to be mentally prepared. Chen Dizia sat down to take a sip of hot tea. Dr. Chen, you must save her. Zhao Sheng hated to kneel down. Now you have two choices, one is conservative treatment, the second is to do surgery, but surgery cannot cure, only delay. Chen Dixio's tone was very calm. Although he sympathized with Zhao Sheng, the professionalism of decades of practicing medicine made him calm and even a little cold. Generally speaking, early stages of cancer could be controlled or even cured by completely removing the cancer cells by means of surgery. While in the late stage, when the cancer cells have spread widely, surgery will be less and less useful and may even cause more harm to the patient. Choosing surgery, the family will also have to bear the expensive operation cost. Conservative treatment, however, was just a glorified term, and everyone knew what that meant. Zhao Sheng grasped his hair in pain. It was too cruel to let him make this choice. There is still time, you should think about it first, and also respect Xiaolan's opinion, don't push yourself too hard. Chen Dixio gently persuaded. Leaving the office, Zhao Sheng walked back to the ward in a state of disorientation. Exactly like the Lu Chunfeng he met at noon, it was an outward sign of despair. Hua Yang grabbed Zhao Sheng's shoulder. What did the doctor say? Zhao Sheng, like a walking corpse, did not answer. Hua Yang shook him a few more times, still to no avail. Lan on the hospital bed slowly opened her eyes clear and bright. Brother, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for ruining your date. Zhao Sheng's will, an instant was crushed, while cry. The cries of a chopped liver made the entire ward move. Xiaolan, from now on, I won't go anywhere, I'll always be with you. Chapter 37 Tossing a Coin. What's a big old man crying for? You made me want to cry. So many people are watching, look how humiliating you are. Pull yourself together, Xiaolan is still relying on you to take care of her. Hua Yang cursed at Zhao Sheng, and his own heart was like a knife cut. Zhao Sheng was afraid that Xiaolan would feel uncomfortable, so he desperately tried to adjust his emotions and wiped away the tears on his face. Xiaolan stretched out her hand to Zhao Sheng. Brother, have you seen Sister Dream Chaser? Is she good looking? Zhao Sheng held his sister's hand tightly and lied. I saw her, she is beautiful and gentle, you will definitely like her. Xiaolan revealed a hint of smile. That's good, you have to cheer up. Two silhouettes appeared at the door, it was father and daughter Su Wentao and Su Jimei. Xiaomei learned that Xiao Lan came out of the emergency room and insisted on coming to visit. In just a few days, the two little girls formed a very pure friendship. Brother, you boys all go out, I'll talk to Xiaomei. Xiaolan said. Okay, don't talk for too long, you have to rest well. Zhao Sheng helped Xiaomei sit down on the edge of the bed. The three men went to talk on the balcony outside the corridor. Zhao Sheng shared Dr. Chen's words with Hua Yang and Su Wentao. Hua Yang was psychologically prepared for this outcome. He patted Zhao Sheng's shoulder. What do you plan to do? Zhao Sheng's eyes are blank. I don't know, I feel like choosing either one is wrong. Conservative treatment is equivalent to giving up treatment. Surgery will make Lan suffer again, but can only slightly prolong her life. Su Wentao is an outsider, do not dare to comment, can only sympathize. Not to mention that he is also exhausted from taking care of Xiaomei during this period of time, and it is difficult for him to protect himself. Xiaolan is also your sister, what is your opinion? Zhao Sheng asked Hua Yang. Don't ask me, I can't afford such a big responsibility. Hua Yang took a few steps back in a row. It seemed like whoever made the decision was the executioner who took Xiaolan's life. Zhao Sheng clenched his teeth and thought for a long time, and pulled out a coin from his pocket. In order to escape responsibility, people think of heaven and destiny. Heads it's conservative treatment, tails it's surgery. After saying that, he took a deep breath and flipped the coin high up. The silver-white coin flipped and flew into the air, reflecting the afterglow of the setting sun, emitting a buzzing sound of friction with the air. After exhausting its strength, it quickly falls again. Like a command from the gods. Zhao Sheng grabbed the coin with his right hand and slapped it on the back of his left hand, his heart pounding and about to jump out. Both hands trembled slightly, not daring to reveal the answer. Hua Yang, you look first, then tell me. Zhao Sheng turned his face away and made a great effort to remove his right hand. When Hua Yang saw the answer, his pupils involuntarily shrank. He understands Zhao Sheng's intention, grief shared by two people might be able to alleviate some of it. Zhao Sheng, front. Zhao Sheng turned his face and saw the heads-up coin on the back of his hand, and once again the tears could not be stopped from sliding down. He knew that no matter which result he saw, he would cry. Heaven wouldn't give a third option. What to tell Ran? Say that we're giving up on her and not treating her? Hui Yang also brought a hint of crying. I don't know, I can't open my mouth. Zhao Sheng desperately shook his head. The doctor said that we can think about it for a few days, so let's delay it for a few days and then talk about it. You don't want to bring yourself down first. Hui Yang gave a solution that wasn't a solution. Procrastination, although it cannot solve the problem, but can temporarily escape the problem. Not far away, the elevator door dinged open and out came a plainly dressed rural woman carrying a large bag. Zhao Sheng surprised, Aunt, why are you here? Zhang Suqin sighed, Xiaolan is my own niece, how can I rest assured? Last night I dreamt that my sister blamed me. Have you finished your farm work yet? Zhao Sheng asked with concern. Almost done, let your aunt's husband take his time to do the rest. Zhang Suqin slipped some of the souvenirs she brought to Hui Yang. Where is my cousin? He is a senior this year, no school classes, found a company internship. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, several people walked into Ward 709. Xiaolan is especially happy to see her aunt who has been away for a long time. Aunt and mom look very similar, only slightly more impatient character. Su Wentao was afraid that Xiaomei would affect Xiaolan's rest and urged her to leave. Xiaomei reluctantly says goodbye and promises to come back in a couple days. Zhao Sheng entrusted Xiaolan to his aunt to take care of, and Hui Yang left the hospital, looking for a cell phone repair store, changed a screen, spent more than $100. Hui Yang would have liked to gossip about chasing dreams, considering the inappropriate atmosphere, forced to hold back. Zhao Sheng this state, certainly will not have a love affair again. Love this thing, pay attention to the timing. The right person, did not meet at the right time, can only end with regret. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Mushi returned home. She unfolded the picture of the young man's journey and skimmed her lips. The old crooks were cheating people more and more out of their minds, and the workmanship was too rough. But this rental house, with a few big bare white walls, looked really a bit monotonous. She found a non-marking nail and hung the painting up. Poem in a painting, painting in a poem. The moral is not bad, it has connotation. Lin Mushi picked up her cell phone and sent a message to Zhao Sheng. I'm sorry, I went a little late at noon, I received the painting you gave me. After a while, Zhao Sheng replied, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stand you up, it's Xiaolan who is in the emergency room, I have to go back to the hospital immediately. Dream Chaser, how is Lan doing? Zhao Sheng, she has been rescued for the time being, but it is impossible for her to be cured. Dream Chaser, is there really no way out? Zhao Sheng, either surgery or conservative treatment. Dream Chaser, Lan is not a child anymore, respect her own decision. If there's really nothing we can do, let her have some more good memories. Zhao Sheng, I have to take care of Lan recently, let's meet again sometime. Dream Chaser, okay, I'll keep the notebook for you. Across the screen, Lin Mushi could fully appreciate Zhao Sheng's sadness. Other than saying a few words of comfort, she couldn't offer any substantial help. What a good brother. On the contrary, Lin Jiejun was too down on his head. Lin Mosher took out the black-covered notebook from her bag and began to casually flip through it again. She hadn't wanted to pry too much into other people's privacy before, and hadn't continued reading until June. Now that she had come to think of Akio as a friend, she wanted to learn a little more about him to see if she could help him. In June and July, Zhao Sheng's notes were in the same concise style as before, just recording daily spending and occasionally mentioning Rant's situation. By the beginning of August, it was all blank. Lin Mosher counted the days, it was almost the time she moved here. She considered whether to buy some fruits or something and visit the hospital, and then finally vetoed it, not to be flooded with sympathy. After all, none of them knew each other, and it would be awkward to go and in turn disturb Rant's recovery. From the patient's point of view, in fact, they do not need so much pity. I hope that Zhao Sheng, this good brother, can wait for a miracle. Chapter 38 Lightweights. For a few days in a row, Zhao Sheng was in a bitter mood, and his work training was absent-minded. Instructor to talk to him, understand his current situation, criticize the words choked in the throat cannot speak. Zhao Sheng has seriously considered whether to ask the station for a long vacation, single-mindedly take care of Xiaolan. But that would only add to his woes if his financial resources were cut off. Fortunately, his aunt came over to help, relieving him of a great deal of pressure. On weekends, Tao Wenju came to visit her in the hospital and spent the afternoon talking with Lan, telling her interesting stories about her class. Xiao Lan was especially happy, and full of yearning for the devilish life of senior high school. At the time of parting, she took Ju's hand, obviously reluctant to part, but against her will, she said, Ju, you have a heavy study load, don't come to see me in the future, and do your best to get into a good university. Tao and Ju's tears flowed. Xiaolan, we agreed to go to the same university, you liar. Grandma Lu in the next bed is very old and has never seen any scene before. Seeing two little girls embracing each other, or moved to tears. Su Jimei physical recovery is good, and came to visit Xiaolan once. The two talked for a long time. Xiaolan personality has always been very pleasant, it is easy to make friends. But the more so, the more heartbreaking it was. Other than that, most of the time, Ran could only talk to her aunt. From her aunt, she tried to find her mother's shadow. Once she thought of being able to return to her mother's embrace, death didn't seem so terrible. It was another unusual evening. After Zhao Sheng got off work, he bought some red bean cakes. Lan asked expectantly, Brother, when are you going to take me to ride the carousel? Zhao Sheng said perfunctorily, Don't be in a hurry, wait until you are a little better. Before going to the amusement park, he had to tell Xiaolan the result of the coin toss first. But after countless times of mental construction, whenever he wants to speak, it is like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Ran was just as her name suggested, a woman with an orchid heart. Since the last time she came out of the emergency room, she could already vaguely guess. If her brother didn't tell her, she didn't ask. Brother, tell me a joke so I can eat. Xiaolan nibbled a bite of red bean cake. The taste is delicate, soft and sweet. But it never tasted like Mom's. Zhao Sheng, in order to make Xiaolan happy, deliberately searched a few jokes on the internet, without thinking, open mouth. More than 700 years ago, Marco Polo traveled to Southeast Asia after traveling through the Middle Kingdom. He arrived in Indonesia and Thailand successively, traveling for 2.5 years, and was deeply impressed by the beautiful scenery of the two countries. When he returned to Italy, he wrote the masterpiece, Remembering Nittany Beauty, which has been passed down through the ages. Ran snorted, covered her stomach and laughed out loud, almost spraying red bean cake on the quilt. This was truly a magical stanza. Even after hearing it 180,000 times, it still made me want to laugh when I heard it again. Zhao Sheng pinched Ran's cheeks and also revealed a long-lost smile. Seeing Ran so happy, it wouldn't be in vain for him to find jokes by all means. Suddenly, someone in the corridor shouted, It's bad, someone is going to jump off the building. Zhao Sheng immediately stood up alertly with a serious expression. He was a firefighter. Even after work, he kept in mind his responsibility and mission. When encountering this kind of thing, it was impossible to stand by and do nothing. Auntie, Lan, I'll go out and take a look. Xiaolan reminded, Brother, you must be careful. Zhao Sheng pulled open the door to his room and darted out. The corridor was in chaos, with many people picking at the windows and looking up. The hospitalization building has a total of 16 floors, and there is a dark shadow on the edge of the rooftop, shaking in the wind. In a place like a hospital, life seems especially fragile. There was no guarantee that a patient or family member would go to extremes in a moment's thought. Zhao Sheng couldn't wait for the elevator, directly pulling open the door to the safe passage, darting up the stairs. Arrived at the rooftop, there are two hospital security guards arrived first. They did not dare to approach the lightweight, for fear of causing the other party to become agitated and something irreparable would happen. Have you called the police? Zhao Sheng showed firefighters work card. 110 and 119 were called, on the way. A security guard replied. Zhao Sheng went forward a few steps. She attempted to light life as a woman. The back actually has a few familiar. A pair of lost soul eyes, in the mind. Lu, big sister, you quickly come back, that side is dangerous. Zhao Sheng did not dare to be too loud, for fear of scaring the other party. People who had come this far were highly nervous and on the verge of emotional collapse. Any bit of external stimulation could send them on a desperate path. Lu Chunfeng looked back and recognized Zhao Sheng. How come it's you? You came to make me pay for your cell phone? Compared to a few days ago, she was much more haggard. It was windy on the rooftop, blowing her hair around. Her thin body was also like a candle flame fluttering in the wind. Zhao Sheng busily said, No, I am a firefighter, you come down first, have a good conversation, do not think about it. Lu Chunfeng smiled miserably, You saved me last time, no one can save me this time. In the end, what happened? You tell me, we will figure it out together. Zhao Sheng cool-headed, moderate speed of speech. For persuading lightweights, firefighters have specialized training in discourse. To try to calm posture, to awaken the other party to the value of life, the world of attachment. Zhao Sheng before and Lu Chunfeng worshipped the gods together, is considered a bit of friendship, the other party's defenses will not be so heavy. The sound of sirens came from downstairs, and both the police and firefighters arrived as fast as they could. Hua Yang immediately instructed his teammates to pull up the life-saving air cushion. Several doctors in white coats climbed up to the rooftop in a flurry. One of them, a white-haired chief physician, shouted, "Ms. Lu, you must not be impulsive, the operation has risks, but everything still has a turnaround, there is still hope." Lu Chunfeng said sadly, "Liar, you have been lying to me all along, I have no money left." Zhao Sheng remembered that the last time he went to the Easy Palace, Lu Chunfeng was praying for his son. Now that he heard the doctor's words, he could almost guess 7 or 8 points. He signaled the doctor to stop stimulating Lu Chunfeng and ask about the specifics first. "There is no 100% certainty in performing an operation, we made it very clear to her, and she signed the paper," the chief physician said uneasily. "Her son has been Zhao Sheng very cautious with the eyes to test." No, still lying in the ward," the doctor hurriedly said, and introduced Lu Chunfeng's family situation. Originally, Lu Chunfeng divorced, a person with children. The days are already difficult, the disease has also found the door. In order to cure her son, she had already emptied her family's capital and was in debt. The failure of the operation broke her will even more. The child is not hers alone, she went to her ex-husband for money, but repeatedly ate the door. It is really no way, she thought of using such an extreme way, forcing that scum to take the responsibility of being a father. Zhao Sheng understand the causes and consequences, the heart is considered to have a bottom. He shouted, "Lu big sister, you cannot solve the problem, you first down, we will help you." Lu Chunfeng shook her head with dull eyes, "No, as long as I die, he can't shirk his responsibility, he has to manage the child. There is a saying that if one life can be exchanged for another, the rooftop of the hospital must be full of parents who give up their lives to save their children. This is the selflessness of human nature and the ruthlessness of heaven." Chapter 39 The Same Sickness. The cell phone in Zhao Sheng's pocket rang, and it was Hua Yang who called. "Hey, how's the situation up there?" Zhao Sheng replied, "She is not too emotionally stable, I will persuade her properly, you try to contact her ex-husband." Hua Yang covered his eyes with his hand, "You are not wearing equipment, I will send 2 brothers up to help you." Zhao Sheng urged, "Evacuate the crowd, don't let anyone irritate her." Hua Yang indignantly said, "Still need you to teach? I'm the vice squad leader." Said hung up the phone, obediently follow Zhao Sheng's instructions to do. Fighting is fighting, work is work, he is a person to carry clear. On the rooftop, Zhao Sheng tentatively moved a few steps forward. Previously, the matter of the Easy Palace made Lu Chunfeng have a very good impression of this young man, and did not show any particular resistance. Zhao Sheng kept his expression relaxed and began to persuade in a gentle tone. "Big sister, the doctor said that your son is still saved, it's not even to this point. Don't be anxious about the money, many people will help you, just get through this. If your son wakes up and realizes that he doesn't have a mother, how sad would he be?" As soon as Lu Chunfeng heard about her son, her eyes showed dismay. Glancing at her feet, she felt the sky spinning. She is an honest woman, for the first time in her life she did something so bold, her heart was beating fast. "Big sister, actually you are luckier than me, at least your son still has hope." Zhao Sheng lowered his tone. "Luckier than you?" Lu Chunfeng was puzzled. "My sister Xiaolan is my only family, but she is about to leave me." Zhao Sheng brought the topic to himself, relaxing the other party's guard. Lu Chunfeng remembers that in the Palace of Prosperity's Sanqing Hall, Zhao Sheng had indeed prayed piously for his sister as well. "We are all suffering from the same disease. The doctor gave me 2 choices the other day, one is to die, the other is to die slowly. I don't dare to tell my sister that I plan to give up on her, but I don't know how to save her. Every night I was in so much pain that I couldn't sleep, but the next day I had to be strong because I was the only thing she depended on." Zhao Sheng stopped walking and kept a distance of 7 or 8 meters from Lu Chunfeng. Did not treat her as a lightweight, but rather as a confiding object, recounting their own repressed grief for a long time. The insomnia every night, Zhao Sheng did not tell anyone. Including Hua Yang, including his aunt, including chasing dreams. Because he believes that human grief and joy are not connected, no one can truly empathize with him. But seeing the woman in front of him, she would rather give up her life for her son. He finally seems to see another self. If jumping from here could save Lan, he would have no choice. "Little brother, I have no choice, I don't want this either." Lu Chunfeng's tears fell like rain. She has a fear of heights, and is dizzy even 3 meters off the ground. Now she is standing on the 16-story building, one step forward and all will be lost. Mother's love makes people brave. Big sister, like me, you are your son's only support. If he loses you, even if his operation is successful, do you think he'll be happy? His life was traded for his mother's. He'll live with guilt and suffer from a guilty conscience for the rest of his life. Zhao Xing's words are a perfect blend of skill and emotion. Lu Chunfeng cares most about her son, and as long as she is persuaded from her son's point of view, she will surely be able to awaken her attachment to life. Many people who are not strong-willed and are full of confusion. Life and death are just a thought away. Dr. Wang, is there really any hope for my son's illness? Lu Chunfeng looked at the chief physician in the distance. Yes, of course there is. Come down and we'll discuss it slowly. Dr. Wang hurriedly said, your son is still young and can't be without his mother. Lu Chunfeng was obviously moved. As soon as she thought of her son being alone in the world in the future, she felt that her behavior was too impulsive. Zhao Sheng was keenly aware of Lu Chunfeng's change in mood and slowly reached out his hand to her. It's too dangerous, I'll pull you down first. Lu Chunfeng glanced at her feet, and only after her spirit was loosened up did she start to get scared, reaching out with a trembling hand. But she was overly tired these days, plus stood for too long, her feet were already numb. As she turned around, a gust of evil wind blew, and her body suddenly lost its balance, plummeting down the stairs. Shocked, Zhao Sheng took a big step forward and grabbed Lu Chunfeng's arm. Under the effect of inertia, he was also brought downward by a huge force and fell sharply. There was a buzzing sound, his brain went blank, and the sound of the whistling wind was in his ears. Vaguely, a few screams could be heard. Suddenly, Zhao Sheng, ankle tight, was grabbed by someone forcefully, to stop the momentum of the fall. In the nick of time, two teammates arrived. Looking at the two people staggering on the edge of the building, the entire hospital broke out in a cold sweat. The timid people have covered their eyes, do not dare to look. Lu Chunfeng's entire body was hanging in the air, trembling with fear, her face pale. The instinct to survive made her hold onto Zhao Sheng's arm. The security guards went up to help, 7 hands and feet to pull the two back, finally have a scare. Zhao Sheng sat on the ground, breathing heavily. As a firefighter for a few years, he is also considered a veteran. This level of danger, slow down for a while, will be fine. Lu Chunfeng, on the other hand, was completely stunned, curled up and squatting on the ground, her eyes terrified. Dr. Wang immediately ordered the nurse to take her to be checked and treated. Zhao Sheng made some adjustments and was already fine, thanking his teammates. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly glimpsed the stairway, Xiaolan, supported by her aunt, staring straight at him with her eyes. Xiaolan, when did you come? Zhao Sheng's heart sank. She was worried about you, and as soon as you left, she begged me to bring her up to see. Zhang Suqin's face was ashen. Just now Zhao Sheng advised Lu Chunfeng those words, all fell into Xiaolan's ears. She had been clenching her teeth and did not speak, but her thin body was trembling. Until she saw her brother almost fall down the stairs, she screamed out, almost desperately rushed up. Zhao Sheng was struck by lightning and explained incoherently. Ran, it's not like that, I'm not giving up on you. I was trying to persuade that older sister, you know, that's fireman's talk. I have no choice, I don't know what to do, you forgive me. By the end of the sentence, he was sobbing uncontrollably. Xiaolan went forward, grabbed Zhao Sheng's hand. Brother, you did not do anything wrong, I do not blame you. Zhao Sheng will Xiaolan in his arms. Not, there is a way, there must be a way. Brother, we do not cure, do not spend money, if there is no me, you will live a very happy, is that I have been dragging you down. Xiaolan crouched on her brother's shoulder, tears rolling down. Don't be silly, without you, what's the point of living alone? Zhao Sheng hugged Xiaolan tighter and tighter, as if he wanted to snatch her back from the hands of death. Hua Yang was worried about Zhao Sheng, ran all the way up to the rooftop, and was pulled down by Zhang Suqin. Seeing the siblings embracing each other, his chest clogs up. Raising his hand, he slammed his fist on the wall and kicked it hard a few times. The struggle of people in front of fate is as weak as a joke. Chapter 40: False Publicity and Private. After a long time, Lan finally stopped crying, lying in Zhao Sheng's warm embrace, only a low sob. The setting sun dyed her long eyelashes a golden color. Brother, let's be brother and sister again in the next life. No, people only have one life, how can there be an afterlife? No, we should be siblings in the next life. I'll take care of you instead. Don't say it, I only want you now. Rant's voice grew fainter and fainter, and she closed her tired eyes. Zhao Sheng picked her up in his arms and walked towards the stairway step by step. Under the afterglow of the slanting sun, his back was incomparably forlorn and desolate. Hua Yang vented into the air, and Zhang Suqin secretly wiped her tears. Lan went back to the ward and fell asleep. Zhao Shang wiped her face with a hot towel and handed it to her aunt. "How is big sister Lu doing?" Zhao Shang walked out of the ward and asked. Hua Yang has been waiting here and replied, "Just a little shocked, no serious harm." "Did her ex-husband get in touch?" "That is a scum who abandoned his wife and son. He said forgive that woman would not dare to jump," and then hung up the phone. Zhao Shang nodded silently. Nowadays, he is mentally exhausted and no longer has the extra energy to mind other people's business. Hua Yang wrapped his arm around his shoulders and patted him hard. As night falls, the city lights up. Flowing water and falling flowers on earth, prosperity is but the twinkling of an eye. Moonlight sprinkled into the windowsill of the 23rd floor, and the jasmine flowers became more white and delicate. Lin Mushi sat at her desk, chasing dramas while nibbling on spicy rabbit head, occasionally looking down and sipping a mouthful of salted milk tea. When she sees something interesting, she lets out a reckless laugh. In the corner, Yu Chunghua stopped his pen. "You're disturbing me, why don't you go home so late?" Lin Mushi licked off the white sesame grains at the corner of her mouth. "I still have work left to do." "Your job is to watch brain-dead dramas?" Yu Chunghua questioned with a stern face. "Yes, I'm a producer, and this is the way to get an insight into the audience's preferences." Lin Mosher was so energized. "Joke, there are such eye-catching handsome guys do not watch. Back to that cold rental house for what? There's only a broken painting on the wall, and there's no handsome teenager on it yet. Help me wipe my mouth." Lin Mushi had a circle of red oil on her mouth. Both hands were holding a rabbit head, and there was half a box of crayfish next to it. A spicy flavor that filled the office. Yu Chunghua drew out 2 sheets of tissue paper and wiped her mouth. "Aya, be gentle, it hurts." Lin Mushi pouted. Okay, keep your voice down." Yu Cheng painting quickly surrendered. "If it is heard by people outside, I do not know what will be rumored peach-color gossip." He himself does not mind being said to be a soft rice man, but Lin Mushi is a girl, or for her to consider the reputation. After rubbing the red oil, revealing Lin Mushi's original lip color, like freshly picked bright strawberries. Those slender Danfang eyes were getting more and more affectionate. The brainwashed drama on the screen appeared as the male and female main characters rode a roller coaster. Joyful screams came out from the speakers. Lin Mushi had a sudden thought, a painting, what do you say we add a playground scene for them in the movie? Yu Chunghua indifferently said, "I'm only responsible for drawing, that's something the director and screenwriter should consider." Lin Mosher said, "Give us some suggestions from the audience's point of view." Yu Chunghua pondered for a moment. "It seems to be good. The sweet interaction between the male and female main characters in the original is a bit less. Adding a scene can make the emotional transition more natural and smooth. Then, the day after tomorrow, you and I go to the amusement park, we first experience." Lin Mushi decisively made a decision. "You think of a play?" Yu Cheng painting spit. "Why do you feel like you've been caught in a trap? This producer, you're too suspected of being a hypocrite." 2 days later, Lin Mushi drove Yu Chunghua to the amusement park on the outskirts of the city. Just walked to the door, overhead a roller coaster whizzed by, leaving a long series of pig-like screams. Today was not a day off, and there were not many people in the park, which just saved the tedious queuing. "Painting, are you afraid of heights?" Lin Mushi asked anxiously. "Not afraid of heights," Yu Chengcheng said without expression. "Do you dare to ride the tallest roller coaster?" Lin Mousy pointed at the strange-shaped track and swallowed her saliva. "No feeling." Yu Chengping remained cold. "Bragging." Lin Mosher threw a blank stare. "Let's see if you're still so capable of pretending when you're scared to pee your pants in a while." To the right of the entrance, there was a very mild entertainment facility. Carousel. "Listen to me say thank you, because of you, warm the 4 seasons." Accompanied by a cheerful children's song, many children or older friends, riding on the wooden horse up and down. Lin Mushi's heart is bursting with girlishness. A painting, I'll sit on that one first, to find the state. Yu Chunghua pulled her wrist. "Don't sit, childish." Lin Mushi felt the temperature of his palm, eyes flushed with shyness. "Good, I'll listen to you." This date, only a little bit of the appearance of the couple. Love is clearly sweet, who said bitter? Yu Cheng painting Lin Mushi's fooled as a real, from the door from the heart to observe the environment, from the perspective of art to consider the composition, light, shadow and so on. After a long time of contemplation, Lin Mushy decided to give up her life to accompany the gentleman, pointing to the roller coaster track. Painting, do you dare to sit on that? Yu Cheng Painting looked up and murmured, yes, the angle of looking down from a high altitude should also be observed. The two of them hit it off and walked towards the roller coaster entrance. As they walked, Lin Mushy's legs began to shiver. Maybe it was because it was almost fall and the temperature was a bit low. I should have known that I shouldn't have worn such a short skirt just to look pretty. Paint, I'm a little bit scared. Lin Mosher used to trill. If it is angled 45 degrees into the picture, the effect should be good. Yu Changhua seemed as if he didn't hear it, still immersed in the world of painting. If you are ugly, this is called straight male cancer. If it is handsome, it is called cool. Lin Mosher scanned around. There was not a single boy as cool as her painting. What a face. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the two followed the crowd and sat in the carriage. Fastening the safety catch, Lin Mushy tied up her long hair and tied a ponytail. She became more and more nervous. Painting, are you really not afraid of heights at all? Yu Cheng Painting is very calm. If you are afraid, it is not too late to regret. Who are you looking down on? I don't even think bungee jumping is fun. I'm going to play parachute jumping some other day. Lin Mushy's swollen face. If you are scared later, just shout it out. Yu Changhua was too lazy to listen to her bragging. A sound of metal chains rang out, and the roller coaster moved along the slanting upward track, slowly climbing. The people on the ground, getting smaller and smaller. Everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. Lin Mushy's face gradually became grave, her hands gripping the handrail tightly, her heartbeat pounding much faster. The carriage climbed to the apex, and with a loud bang, it whistled and swooped down. A miserable scream instantly resounded through the clouds. The sudden feeling of weightlessness made Lin Mushy unable to stop herself from shouting out. Yu Changhua, who was on the side, remained unchanged, observing the entire park structure with his eyes wide open, contemplating the drawing. It seemed like he was just riding a rocking car. Painting, you're so cool, I love it. The adrenaline spiked, making Lin Mosher extraordinarily excited and emboldened. The words from her heart, which she had hidden for a long time, easily came out of her mouth. Chapter 41: The Ferris Wheel. The roller coaster whizzed around a large loop, finally leveling off for the time being. Lin Mushy's people were in the front, and her soul was still in the back, not following. It was too exciting. If a person had only a slight crush on another person, a ride down the roller coaster would probably lead to falling in love with the other person. Of course, a calm to the point of perversion like Yu Changhua belonged to the exception. He took the thumb and forefinger of both hands and compared it to a picture frame, pondering the effect of the picture presented on the screen. Painting, people are so scared. Lin Mushy used a voice so sweet that it was whiny. Hearing it herself made her feel numb. This was what Xie Xiaoyu taught her, saying that men eat this the most. It's a bit disgusting, but it works. Afraid of what you come up for? Yu Cheng Painting head does not return. If there is someone around me to pull my hand, it should be better. Lin Mushy belongs to the explicit. Where can I find someone to hold your hand? Yu Changhua was absent-minded. Are you lacking in heart? Why are you so angry? Women are so troublesome. Lin Mosher huffed and puffed her mouth, cursing Xie Xiaoyu in her heart. What a lousy trick, not useful at all. On the other side, a lonesome stream of light crossed Yu Chenghua's eyes. He was just cold, not stupid. Of course he understood what the girl beside him was expecting. The roller coaster came to the last near vertical ramp. The tourists were all too nervous to open their eyes. After a short pause, it swooped down like a meteor falling to the ground. Lin Mushy's heart was about to jump out of her chest. In this kind of adrenaline rush, she thought that she had roughly fallen in love with the man beside her. Even if he seemed uninterested, it was more interesting than a licking dog who only knew how to offer his services all day long. Women, like those who cannot grasp the man. Love is like a gust of wind, after blowing it away, such a rhythm, who cannot be helped. After the roller coaster stopped, Lin Mushy unlocked the safety catch, and then wrapped her arms around Yu Changhua. Painting, great, I'm still alive. Yu Changhua instantly stiffened his body, hands open, did not dare to breathe out. The unique fragrance of a woman's body, straight into the nostrils. Soft hair, brushing the cheeks. Mumusher, why don't we go down first? Wait, just a little bit more. Being timid and scared is a natural excuse for girls. Lin Mushy greedily enjoyed this moment of warmth. This young lady risked so much to accompany you on a roller coaster and still can't claim some reward? Getting off the roller coaster, Lin Mosher's walk was still a bit shaky. A painting, let's find a place to sit. Yu Chunghua looked at the bench not far away. Okay, go sit there. Lin Mushi shook her head and raised her finger to the sky. I said go sit there. Yu Chunghua followed her finger and looked over. It was the Ferris wheel. Although it is also considered a high-altitude item, it is much softer and cozier. About the Ferris wheel, there are many unreliable legends. For example, it was said that couples who rode the Ferris wheel together would end up breaking up. Others say that if you kiss at the highest point of the Ferris wheel, you will be together forever. Lin Mushi was not that superstitious. Anyway, she and Yu Chunghua were not a couple yet. Sitting in the sedan chair, watching the surrounding scenery slowly sinking, was a very leisurely feeling. The two sat opposite each other, looking straight into each other's eyes. Painting, are you happy working with me for so long? Have I ever treated you as a friend? Lin Mushi started a tone. Generally speaking, when a boss speaks in this tone, it's time to paint a pie for the employees. When the company goes public, give you the original shares. When we open a branch in the future, we will let you go over to be the boss. Yu Chunghua leaned back. You don't want to default on my salary, do you? Lin Mosher fake cough. No, our investors are very strong. Yu Cheng painting mercilessly demolished, but you usually call 9 out of 10 are pulling investment. Lin Mushi is very embarrassed. You talk so straight, go out and get beaten easily. It was her first time doing animation, and she thought she was well prepared, but after the project actually started, she realized that her previous vision was too good. To present the best visual effects, you have to pour real money into it. To save money to engage in 50-cent special effects, the end can only end up with a pile. She looked like she only knew how to have fun all day long, but in reality, she was already getting overwhelmed. Of course, there was another important reason, which was Lin Jiejun's intentional constraints. To this good brother, Lin Mosher only wanted to send him a lyric. It must have been a special destiny to go all the way to become a family. Are you really experiencing great difficulties? Yu Chenghua's tone was much milder. No, just work hard and don't worry about anything else. Lin Mushi revealed a reluctant smile. Yes, you rich people's heart, I'm a poor man cannot worry. Yu Chunghua smiled in a self-deprecating manner. A painting, I don't mean that. Lin Mosher quickly explained. Although they usually get along quite happily, there is always a small thorn that will somehow appear and gently stab them in the heart. The gap between the rich and the poor, the social status is not equal, destined to make this relationship will not be too smooth. Even if Lin Mushi herself didn't care, a powerful family like the Lin family would never accept an ordinary person from a lowly background. Yu Chunghua's fragile little self-esteem also needs to be taken care of. As the sedan car slowly went up, the view became more and more open. Not only could one see the entire park, but also the mountains and fields in the distance. One's mind, too, will follow the cheerfulness. Painting, this movie is very meaningful to me. It is a dream that I have been saving up for many years. No matter how much difficulty I encounter, I will try my best to complete it. A rare perseverance swept across Lin Mushi's eyes. I know, I will help you realize your dream. Yu Chunghua solemnly promised. When he first agreed to join, he was impressed by Lin Mosher's sincerity. Perhaps they were the same people at heart, believing that in this world, there would always be the purest and cleanest feelings. Not only me, painting is also your dream, you have your own meaning in life. Lin Mushi softly said. I understand, thank you. In the bottom of Yu Cheng Painting's eyes, a flash of light sprang up. Compared to being a fitness instructor, he was obviously much more dedicated to the job of painting. Apart from the necessary breaks, the rest of the time was almost always spent soaking in that corner of Lin Mosher's office, recreating a marvelous bond with a paintbrush. For most men, it was hard not to be moved by spending time with a beautiful and gentle girl. Although Yu Chunghua was different, she wasn't that different. Painting, dreams have to be fought for, so don't you think about personal problems at all? Lin Mosher's words changed. What personal problems? Yu Chunghua pretended to be stupid. What kind of girl do you like? Lin Mosher's delicate little face came forward. Gentle, kind and understanding. Yu Chunghua gave a very vague idea. Then what do you think of me? Lin Mosher simply showed her cards, not even bothering to hide it. Her rich family background had cultivated her natural confidence and sense of superiority. If you like someone, of course you have to tell them. What's the use of hiding it in your heart all the time? Chapter 42. Let's just be friends. The car was extraordinarily quiet. Yu Chunghua looked out of the window and kept her lips pursed in silent. In the past, in the gym, facing some female guest's favor, he would coldly refuse, and then turn around and leave. Now being in the Ferris wheel, not touching the sky above, not touching the ground below, there is no place to escape. The average girl, in the face of love, is often in a passive position, careful, cowering. Lynn Mosher is not. She has always dared to love and hate. Since the words have already been said, why don't we just be more passionate and direct? Painting, I'm a man of words, you are the boy I like. If you like me too, that means you have a good eye, then we'll be together. If you don't like me, then I'll chase you, a woman chasing a man through a veil, and then we'll be together again. Yu Chunghua turned his head and met Lin Mushi's affectionate eyes. Being confessed to by such a beautiful girl, an average boy would definitely not be able to resist. As a matter of fact, his heart was also beating fast and his breathing was heavy. Ah, Paint, answer me. Lin Mosher's mind envisioned the 1001 endings of fairy tales, where the prince and princess lived happily ever after in the castle. The sedan chair they were in reached its highest point at this moment. At a place more than 100 meters from the ground, confessing to the person you like in person is indeed as romantic as a fairy tale. Mushy, you are a very good person, let's just be friends. Yu Chunghua slowly spoke, as if he had made a great determination. Lin Mushy's heart shook, her brain buzzed like it was about to explode, and her eyes gradually became watery and foggy. In the past 25 years of her life, the same words had been used to reject countless suitors. Finally today, knowing what it means to have a good turn in heaven. You don't like me at all? Lin Mushy's expression was aggrieved. Mushy, no matter your looks, character, and family history, you are a good girl without a single one in a million. I have the self-knowledge that I am not worthy of you at all. Yu Chang, painting eyes sincere. I don't care about those, as long as two people truly like each other, all other things can be overcome. Lin Mushy felt so humble. I have someone I like. Who is she? Where is she? Don't know. Liar. A tear slipped from the corner of Lin Mosher's eye, refracting the fiery red sunset outside the window. She had originally thought that she had spoken the love of her heart with great panache, and then smoothly got together with the person she liked, not even thinking about the consequences of being rejected. Ever since she was a child, she had always been able to easily get what she liked. But Yu Chunghua even had such a perfunctory excuse. For the first time in her life, Lin Mosher tasted the embarrassment of having her confession rejected. Tears slipped into the corners of her mouth. Love is really bitter and astringent. The sedan chair crossed the top of the Ferris wheel and slowly descended. Just like Lin Mushy and Yu Chunghua's relationship, it started to go downhill. Mushy, don't think about anything else for now, I will definitely help you realize your dream. Yu Chunghua pulled out a tissue from his pocket and handed it over. Lin Mushy didn't take the tissue, her eyes were grudging. Yu Chunghua had no choice but to gently help her wipe away the tear tracks on her face. Lin Mosher also did not refuse, like a beautiful doll, not moving. Coming down from the Ferris wheel, Lin Mushy huffed and puffed and walked in front with a lifeless face. It's not easy for me to have my heart moved once, but you made me lose so completely. Out of the amusement park, Lin Mosher pulled open the car door. I have something else to do, take a taxi back by yourself and go to work on time tomorrow morning. Yu Chunghua nodded and watched her drive away. A sigh, annihilated in the west wind. Lin Mushy gripped the steering wheel, a strong sense of frustration rose again in the bottom of her heart, tears gradually blurred her vision. The Yu Chang painting in the rearview mirror narrowed to a black dot. The love of friends is love at first sight, goodbye love, the least relationship is ambiguous. But hers is so bumpy. The car stereo plays songs that are just too appropriate. The world in the rearview mirror. Farewell's getting farther and farther away. You turn to the back. The side face is still beautiful. I chase after you with my eyes. I can hear your tears. Zhao Sheng specially took a vacation to leave work early today, pushed open the 709 ward, found Xiaolan's bed empty. Asked Grandma Lu in the next bed, she said she was taken by her aunt to visit her patients. Zhao Sheng immediately thought of Xiao Mei and went to the 5th floor to look for her, but Xiaolan was not there. He had to dial Zhang Suqin's phone. Hey, aunt, where did you go with Xiaolan? Zhang Suqin replied, we are on the 6th floor, we are planning to go back, you first go back to the ward and wait for us. Zhao Sheng returned to ward 709, where Xiaolan and the others had just sat down. What are you doing on the 6th floor? Xiaolan tilted up her small face. We went to visit that Aunt Lu and her son. Zhao Sheng laughed and said, I call her big sister, but you call her aunt, doesn't it make me look a little old? Lan shrugged helplessly, but her son is only 3 years younger than me. Lu Chunfeng was in her 30s, about a round older than Zhao Sheng. This gap was between a sister and an aunt. I don't know when the trend started, women are afraid to be addressed as auntie. Some of them are full of folds and still force other children to be called sister. A few days ago, Xiaolan was on the rooftop and witnessed the whole process of Zhaosheng saving Lu Chunfeng, and deeply sympathized with the poor mother. Just like when she first met Xiaomei, her old habit of liking to make friends came back, and she had to ask her aunt to take her to get to know the mother and son. Lu Chunfeng's son was close to her age and had a lot in common, chatting so much that they forgot about time. This seems to be just a small thing, Zhaosheng did not put it on his mind. He purposely left work early today in order to help fulfill Lan's wish to go to an amusement park. Really? Xiaolan was so happy that she was about to jump up and down. I made a deal with Dr. Chen, I'll be back before nightfall. Zhaosheng said with a smile. Then what are you waiting for? I'll change my clothes and leave right away. Lan hurriedly went to find her prettiest clothes. The amusement park was located in the suburbs, about 15 kilometers from the hospital, and unluckily, there was a traffic jam on the way. By the time the siblings arrived, the sky was already red. A large number of tourists poured out of the exit, their faces wearing excitement or exhaustion from a full day of fun. Zhaosheng had booked his tickets online in advance, and when he picked them up, the staff told him that it was less than half an hour before the park closed, and many of the rides were already closed to visitors. Xiaolan, I'm sorry, we're too late. Zhaosheng apologized. It's okay, I can't play those exciting aerial programs either. Ran glanced at the roller coaster whizzing by in mid-air. Besides the merry-go-round, what else do you want to play? Zhaosheng wanted to try to make his sister as happy as possible. If there's enough time, I want to ride that one once, if not, forget it. Ran looked up at the huge Ferris wheel. Like a bird that had been in a cage for a long time, she was longing for the sky. She wanted to take a look at this beautiful world when the sun was setting. Zhaosheng was very remorseful, he should have known to come back on vacation and bring Xiaolan to have a half day of fun. But he used up his vacation time before, and the next vacation would take a long time. He could afford to wait, but Ran couldn't. Chapter 43 Carousel. Listen to me say thank you, because of you, warm the 4 seasons, thank you, thanks to you, the world is more beautiful. To the right of the entrance to the amusement park, there is the carousel. The rising and falling wooden horse represents the innocence and happiness of childhood, and seems to symbolize the endless cycle of life. Listening to the cheerful music and looking at the smiling faces of the children, Lan's eyes have a little more relief. Her own life was about to end, but there would always be newborns in the world. They would have carefree childhoods that were not her, but were like her. The ancients were truly romantic, creating the idea of a reincarnated afterlife. To people in despair, it added a glimmer of hope. Zhaosheng and Xiaolan rushed over and saw several small children, stopped by the staff outside the railing. Sorry, the park will be closed soon, we do not receive visitors. Zhaosheng panicked at once, isn't there still time? The staff is a vest-wearing uncle, tall and strong, looks a little fierce, look not very negotiable. He coldly said, we still have to check the maintenance facilities. Zhaosheng argued, you wait until the park is really closed to check off. The older man said, are you teaching me how to do my job? In reality, he was looking at the fact that there weren't many people already and was too lazy to open it again. Everyone is a laborer, who does not want to leave work early? Brother, forget it, I'm already happy to be able to come out. Lan tugged on Zhaosheng's coat. No, I'll talk to him, he'll say yes. Zhaosheng comforted. He took out the fireman's license from his pocket and waved it at the uncle, let's talk. The uncle didn't even see what kind of license it was, but still didn't dare to slack off. In case he meets someone he can't afford, he doesn't want to take the responsibility. The two walked a dozen steps and stood under a tree in a slightly secluded environment. Zhaosheng's eyes reddened and he spoke sadly. Big brother, that's my sister over there, she's only 17 but she's already terminally ill. Her last wish is to ride the merry-go-round once, and we're still too late. Can you make an accommodation? Please, I don't want her to have regrets. Speaking later, his nose twitched and he nearly shed a tear. Uncle took a look at Xiaolan's sick face and was shocked. Of course I can, I'm sorry, it's my bad attitude just now. Zhaosheng held the uncle's hand, thank you. After all, there are more good people in this world, I believe that everyone who hears this kind of request will not refuse. Uncle is a rough man, patted Zhaoxing's shoulder, and will not say any comforting words, only the expression is obviously much more kind. Back by the carousel, Lan held up a bunch of sugar gourds and said, "Brother, this little sister invited me to eat sugar gourds." Beside her, there stood a 7 or 8-year-old girl with a crocheted braid. Zhaoxing remembers that Xiaolan was also dressed like this at that age. The little girl's parents told Zhaoxing that they were afraid that their child would grow cavities and wouldn't let her eat sweets anymore. For some reason, she had a soft spot for Ran, so she gave the candy cane to Ran. Zhaoxing thanked her and said with a smile, "Xiaolan, they invited you to eat sugar gourd, so let's invite her to ride the carousel." The little girl asked in surprise, "Didn't I say I couldn't ride it?" Zhaoxing pointed to the uncle. "This grandfather looks reasonable, promise to open one more time." The little girl happily clapped her hands. "Grandpa, you are really a good man." Uncle slightly embarrassed, "Just call uncle." Ran didn't say anything and looked at Zhaoxing with complicated eyes. The carousel slowly came to a stop as the song came to an end. Uncle opened the door and let Xiaolan and a few children in, welcoming the last group of tourists today. Ran held a candy cane in one hand and pulled the little girl with the other. Sitting on the wooden horse, she turned around and winked playfully at Zhaoxing. Zhaoxing's eyes were full of favor. "Sending you little hearts. Send you a flower. You are in my life. Too many touches. You are my angel. Guiding me along the way. No matter how the years change. Love you sung as a song." Accompanied by the children's song, the merry-go-round began to rotate. Lan grabbed the handrail and kept talking to the little girl beside her. "You have to study hard, get into a good university in the future, and do the job you like. To travel all over the world, to see all kinds of customs and people, and to eat a lot of food. To be happy for the rest of her life, to forget all her troubles, and to accompany her family until she grows old." She took the little girl in front of her, as another self. If there is really a parallel time and space, I hope that all the dreams, there is another self, to realize one by one. No worries, no diseases, no disasters, until old age. The merry-go-round turns round and round, with no beginning and no end. Death might just be new life. Zhaoxing stood outside the railing, silently looking at Ran. He was desperately trying to persuade himself to accept reality and learn to part. The setting sun stretched his shadow all the way into the shadows of the buildings and trees. A few minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Ran got off the merry-go-round and jumped into Zhaoxing's arms. "Brother, thank you, I feel that my life is already considered complete and I won't have any more regrets." Zhaoxing touched her dry hair. "Still want to ride the Ferris wheel?" Xiaolan shook her head. "No, you pulled that uncle aside and relied on selling misery to get this opportunity, right?" Zhaoxing was stunned, and then relieved. Xiaolan is so smart, in fact, he cannot hide anything from her, including he has been in debt, including the intention to give up on her treatment. The uncle in the vest came over and said that he had asked the leader to open a special game for Ran if she wanted to play any more games. Ran expressed her gratitude, but refused. Being sick was no excuse to bother others, and she didn't like being sympathized with. The time to close the park was coming up, and the giant Ferris wheel stopped spinning. Ran looked up. "Brother, when you meet a girl you like in the future, take her to ride the Ferris wheel and confess your love to her at the highest point." Zhaoxing looked at the sky with a reddish haze. Another trope from a romance novel? Nothing scientific, but very romantic. Ran showed a hint of a smile. "I'm a big straight guy, I know the least about romance." Zhaoxing laughed at himself. In the playground, the siblings hadn't mentioned anything about the cure. They had been looking over their shoulders, but they had reached an unspoken agreement. No more surgery, conservative treatment. The most important thing is to have peace of mind. The greatest growth of a person is to accept death calmly. Leaving the park, the sun is setting in the western mountains and the last light is gone. As night fell, the evening breeze blew away the heat of the day. The two siblings sat in the car on the way back to the hospital. "Brother, still telling jokes?" Lan asked. "No, it would be impolite to tell anymore." Zhaoxing shook his head. "Ha ha, you don't tell it, I think it's funny even if I think about it." "I can't even think about it, it's a sin to think about it." Xiaolan leaned on Zhaoxing's shoulder and closed her eyes to take a nap. Zhaoxing took out his cell phone, found the avatar of the goddess of light, and typed in the input box, "I'm going to give up, maybe this is Xiaolan's destiny, the original sadness to the extreme, can be so calm." After the message was sent, he didn't receive a reply for a long time. He sometimes even had the illusion that there was no such person as chasing dreams in the world, everything was a fantasy that he comforted himself with. Chapter 44 There is a Way. Lin Mushy opened the door to her room, threw the key on the table, and flung herself on the bed to bury her cheeks deep into the pillow. Thinking back to the scene on the Ferris wheel, confessing her love to Yu Chunghua, she felt 1,000 times more embarrassed. Oops, shame on you. The two bear calves flopped vigorously on the bed a few times. With a ding-dong sound, the cell phone received a message. Zhaoshang, I'm going to give up, maybe this is Xiaolan's destiny, it turns out that grief to the extreme can be so calm. Lin Mushy sat up at once, her expression becoming serious. Compared to Zhaoshang's grief, this little sadness of her own, what was it? She hurriedly typed, if it's really hard, find a quiet place to cry for a while. After a long time, Zhaoshang returned the message. I'm sorry, I shouldn't tell you these things and affect your mood. Chasing dreams, it's okay, I'm willing to help you share, as long as you can feel better. Zhaoshang, you're such a very good girl, you'll definitely live a life of peace and joy. Chasing dreams, is that so? I thought I wouldn't have anyone to cherish. Zhaoshang, be happy, you taught me, even the greatest difficulties will be overcome. Chatting, Lin Mushy felt that she was a bit unintelligent. But it was just a declaration of love that was rejected, and actually made a person who was about to lose her sister fall back on comforting herself. She could at least still see Ah Paint every day, and still had a chance to impress him a little bit. Just like what she had cheekily said when she confessed, a woman chasing after a man is separated by a veil. Zhaoshang and Chasing Dream had never met, yet it was like there was a mysterious magnetic field that linked them together. Without the comfort and encouragement of Chasing Dreams, Zhaoshang suspected that he would have been crushed by life. His life was originally dark. She was just like a goddess of light, even if it was just a faint bit of light, she could illuminate him. While Lin Mushy comforted Zhaoshang, her own state of mind also changed. She came from a wealthy background, with no worries about food and clothing, and rarely faced the hardships of life. Looking into her heart, she was already lucky enough and did not dare to be greedy and ask for more. They said good night to each other and went to sleep. The merciless night color cover all the world's sadness and sadness. The next day at work, Lin Mushy pushed open the door of the office, the corner of the brush rubbing the rustle of paper. Yu Chenghua's figure, bathed in the early morning sunlight, like an emotionless painting machine. On the desk, there was a cup of salted milk tea. Lin Mushy reached out and touched it, the temperature was just right. She opened her mouth stiffly, good morning, painting. Ishem. Yu Chunghua paused for a moment and said, I bought buns in the morning to send, I do not like to drink. Lin Mosher snorted, lying or not heart, which Baozi store to send this? Yu Chunghua did not explain. Lin Mushy sat down on her butt, staring at the cup of salted milk tea, copying the hand into hesitation. What is this small favor? I, Lin Mushy, will die of thirst, die outside, jump from here, and won't drink a bite of your stuff. 3 minutes later, there was still a small half cup of milk tea left. After a confession, the relationship between the two produced a subtle change. Lin Mushy's cheeks burned slightly every time she approached Yu Chunghua to talk. However, Yu Chunghua was already a man of few words, so outsiders couldn't see anything. The day before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Lin Mushy propped up her head and peeped at Yu Chunghua, calculating what excuse to find to ask him to play with her on tomorrow's vacation. Yu Chunghua suddenly answered a phone call and said he had something urgent to go out. He said that he had to go out on an urgent matter, and didn't come back. Lin Mushy suspected that he had seen through his little trick and deliberately found an excuse to avoid it. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, which should be a day when the human moon and two round. Zhaoshang and Xiaolan, however, could only spend it in the hospital. Although the hospital tried to make the patients a little happier, make a little festive atmosphere in advance, but the disease is always like a shadow, shrouded in everyone's heart. Zhaoshang heard his aunt say that Xiaolan had been getting more and more restless lately, refusing to lie obediently in her hospital bed and going out almost every afternoon. Either to the 5th floor or the 6th floor. Perhaps it was because she realized that she was about to be unable to walk, and extraordinarily cherished the time she spent with her friends. That afternoon, Zhaoshang communicated with Dr. Chen for a long time and brought Ran the consent form for giving up treatment. This is also to respect Xiaolan's own opinion. She wants to sign this formality, and Zhaoshang home for the Mid-Autumn Festival. In the future, she can either receive conservative treatment in a small hospital in town, or simply lie at home and wait for death. She does not want to spend more money, she has to think about her brother's future. In front of the hospital bed, Zhang Suqin kept wiping tears. Chen Dishio, with a grave expression, handed a stack of paper to Lan and told her where to sign. Lan did not have the patience to read those cold words word by word, just want to be relieved early. She picked up the pen, her hands slightly trembling. Xiaolan Zhang Suqin cried out and pushed the door to escape from the ward. Chen Diziu was very guilty, hating his medical skills are not good. After decades of being a doctor, he has experienced this kind of scene countless times, and he still can't be absolutely rational, without a trace of emotion. Lan fixed her mind, and just after writing a stroke, the pen was snatched over by someone. "Brother, what are you doing?" Zhao Sheng said in a trembling voice. "Xiaolan, I've changed my mind, let's try again, okay?" Xiaolan's tears came to her eyes. "It's useless, there won't be a miracle." Zhao Sheng desperately shook his head. "No, I don't care, I can't convince myself." Watching Lan sign and give up her own life was like suffering from a lingering death for him. He tried desperately to persuade himself to hold back, but at the last moment, his emotions still completely collapsed. Lan did not speak again. She understood her brother's feelings and let the tears keep slipping down. Chen Dishio gritted his teeth and spoke. "If you want to operate, you'd better reach an agreement, prepare the expenses in advance, and also observe the patient for a period of time to formulate a suitable surgical plan." Xiaolan asked, "Dr. Chen, is the surgery expensive?" Chen Dishio said cautiously, "It's still too early to say, you guys should discuss it first." After saying that, he turned around and went outside. After dealing with him for so long, Chen Dizia knew Zhaoxing's financial situation very well. The cost of surgery is not a small burden for him, and it does not work very well. But as a doctor, there are some things you can't say in front of a patient. "Brother, don't be stubborn, this is my own choice, no one will blame you." Lan almost shouted out. "I will blame myself, if I just give up on you like this, I didn't do everything I could at all." Zhao Sheng also got hysterical. "Where are we going to get any more money? You be reasonable. There's one way I'd like to try." Lan froze, and after a while, snapped back to Su Jimei's words. With Zhaoxing's physical qualities, he might become a good boxer. There was a tournament soon, and if he could win it, there would be a generous prize. The money would at least be enough to pay for the surgery. "Brother, will that be dangerous?" Lan was filled with worry. Zhaoxing firmly said, "No, I'll go to the ring, you go to the operating table, we'll both be brave again, okay?" Chapter 45 All Out. Mid-Autumn Festival, the moment of reunion of all families, the hospitalization building is still cold. A full moon hangs high in the sky. In Ward 709, Su Jimei's father and daughter came to spend the holiday with Xiaolan. Su Wentao brought a cake in the shape of a mooncake with candles on top. This is Xiaomei's idea, because Xiaolan's birthday is in the spring, and it is highly unlikely that she will be able to wait. On the operating table, life and death are uncertain. If this was her last Mid-Autumn Festival, why not just celebrate her 18th birthday as well? "Lan, make a wish." Xiaomei almost shed a tear, but managed to hold it back. Xiaolan folded her hands and silently prayed to the gods. She didn't wish for herself to be cured, but instead wished for her brother's peace and prosperity for the rest of his life. Zhao Sheng cut the cake and gave a piece to all the other patients, wishing them a speedy recovery. While Xiaomei and Lan chatted, he called Su Wentao into the hallway. "Have you thought it over?" Su Wentao looked grave. "For Lan, I can do anything." Zhao Xing's gaze was firm. Su Wentao hesitated. "You're a firefighter, if you step into the ring, there are some things that may not match your current values." Zhao Sheng immediately said, "I will resign tomorrow." The moment he stopped Lan from signing, he had already thought it through. During this next period of time, he simply couldn't juggle work and ran. The boxing match was ultimately a good and courageous program, and there would be a certain conflict with his identity as a firefighter, which he had always been proud of. In order not to discredit the firefighting team, he could only resign. Su Wentao saw Zhao Xing's determination and took out his cell phone and began to introduce the match to him in detail. It wasn't a regular boxing match, but an amateur competition jointly organized by several clubs, held every 2 years and sponsored by rich businessmen who had nothing better to do than find excitement. Compared to boxing, the rules were relaxed, more similar to the MMA kind of mixed martial arts, with a high probability of injury. To put it bluntly, it is just like the ancient princes and grandchildren who preferred to fight chickens and dogs. The so-called boxers are just playing chickens or dogs to make people laugh. From the preliminary round to the final round, a total of 4 fights are needed. Now there are only 10 days left before the preliminary round. If you make it to the finals, you can challenge the champion. After you think about it, I'll enroll you tomorrow, and in addition find you a coach. Su Wentao patted Zhao Xing's robust arm. Will it cost money to find a coach? Zhao Sheng quickly asked. No, there is a ready-made. Su Wentao smiled. Who? My daughter. Zhao Sheng turned back in surprise, and the laughter of Xiaolan and Xiaomei drifted over from the ward. Although Su Jimei is only 17 years old and was born soft and weak, but because of her father's profession, she has been in and out of major gyms and boxing clubs since she was young, and under the influence of experience, she knows the rules of Shotokan, karate, and free sparring by heart. She also accompanies her dad to watch the live broadcast whenever there is a match. There was very little time left for Zhao Sheng's surprise training, and Mei had recovered from her injuries and was able to move around freely just enough to teach him combat skills and the rules of the game. Similar to Wang Yuyan in Dragon 8, her hands are powerless, but she can instruct martial arts masters. Su Wentao shook hands with Zhao Sheng. Go for it. For Lan, you can do it. Zhao Sheng nodded solemnly. I will do my best. The cool moonlight illuminated his resolute face. Even if he is bruised all over, he has no regrets. The next day, Zhao Sheng will be written overnight resignation application, handed over to the vice squad leader Hui Yang. Hui Yang roughly read once, pull Zhao Sheng collar. What the hell, are you crazy? Hui Yang's reaction, Zhao Sheng is not surprised. The two are brothers and comrades in arms, swore side by side on the day they joined the army to protect the country and guard the people, and now he wants to be a deserter. I'm backtracking, that coin flip doesn't count, I'm going to save Lan, in case there's a miracle. Zhao Sheng explained calmly. What miracle? You wake up, don't be whimsical. Hui Yang yelled. You don't understand, Xiaolan is my only family, I can't stand by and watch her die. Zhao Sheng also raised his voice. You fart. Why don't I understand? Hui Yang swears out, spitting and cursing, you're being selfish, you'll only add more pain to Xiaolan. You're the one who's farting. Even if there's a 1 in a million chance, I'm going to try. Is your fucking head kicked by a donkey, or is it caught in a door? The argument between the two got more and more heated, and teammates ran over to talk them out of it. Everyone was shocked to learn that Zhao Sheng was planning to quit. But considering his family situation, they didn't know how to say anything to keep him. If you want to leave, you can fight with me, and if you win, I'll help you turn this thing in. Hui Yang waved his resignation letter. Which time have you ever beaten me? Zhao Sheng said angrily. I used to let you, but you still take it seriously? Hui Yang crossed his eyes. In the fire station, there is a place to fight. The two men were at odds, and they opened up a fight. Hui Yang issued a shout, to Zhao Sheng is a few punches fast attack. The momentum is magnificent, tiger wind. Zhao Sheng kept dodging, just or accidentally received a punch. You're such a wimp, it's a disgrace when you're in the ring. Hui Yang sneered. If you keep this up, I'm going to fight back. Zhao Sheng is also really angry. As a brother, he wants to save his sister, what's wrong with that? Hui Yang is aggressive and comes back with a flying kick. Zhao Sheng doesn't hold back this time, and kicks him in the crook of his leg, defusing what looked like a powerful attack. Hui Yang let out a muffled grunt in pain. Zhao Sheng won't give him another chance, a set of airtight fast punches, smashing his head and face. Hui Yang can only raise his hands to fight, but his lower body is negligent in defense, and he is kicked hard by Zhao Sheng and flies out, falling into a dog's ass. Class leader, are you okay? Two teammates rushed up to help. You son of a bitch, you really dare to hit me so hard. Hui Yang was a bit embarrassed and cursed. It was you who had to force me to beat you. Zhao Sheng patted the dust on his body. Lousy is trying your caddy, don't go and get beaten up into a pig's head. Hui Yang rubbed his butt. As a brother who grew up as a child, Hui Yang understands Zhao Sheng better than anyone. His feelings for Lan are the most subtle and deep love in this world. He wouldn't go this far until he had to. Hui Yang told his teammates to go train, leaving Zhao Sheng to talk alone. The two stood side by side, looking at the oath on the wall with a solemn look. You made a decision, I cannot stop, remember the day of the oath? Hui Yang tone much calmer. I swore an oath here, even if no longer firefighters, will be strict with themselves, to go through fire, dedicated to the people. Zhao Sheng solemnly promised. I will help you apply and see if you can take a long vacation and keep your position. Hui Yang stretched out his hand towards Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng hugged him with a sour nose. How lucky it is to have such a simple friendship in life. When I was 8 years old and worshipped at the land temple, you were fucking lying to me, your dream was not to be a firefighter at all. Hui Yang sighed. Zhao Sheng's body shook, his heart filled with guilt. He was not born to be a liar, he could not fool anyone. Chapter 46 Drunkenness. Lin Mushi found that after the Mid-Autumn Festival, Yu Chunghua became even more silent. He could sit in front of the drawing board from morning to night. Apart from sleeping, eating, and going to the toilet, all the rest of the time was spent on painting, tirelessly. One afternoon, Lin Mosher couldn't hold back her question. "Painting, have you encountered something?" Yu Cheng Painting stopped the pen, brewing for a moment, and then said, "Next month I have to go to the boxing match. I will advance to help you finish the manuscript." Lin Mushi then remembered that he also had a boxing title. A bad premonition welled up in her heart. She discouraged, "Can't you not go?" Yu Cheng Painting lightly said, "I am the defending champion. According to the rules of the competition only used to participate in the final, there is a bonus, why not earn?" Lin Mushi was speechless. She would like to be like what they show on TV, casually pull out a bank card, flinging it in Yuchimoa's face, saying that the old lady's money can be spent at will. But in reality, the movie's budget was already stretched to the limit. If there was no more new money injected, the project might be paralyzed. She had already secretly made up her mind that when it came to the last resort, she would mortgage all the assets in her name and throw her life away. The cell phone on the table rang. Lin Mosher glanced at the caller ID, her willow eyebrows slightly wrinkled up. She avoided Yu Cheng Painting and went outside to answer the phone. Yu Chenghua looked at her slender back, his gaze deep and tangled. After 10 minutes had passed, Lin Mosher came back and sat in front of her desk, resting her cheeks in her hands as she fell into deep thought. In the room, there was only the rustling sound of the paintbrush. The jasmine flowers were about to fade, and the scent became much fainter. After a long time, Lin Mosher raised her eyes. "A painting, can you accompany me to have dinner tonight?" Yu Chengguang asked. "Where to go?" Lin Mushi toned deep, "Full court Fong." Yu Chenghua could hear that it should be a very serious matter. He nodded slightly and agreed. The phone call just now was from an elder at the head office, telling Lin Mushi a mixed message. The happy one was that someone was willing to invest in her anime. The worry was that this person was her suitor, or Lin Jejun had pulled the strings a year ago. Lin Mushi fought internally for a long time, but still decided to give it a try. She was confident that without talking about feelings, the movie would be a good investment for business alone. More importantly, she couldn't find a more suitable investor. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Mosher drove Yu Chenghua to arrive at Manting Feng. On the way, she had briefly introduced the person she was about to meet. The other party's name was Liang Weide, a rich second generation from a neighboring city. The Liang family and the Lin family had business dealings, and their family strengths were similar, so they were considered to be door-to-door. Lin Jejun had tried his best to set up a match, wanting Liang Weide to chase Lin Mousi into his hands. However, Lin Mushi to this kind of playboy, "There is no good feeling, casually cope with 2 times, it will not be settled." Tonight she purposely brought Yu Cheng Painting along, just to remind the other party, talk business is business, don't try to get any crooked ideas. Led by the welcoming lady, they arrived at the private room. A young man of 27 or 18 was sitting at the table ordering food. He was wearing an elegant shirt and pants, a pair of gold glasses, and his hair was meticulously groomed. A very typical appearance of a Sven loser. "Ms. Lin, good evening, we finally meet again." Liang Weida's eyes went straight as soon as he saw Lin Mosher. "Mr. Liang, long time no see." Out of politeness, Lin Mushi deliberately changed into slightly more formal clothing before she set off. Vertical line striped drawstring white shirt, black mat wrap around skirt. Willow waist and slender jade legs. She does not like to wear too much jewelry, a pearl necklace, the swan neck set off more and more white and slender. Yu Cheng painted a step slower, only then followed into the private room. Liang Weide instantly changed his face. "Miss Lin also brought a friend?" Lin Mushi pretended not to understand the other party's change of expression and introduced, "This is our studio's painter, there are some professional things that are better explained by him. Please take a seat." Liang Weide said in a disgusted tone. Yu Cheng's face was expressionless as he sat down next to Lin Mosher. Through Liang Weida's tone and demeanor, he immediately understood what role he was going to play tonight. While waiting for the food to be served, Liang Weide pretended to be familiar and shushed Lin Mushi for a while. Lin Mushi always wore a smile and maneuvered around. She specially brought a few sketches for Liang Weide to look over. Liang Weide took a cursory look at them, then threw them aside and continued to chat about something irrelevant. Lin Mushi's heart sank, the other party was drunk. Several exquisite dishes were brought up, with attractive colors and aromas. Having learned a lesson from last time, Yu Chenghua didn't dare to ask about the price of the dishes, or else he would appear to have never seen the world. If he could, he tried to keep quiet and just dabble in the meal. Ms. Lin, what kind of wine to drink? Liang Vida raised an eyebrow. I'm sorry, I drove the car, tea instead of wine. Lin Mushy politely refused. How can we talk business without drinking? Miss Lin, are you so insincere? Liang Waitat's face sank. Then open a bottle of red wine. Lin Mosher thought for a moment and had to compromise. The big deal is to hire a chauffeur in a while. In Yu Chang Painting's mind, a barefoot crazy batch beauty suddenly appeared, sitting in the back seat of the electric car to tell embarrassing cold jokes. He immediately asked with concern, "Are you good at drinking or not?" Lin Mushy gave him a look. "Don't worry, a bottle is still no problem, will not tell jokes indiscriminately." Liang Vida looked askance at Yu Chenghua. "This brother, you should not drink, right?" "I don't drink." Yu Chengguan casually coped with 2 words. Lin Mosher chucked a piece of meat over and said sweetly, "A painting, eat more." Seeing the intimate demeanor of the two, Liang Weide was displeased. Whether it's face value or body, Yu Chenghua is much higher than him, only the dress is a little plainer. Lin Mosher deliberately brought such a man here, clearly adding to his problems. Not long after, the waiter opened a bottle of expensive red wine and came over. Lin Mushy has guessed that this business tonight will most likely not be able to talk, but cannot offend Liang Vida. After all, the two companies have other business dealings. She picked up the red wine glass. "Mr. Liang, thank you for coming all the way here, a toast to you." Liang Vida clinked glasses with her and drank it all. The eyes behind the lenses wandered recklessly over Lin Mushy's slim figure. Lin Mushy forced herself to hold back her disgust and tried to steer the conversation towards investment. As soon as it came to the critical time, Liang Vida began to push back, looking left and right. After a few clinks, the bottle of red wine bottomed out. Another bottle. Liang Vida rushed to the waiter to wring a finger. "Don't, I can't drink anymore." Lin Mushy's pretty face has floated on 2 reddish hues. With people like Liang Weide, drinking a bottle is considered polite, drinking 2 bottles is not necessary. A moment in front of the Yu Cheng picture to make a fool of himself, tomorrow will have to be shy for half a day. "Ms. Lin, so do not give face?" Liang Waitat took the accent. "I'm sorry, I can't drink well, I really can't drink anymore." Lin Mushy barely smiled. "You are looking down on me, right?" Liang Weide aggravated his tone, quite a bit aggressive. Lin Mousy was annoyed, but it was inconvenient to attack. She had been in the business world for 2 years, and this was not the first time she had seen this kind of scene, so she planned to play dumb and muddle through. Suddenly, Yu Chenghua, who hadn't spoken for a long time, opened his mouth. "Mr. Liang, you like drinking so much, I'll drink with you." Chapter 47. Where is your home? A painting, what are you doing? Lin Mushy quietly pushed Yu Chenghua under the table. He said he can't talk business without drinking, so I'll drink with him. Yu Chenghua has long seen through Liang Weida's little plan. Talking about business is not real, but pouring wine is real. If he hadn't come along, Lin Mosher would have been slimmed down a bit. "A painting, I can still drink." Lin Mushy whispered. "I don't want you to drink anymore." Yu Chenghua blurted out. In his eyes, there was a touch of dominance. Lin Mosher had a feeling of being pampered, and a hint of sweetness rose in her heart. On second thought, it's not right, I'm the bossy female president. "Buddy, you seem to have a bit of a problem with me." Liang Vida looked at Yu Chenghua with a hostile look in his eyes. No, Mr. Liang came all the way here, we naturally should let you drink to your heart's content." Yu Chenghua spoke politely, but his tone was hard. "Interesting, then 2 more bottles of red wine?" Liang Weide asked tentatively. "I don't know how to drink red wine, how about beer? Otherwise, white wine, the effect is faster." Yu Chenghua's voice is calm and steady, and he seems to have a good idea of what to do. It's not that he won't drink red wine, but he can't figure out who should pay for this meal. If you pour red wine as water, the final bill falls on Lin Mushy's head, it will become a favor. Liang Vida's purpose of coming here is to discuss business under the pretense of wanting to enhance the relationship with Lin Mousy. The sudden appearance of a flower protector made him feel irritated. However, judging from Yu Chenghua's dress, Liang Weide could guess 7 or 8 points that he wouldn't be Lin Mosher's boyfriend. Then let's first get this roadblocker dunked and see how high or low he is on the wine table. Who doesn't have a little bit of alcohol in the paper-drunk rich second generation? To play it safe, he asked the waiter to serve 24 beers, cursing the bumpkin in his heart. "I just accompanied Ms. Lin to drink a bottle of red wine, and you are just now starting to drink. it is not quite appropriate, right? Liang Wei-de raised his eyebrows provocatively. Then what do you say is fair? Yu Chenghua asked rhetorically. You first try 2 bottles, we are almost at the same starting line. It's reasonable. Yu Chenghua dropped the 2 words, picked up a bottle of beer and showered it into his mouth. Painting, slow down, can you do it or not? Lin Mosher asked worriedly. Yu Chenghua gave her a look as if to say, men's business, women don't interfere. Lin Mosher pouted her lips, not wanting to bother with him. However, her hand was still not listening to her, and she put some food into his bowl. Men are sometimes so childish, inexplicably start to fight. 2 bottles of beer down, Yu Cheng painted a hiccup, can it? Liang Vaida's smile, brother is really bold. 2 people's spelling contest, officially opened the curtain. On the dinner table, the flavor of gunpowder is very strong. Lin Mushy sandwiched in the middle, feeling very depressed, the temperature in the room seems to have dropped a dozen degrees. The first few cups, Liang Vaida also pretended to be relaxed, taking time to flirt with Lin Mushy a few words. Ms. Lin, a moment later, we will change the scene, your bar here is quite fun. Call your brother, last time he took me to play that called a dashing. Or your brother will enjoy, never to the woman true feelings, this life is considered to live understand. Lin Mushy coped while stealing a glance at Yu Chenghua. This guy does not change his face, the amount of alcohol in the end is not good In one turn of the head, 2 dozen beers have become empty bottles. Liang Weida's cheeks were slightly red, became excited, rushed to the waiter and said, 2 dozen more. Yu Chenghua pursed his lips and did not say anything. In the words of the village people, a dog that barks does not bite. Are you all right? Lin Mushy patted Yu Chenghua's leg. It's fine, you eat more food, don't waste it. Yu Chenghua pinched her fingertips. The brief skin contact made Lin Mosher feel electrified. Sure enough, he cares about me. After a few more rounds of drinks passed, Liang Weide learned from Lin Musher that Yu Chenghua was a boxer. He was instantly interested and said with a big tongue, really? I am also quite knowledgeable about fighting, some day to spar? Yu Cheng painting cold response, no need, you like, I can fight 10. Liang Weide was choked open his mouth, half a day cannot hold a word, cheeks more red. Lin Mosher held her laughter hard. She realized that Yu Chenghua's drinking capacity seemed to be unfathomable. After drinking for half a day, he was as good as nothing. On the contrary, Liang Weide was already at the end of his strength. The 2 men exchanged glances, poured beer into their stomachs as if it was water, and didn't eat a single bite of food. In order not to lose their temperament, they also had to clamp their legs, and no one dared to say go to the restroom first. Mr. Liang, how about settling the bill? I'm afraid that everyone will be drunk in a while. Yu Chenghua spoke at just the right time. Right, there is no reason to let Ms. Lin break the bill. Liang Weide was no longer quite sober. Standing up from his seat, he felt the sky spinning and almost stumbled and fell. A waiter came over to assist him and left the private room. Ah, Paint, you're awesome, Lin Mosher excitedly shook Yu Chenghua's arm. Don't touch me, you'll throw up if you shake it again. Yu Chenghua finally couldn't hold it in. Ah? Are you pretending? Then why did you help me block the drinks? Lin Mosher was surprised. I don't want another man to get you drunk. Yu Chenghua's eyes gradually became mesmerized. The Lin Mosher in front of her eyes was like being hit with a soft filter. It was even more bright and colorful. After a few minutes, a man who claimed to be Liang Vaida's driver came over and told Lin Mushy that they were going back first and that they would meet again next time when they had the chance. Lin Mosher breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he didn't come back again. Yu Cheng drawing crooked on the chair, showing a victor smile, then stood up and stumbled towards the restroom. The night wind was cold and the moon was dashing. Lin Mosher helped Yu Chenghua and walked out of Full House. Painting, I'll send you back, where does your family live? Yu Chenghua laughed stupidly, my family lives on a hilly slope, and the gusty winds blow through the slope. Lin Mushy stomped her foot and aggravated her tone, I'm not kidding you, I'm asking you where your home is. Yu Cheng painting murmured answer, my home in the northeast on the Songhua River where there are mountains of soybean sorghum. Lin Mushy was dumbfounded and was about to be angry and laugh. I didn't expect you to usually pretend to be a high and mighty god, but you are just as much of a tease when you drink too much. She came to Yu Chenhua's ear and asked softly, a painting, then can you tell me a joke? Yu Chenghua opened his drunken eyes, stared at her exquisite face from close range, and casually told a not-so-polite joke. Xiao Ming went to a restaurant and ordered a white-cut chicken and found that the garlic paste on it was moldy. He called the boss to come over and get another one, and the boss asked, "What's the reason?" Xiao Ming tapped the table. The chicken puree was too moldy. Before the words left her mouth, Lin Mushi was amused. She accidentally realized that there was a new way to open Yu Cheng's painting. The effect of alcohol was truly magical. Painting, then can you speak love words? Lin Mo sure had a sudden thought and tried frantically. I ate a bowl of noodles today, and I ate so much that I wanted to see you. Yu Chenghua made it easy. Chapter 48 Beer Flavor. Lin Mosher could not ask Yu Chenghua's address, so she had to find a random hotel next to the full house. From the elevator to the room, and from the mouth of Yu Chenghua, set out a few earthy love words. Teasing people's legs soft. Dead heavy, dead heavy. Lin Mushi threw Yu Chenghua on the bed and complained while rubbing her shoulders. How in heaven's name can there be such a conscientious female president? Yu Chenghua's head tilted towards the pillow and his nostrils became heavy. Lin Mo sure ruffled his hair, revealing a handsome face. The nose was high and straight, the lip line was distinct, and the lines of his features were smooth and powerful, highlighting the masculine beauty of the vessel. Painting, are you asleep? Lin Mo sure asked in a low voice. Yu Chenghua's breathing was even and long, and suddenly his mouth muttered. What did you say? Lin Mosher leaned down, wanting to hear it. The two people's cheeks, less than 10 centimeters apart. Each other's warm breath, intertwined in the air. Lin Mushi herself had drunk half a bottle of red wine, and her cerebral cortex was in a state of hyperactivity. Seeing Yu Chenghua's thin lips close at hand, she gently kissed them, as if she was possessed by the gods. As if this action is as natural and simple as eating and drinking water. Completely did not realize that this is proper hooliganism. Yu Chenghua snapped his eyes open and saw a delicate and picturesque face. Lin Mosher instantly bullet up, tightly covered his mouth. A painting, you listen to my sophistry, I. Yu Chenghua blankly looked at her, holding the wall to go to the restroom. Soon resounded the sound of clattering running water. Lin Mosher's cheeks became burning hot. What am I doing? I swear, I must have been taken over just now. But finally, the 25-year-old mystery was solved. The original boy's mouth was beer-flavored. On top of that, wanting to reminisce about the touch just now, my brain had already forgotten all about it. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Lin Mushi began to make all sorts of excuses for her hooliganism. The sun said, food and color, I am a normal woman. Who made him so handsome? I like him so much, this kind of temptation cannot resist. I just made the same mistake that women all over the world make. The door to the restroom opened and Yu Chenghua came out with staggering steps. Lin Mosher hurriedly got up to support him. Painting, are you thirsty? Yu Chenghua didn't answer, lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The kiss just now seemed like it hadn't happened at all. Lin Mushi put a bottle of mineral water on the bedside, originally intended to turn around and leave, but in the end still cannot rest assured. Anyway, there are 2 beds in the standard room, it's cheap for you kid. She went to wash up briefly, and then lay on the other bed, full of mosaic. It was only until the effects of alcohol gradually hit her that she fell into a deep sleep. Lin Mushi's dreams this night were blushing and indescribable. If I write one more sentence, I won't be able to pass the review. I guess no one likes to read it, so I'll just omit it. The early morning sunlight shines in through the gap in the curtains. Yu Chenghua slowly opened his eyes and saw the unfamiliar ceiling. His mind was still a bit groggy. He quickly looked around and observed that this was a standard hotel room. Wait, gaze back to the 10 o'clock direction. There was a jade foot there, drilling out mischievously from the white quilt. Delicate as jade, white and red, immaculate and flawless. Like a written painting, and like a euphemistic poem. Musher, why are you here? Yu Chenghua was startled. Quietly lifting the quilt to take a look, dressed fairly neatly, relieved. What happened last night? Lin Mushi heard the shouts and woke up from her dream. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Yu Chenghua with an aggrieved look of being taken advantage of. A painting, you're awake? Yu Chenghua asked, what did you get me here for? Lin Mosher's temper came up and she said angrily, you still have the face to ask me? Tell me now, is your home on the high slopes of the Huangtu or on the Songhua River? Then, he was like a mouthful, helping Yu Chenghua to recall the hilarious images of last night's drunkenness. The more Yu Cheng painting listens, the more he feels guilty, his eyelids are jumping all over the place. Shame on you. Mushi, thank you, I didn't do anything shameless to you, right? Yu Chenghua asked apprehensively. That's not true, you're still a bit of a gentleman. Lin Mosher held back her laughter. She shrank her feet and hid under the quilt. It was as if someone had been staring. I usually don't drink much, yesterday I was just trying to help you. That person was obviously unsuspicious. Yu Chenghua explained. I understand, but although you didn't make a move last night, you said a lot of love words to me, you said you like me. Lin Mushy stirred her nose. Since your kid drank himself out of it, it's just reasonable and logical for this lady to make up a little bit of a plot. Although a woman chasing after a man is a veil, it is also necessary to talk about some means. How is it possible? Yu Chenghua subconsciously touched his lips. Lin Mosher intensified, lies coming out of her mouth. You said that the first time you saw this lady, you were deeply attracted by my beauty and willingly fell under my pomegranate skirt. The latter's pretending to be high and mighty every day is nothing more than a desire to escape, a very childish tactic. If you can marry me home, never go out to fool around for the rest of your life. Saying that, even she herself was surprised that she could actually be shameless to this extent one day. Love is really easy to make people faint. The more Yu Chenghua heard, the more outrageous she became, feeling that even if she was drunk, she couldn't say such blatant words. I'm going to go wash up, you sleep a little longer. After saying that, he rushed into the restroom as if he was escaping, and stood under the shower, letting the hot water wash over his body, washing away the fatigue from the hangover. A heart can no longer be calm. Through a layer of hairy glass and misty water, Lin Mushy's mouth hooked up with a smile of triumph. Under the attack of the gentle female president, you kids still do not fall? When checking out of the hotel front desk, Lin Mosher's heavenly beauty made all the men in the hall light up, and then cast an envious and jealous look at Yu Chenghua. Brothers, you're eating too well, aren't you? Yu Chenghua was drenched in sweat and just wanted to leave quickly. Painting, will you drink salted milk tea with me today? Lin Mosher naturally took Yu Chenghua's arm and used a petulant tone. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Yu Chenghua was still a little weak and chose to compromise. One can only condescend to one's taste buds. A mouthful of salted milk tea went down, the sourness went straight to the sky, and the whole person was awake. Mushy, did I really say those words last night? Yu Chenghua is still skeptical. Of course, if I had known, I would have recorded it. Lin Mushy had a small expression of having suffered a great loss. I always feel as if we did something else. Yu Chenghua pursed her lower lip. You're drunk off your ass, what else can you feel? Lin Mushy justified her excuses. Back in the day, I have to ask Xie Xiaoyu if all boys' mouths are beer flavored. The two talked and laughed all the way into the studio on the 23rd floor. A small assistant came up and quietly told Lin Mosher that there was an unexpected guest sitting in her office. The smile on Lin Mushy's face gradually dissipated. Pushing open the office door, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window stood a back, looking at the stomach. That person turned around. My good sister, you can really give our parents face. Chapter 49. I just like him. Lin Jejun's face, with a gloomy smile. The eyes that looked at Yu Chenghua were full of disdain. What are you doing here? Lin Mushy's voice was cold. Liang Vida came all the way here, you dunked someone down and almost went to the hospital, and you still have the face to ask me what I came for? Lin Jejun snapped. Yu Cheng Painting sniffed, stepped forward, wanting to defend. Lin Mosher grabbed his arm and signaled him to keep quiet. Lin Jejun was here to deliberately pick a fight, it was useless to reason with him. I don't need to explain what he came all the way here to do I? He can't hold his liquor well, but he still wants to show off, who can blame him? I have to work. I don't have time for this. Lin Mushy tried to get rid of Lin Jejun with a few words. If the two siblings quarrel in the office and outsiders hear it, it will not only be a family scandal, but also affect the image of the group. But Lin Jejun didn't buy it and became more and more arrogant. Lin Mousy, has Dad spoiled you so much that you don't know your own weight? It's your good fortune that Mr. Liang is interested in you, do you really think you're a fairy? If you marry into the Liang family and have 2 children in 3 years, you'll have accomplished your mission in this life. A woman who is so career-oriented, what kind of crap movie is she drumming up? It makes people laugh. A flurry of output put Lin Mushy down to nothing. That kind of condescension, from the bones of contempt, let a person shudder. Obviously siblings from the same mother, yet they can be so mean. You came here early in the morning just to go crazy? Lin Mushy tried her best to restrain her stoicism and look at the big picture. I still have to ask you one more thing, you and this bumpkin, what is your relationship now? Lin Jejun's hand, pointing to Yu Changhua on the side. What business is it of yours? Lin Mushi gritted her teeth. Someone saw you guys go to a room last night, you don't want to be ashamed, our Lin family still wants it. Lin Jejun's saliva sprayed 3 meters away. It turned out that last night's meeting between Liang Wai Tat and Lin Mousy was originally a secret flirtation by him. Marry Lin Mousy out early, so as not to be an eyesore all day and set him off as useless. This morning, the eyes sent out by Lin Jejun sent the information to him. Lin Mushi went into the hotel with Yu Changhua and didn't come out for the whole night. The 8 or 9 hours in between stirred up thoughts. Lin Mushi's cheeks slightly reddened. You spied on me? Lin Jejun sneered, if you want people to not know, unless you don't do it. Lin Mousy tried to keep calm, defended, a painting is drunk, I just sent him to the hotel to rest, not as dirty as you think. I didn't see it, whatever you say. Lin Jejun pointed at Yu Chenghua's nose, tell me honestly, are you in love with this poor man? Lin Mushi snapped out, yes, I just like him, what can you do to me? As soon as the words came out of her mouth, her little heart thumped. She couldn't tell if this was brave or unashamed. It's not a crime to like someone, just admit it. She didn't even dare to look at what kind of expression Ah Piao had on his face right now. Ha 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 ha! Lin Jejun let out a long string of exaggerated and piercing laughter. Lin Mushi, are you cheap? So many rich gentlemen don't want you, you like a bumpkin. Lin Mushi was so furious that she closed her eyes and tried to calm her emotions. She was about to open her eyes when the ear-piercing laughter came to an abrupt end. Lin Jejun's cheek was swung on by a fist solidly. The entire person was brought up by a huge force and flew half a meter high, hitting the wall head-on with a muffled thud. Bastard, your mom's head, I think you're the cheapest person in the world. Yu Chenghua's eyes were ablaze with rage. This punch used 10% of its force. Lin Mushi looked dumbfounded, did not expect the usual introverted and deep painting, actually will also soar dirty words. A stream of warmth slowly wrapped the cold heart. Lin Jejun crashed to the ground and his eyes were starry. The left cheek, at a speed visible to the naked eye, swelled into a pig's head. He let out a sharp cough, while spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood with a back tooth mixed in. Dirtbag, you're fucking looking for death. After saying that, he coughed again and again. Yu Chenghua's voice was icy cold, if I had a sister like Musher, I wouldn't even be able to love her enough, yet you can say such vicious words. He walked forward step by step, his body carrying a murderous aura. The air around his body seemed to chill. With Yu Chenghua's physical qualities, if he really started to go crazy, he could kill Lin Jejun alive. When the constraints of social rules are lost, and a person reaches the point of intolerance, the fist is the hard way. Lin Jejun was so scared that his face turned white, curled up on the ground, and kept dodging backward until his back was against the corner of the wall. Just now the domineering, maniacal behavior has disappeared. Reduced to a pathetic clown. Yu Chenghua's tall figure completely enveloped him. Mushi, sister, save me, make him stop. Lin Jejun was trembling, calling out to Lin Mosher for help. Painting, don't. Lin Mosher rushed up and held Yu Chenghua's hand, gently shaking her head at him. Of course she wasn't worried about Lin Jejun, but about painting. It's not worth it to get yourself involved in a moment of impulse. Feeling the warmth in his palm, Yu Changhua slowly calmed down and his gaze became softer. Mushi, I just can't stand to see him bullying you. Lin Mushi moved to nod, I understand, but already enough. Yu Changhua said, we were innocent last night, but he slandered you like this, really cannot be forgiven. In fact, it is not innocent, I secretly kissed you. Lin Mushi eyes flooded with shyness. What? Yu Changhua instantly petrified. There is such a thing? How come I didn't know? What is the feeling? Brain dead, a mess. Lin Mushi rushed Lin Jejun in the corner and scolded, why don't you get lost? Lin Jejun struggled to get up, glanced at the 2 men, and skipped away with his tail between his legs. Until he rushed out of the office, he dared to turn back and put down a vicious sentence, Bumpkin, I will definitely take this breath, turn back and find someone to get you killed. Yu Cheng painting did not take care, still trying to recall the taste of the girl's mouth. In the office, it was so quiet that only the sound of their breathing remained. Painting, what are you staring at? Lin Mushi waved her hand in front of Yu Chenghua's eyes. You're not lying to me, are you? Yu Chenghua's eyes were confused. What do you mean by that? If you think you've suffered a loss, big deal, I'll let you kiss me back. Lin Mo pouted and closed her eyes. A complete rascal. Yu Cheng Painting looked at that delicate as cherry red lips, the knot in his throat rolled up and down, a turn of the head to escape. The hand that holds the paintbrush is still trembling. Coward. Lin Mo opened her eyes and grumbled, obviously a little disappointed. She pushed open the office door, took a deep breath, and her eyes gradually sharpened. Seamlessly switching from love brain silly white sweet to workplace female devil, she took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, Ms. Lin, good morning. What's the progress of what I asked you to do? The evidence is well collected, enough to sentence your brother to several years. Do you really want to go that far? Besides, if he really can't be bothered, I don't mind letting him do manual labor for a few years. Chapter 50. What's his grade? In the next few days, Yu Cheng Painting became more and more diligent, working until late every day. He had to finish working on the hand-drawn manuscript as soon as possible to give himself enough time to prepare for the competition. Lin Mosher couldn't bear to see him so tired and said that she could grant him a week's vacation, so that he could finish the fight and come back to continue painting. Yu Cheng Painting refused. That was his nature, not willing to delay others' time because of himself. As for Lin Mushi herself, she is also a bit of a stick in the mud. The funding gap is getting bigger and bigger. She is surrounded by a bunch of people asking for money all day long. Sold 2 stocks, still a drop in the bucket. The sweetness of the two people seems to stay only on that night in the hotel, after which they go back to their respective tracks. Yu Changhua was always polite and detached to Lin Mushi. That seemingly real kiss, no one mentioned again. Every day late at night, Yu Chengguang draped in the moonlight to go home, his back is cold and lonely. Every day at dawn, Zhaoshang meets the morning sun to exercise, full of vigor. Not far from the central hospital, there is a sports park. Zhaoshang will get up early every day, do basic training here. He wore a black sports undershirt and shorts, his sturdy and athletic body, like a beautiful man who came out of a Western painting. Su Shimei came a little later to do some simple rehabilitation training, then sat on the steps to play games. Occasionally she raised her head and gave Zhaoshang a few pointers. Sometimes the lines were copied off the shelf from anime. Kick a log 500 times, if you can't do it, squat 1,000 times. Squat 1,000 times. If you can't do it, punch 2,000 times. If you can't do it, jump rope 2,000 times. This match can only be won but not lost. As Zhaoshang sweated, he relied on the music in his headphones to keep motivating himself. I'm going to climb up one step at a time. Ride the blades forward at the highest point. Let the wind dry the tears and sweat that have been shed. One day I'll have a sky that belongs to me. This is Zhaoshang's favorite song, and every time I hear it, it fills me with strength. Those who don't have a dream won't understand how combustible it is to go all out for it. Su Jimei sat on the steps, 2 fingers deftly rubbing the tempered film. She is a gentle and well-behaved little girl, but she is manipulating the stingy man Chang Bite gene, and she also uses the most gaudy love and justice skin. A flaming red-lipped faggot on the screen, holding 2 mountain opening axes, said lines that made people's flesh numb. An amateur hobby? Does cross-dressing count? Zhaoshang finished running a big lap, panting and coming to Mei's side, and saw that her record was a bright 040. The situation is a big headwind, her teammates are all guarding the high ground, and she is still alone in the upper road with the line. Hey, you go back together to fight the group A. Zhaoshang couldn't help but speak out. The economy difference is too big, the front cannot be defeated, can only lead the line to contain, surround the way to save Zhao. Xiao Mei's thinking is exceptionally clear. Zhaoshang has no idea how to play the game, but he thinks it makes a lot of sense. Xiao Mei took the opportunity to throw out some very profound theories. When playing the game, you must recognize the strengths and weaknesses of the heroes and establish your own rhythm. It's important to get the opponent into my rhythm and guide them to follow me in order to seize the initiative. I won't be led by the nose by others, don't take the initiative to find a group to fight, but let the group fight come to me. Zhaoshang was very smart and immediately reacted that Xiao Mei was not teaching him to play the game, but was teaching him to fight. A good boxer, standing in the ring, must try to establish his own rhythm. Whoever falls into the opponent's rhythm is the loser. Xiao Mei was bent on bringing the top lane troop line under the opponent's Highland Tower, forcing the opposite side's top laner and fielder to return to defense. However, her operation was sparse, and she was killed by the other 2 in one set without even opening her big move. The front court also collapsed, the crystal was easily pushed out. 050 Chang Bite Gene, happy to mention the reputation point's big disability. Xiao Mei smiled awkwardly, I am a theorist, the specific practice depends on you. Zhao Shang swung his fist in the air and tried to experience the so-called rhythm. Brother, do you have a favorite girl? Xiao Mei suddenly asked without a clue. Why are you asking this? Zhao Shang was a bit weak. He really couldn't tell if the little bit of good feeling he had for chasing dreams was considered a favorite. What's more, he didn't dare to tell others that he actually hadn't even seen this girl's face. If you got into the ring and imagined your opponent as your love rival, wouldn't you want to beat him up? Mei revealed a wry smile. This thought process is quite refreshing. Zhao Shang was pondering. Xiao Mei, in order to help Zhao Shang find his feelings, began to create a sense of picture for him. Your rival, your goddess, is in an ambiguous relationship with him. This guy is so tuggy that your goddess is chasing him backwards, and he's actually ignoring him. They dined together, watched movies together, and most excessively went to a hotel together. Zhao Shang hurriedly waved his hand to stop. Okay, don't assume, there is a picture. Xiao Mei laughed loudly and pointed a finger at the sandbag hanging next to him. You just take that as a love rival, such a bad guy, don't give him 2,000 punches? Zhao Shang raised his fist, and with one punch he cracked the sandbag, and the sand rustled down. What kind of class is he, still worthy of my 2,000 punches? In the end, he gave the park a new sandbag, and went back to be scolded by Su Wentao. Xiao Mei spat out her tongue and made a face, accompanied by Xiaolan nagging to go. Brothers, I am optimistic about you, you will definitely be able to enter the finals. Su Wentao patted Zhao Shang's hard arm. I don't think so much, just want to earn enough money for Xiaolan's operation. Zhao Shang gazed heavy. Even if it is still futile in the end, he will still try his best. Su Wentao opened his purse and pulled out a few pages of paper. Zhao Shang took it, and on it was a boxer's information. Height, weight, family background, competition experience, and so on, very detailed. What is this? Su Wentao replied, boxing champion, if you can reach the final, he is your opponent. Zhao Shang immediately dared not be careless, and read those pages, from beginning to end, carefully. Indeed a strong opponent. As I said last time, he offended a rich second generation. If you can beat him up hard in the ring, there will be an extra reward in addition to the champion's prize money. Su Wentao had been carefully observing Zhao Shang's micro-expressions as he said this. Because Zhao Shang was a firefighter with a strong sense of justice, he might not accept this kind of lesser-seen private deal. As it was, Akio pinched the paper with his hand and seemed to be in a fierce inner battle. Do not have so much pressure, boxing, a little action is normal. Su Wentao persuaded. We'll see, I cannot enter the final, is still unknown. Zhao Shang did not answer positively. Also, first good training. Su Wentao smiled. In order to become an opponent of the champion, one had to win the first 3 fights. Zhao Shang's physical fitness and conviction were sufficient, but he lacked skill and experience. As for the grudges and feuds of those rich people, he was even less interested in understanding them. Smart people just took the money and didn't ask a single word more. Chapter 51 in the Octagonal Cage. Zhao Shang, it's been a long time since we've been in touch, how have you been these days? Chasing dreams, still the same, I'm overwhelmed by work every day, how about you? Zhao Shang, I've backtracked, I'm going to give Ran an operation, she'll have to suffer one more time, am I being selfish? Dream Chaser, don't think that way, I can understand your feelings, you are the best brother in the world. Zhao Shang, thank you, there are a lot of words, it seems I can only confide in you, will it disturb you? Chasing dreams, no, I may be busy during the day, I will definitely reply you when I get home at night. Tomorrow is the preliminary round, Zhao Shang first time on the ring, the heart is a little nervous, and took the initiative to chat with Dream Chaser. He hesitated for a long time, but still did not tell the other party the news. In case he went up and got KO'd, losing too badly would only lose points in front of the goddess. Zhao Shang had already made up his mind that if he really made it to the finals and challenged the champion, he would definitely go and see Chasing Dream. If she doesn't mind, she can also invite her to watch the match live, stacking a layer of buff on himself. The 2 previous dates were delayed by something he had to do, and he had been harboring a guilty conscience. The next day's match, which was held at 8 p.m., Akio first went to the hospital to visit Ran. Ran was in good spirits and clenched her fists, saying, "Brother, go for it, I'll be watching the live broadcast." Zhao Shang joked, "What if I get beaten into a panda?" Xiaolan giggled, "Then you are also a big hero in my heart." Zhao Shang touched her head, his gaze full of compassion. I heard from my aunt that this little girl was getting more and more idle, running to the 6th floor whenever she was free. But this can't be blamed on her, Zhao Shang hired Xiao Mei to be the coach, she has no playmate, so she had to go to find new friends. It was almost time to leave. Su Wentao knocked on the door and reminded Zhao Sheng. He and Xiao Mei will go to the game and cheer for Zhao Sheng. Lan said goodbye to her brother and raised her cell phone in anticipation of his performance. Zhao Sheng turned to leave, his back looking especially tall. Fighting for his family, he really looked like a hero. At 7:50, the fire station. Hui Yang brought a group of comrades and also guarded the live broadcast, spitting and bragging while high on melon seeds. Zhao Sheng is my brother, I know him, this kid must be good. In junior high school we fought with students from other schools, 4 people beat 20, beat the crap out of them. Your class president, I also have kung fu in my body, and this kid has never won a fight. The comrades nodded their heads vigorously and didn't break it down. Everyone knows that Hui Yang is the vice squad leader, or Zhao Sheng led him. The agreement is customary, and the word vice is generally not mentioned. In the lounge, Su Wentao puts on Zhao Sheng's equipment while tirelessly imparting his experience. Don't be nervous, the one on the opposite side is a rookie with a bad face. Have your own rhythm, look for opportunities to attack him, and retreat immediately if you hit. As soon as you step into the ring, forget everything, the only purpose is to beat your opponent. Su Jimei rolled her eyes. Dad, you can be so wordy, at first glance it sounds reasonable, but in reality it's all nonsense. Su Wentao froze, then smiled and patted Zhao Sheng's shoulder. Go for it. Zhao Sheng high-fived his father and daughter separately, and turned around to walk out of the lounge. To the air, he swung a few punches, carrying the sound of wind. In the center of the tournament hall was an octagonal cage, surrounded by spectators filled with screaming cheers. Many people were too idle and relied on watching the match for some fun. The host held a microphone and introduced both fighters. Zhao Sheng took off his t-shirt and went shirtless, revealing his firm chest and abdominal muscles, and there was another piercing scream from the stage. Handsome face, fit body, can be so perfectly harmonized in one person. Stepping into the octagon, both fighters politely touched fists first, and the referee told them to return to their respective corners. The rules of mixed martial arts are very open, allowing for a wide range of techniques such as boxing, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, wrestling, taekwondo, karate, judo, and sanso, with standing strikes as well as ground entanglements. The fights go white hot and can be very exciting and thrilling, drawing a rush of adrenaline from the audience. The non-title bout is 3 rounds of 5 minutes each. As soon as Akio made his debut, he caught the attention of the judges, who commented on his body. Pretty muscular, but probably just a showboat. This fighter, I have to say, should be more popular with the female audience. I heard that this is his first fight, so let's just think of it as gaining experience and last 2 more rounds. A bell rings and the match begins. Zhao Sheng clenched his hands into fists and protected his face, his pace fluttered and his breathing was steady. Compared to the average novice, as a firefighter, he had a certain advantage in both physical and mental fitness. His opponent was equally cautious, and tried 2 punches that didn't hurt. Zhao Sheng's body was more flexible, finding gaps and throwing 2 quick punches. 1 punch to the lower ribs and 1 to the cheek. He followed Su Wentao's instructions, fighting like a gorilla, moving in and out quickly, leaving as soon as he was dipped, not giving his opponent a chance to counterattack, and slowly building up an advantage. His opponent was clearly enraged, and utilized his size advantage to take a hard punch to the chin, forcing Zhao Sheng into a corner, where both sides clasped together in a close-quarters tussle. The right side of Akio's face took an elbow to the eye. Dad! Xiao Mei tensed up and grabbed Su Wentao's hand. Don't worry, he will find his own rhythm. Su Wentao was much more composed. As expected, Zhao Sheng quickly adjusted his state, freeing himself from his opponent's entanglement, and skillfully circled around to the backside, locking his opponent's neck. The audience under the stage, all of them were boiling with blood and screaming. The visual impact of those punches to the flesh, indeed made people's blood boil. On the hospital bed, Xiaolan's eyes stared tightly at the screen, not daring to take a breath, silently praying for her brother in her heart. Zhang Suqin was a little worried, fearing that the picture would be too violent, making Xiaolan too emotional and affecting her condition. Wanted to take away her cell phone, but couldn't say it. In the octagonal cage, both sides went back and forth a few more times, and the bell rang to end the first round and enter a 1-minute break. Su Wentao immediately sent water up. Your score lead, as long as you continue to maintain, you can win him. Zhao Sheng gasped, I missed, when I locked his neck just now, it would have been better if I didn't get unlocked. It's okay, you'll definitely win. Of course. After a round of trial and error, Zhao Sheng had already figured out his opponent's path. There was a considerable gap between amateur fighters and someone like him, who came from a fireman's background. If someone else missed once, it was just a loss of a fight or a minor injury. They missed once, and it could cost them their own lives and the lives of others. The second round kicked off when the break was up, and the referee greeted the fighters as they took their positions. Zhao Xing's body was relaxed and his pace was calm, but his gaze became extraordinarily harsh and fierce. He took Mei's advice and imagined his opponent as a love rival, but surely Dream Chaser couldn't look at such an ugly guy. The bottom of his opponent's eyes revealed a trace of imperceptible timidity. It's just a fight, why do you look like you want to kill someone? Chapter 52. Not at all. The white jasmine flowers on the windowsill, I don't know when they quietly withered. The moonlight, like water, sprinkled down through the floor-to-ceiling windows, haloing Yu Chenghua's figure in a cool color. The sidelines of his face are as hard as a carving. He held his cell phone and watched the live broadcast of the boxing match intently. This year's new contestant is very strong. Painting, the message you sent me, what does it mean? Lin Mushi pushed the door in. I finished my hand-drawn draft, so I won't be coming over tomorrow. I have to prepare for the competition in the next few days. Yu Chenghua put away his cell phone. That competition, do you have to fight? Lin Mo sure frowned. I have to fight. Yu Chenghua replied with certainty. Accompany me for a walk, I have something to tell you. Lin Mo sure stomped her foot. Coming out of the studio, the two of them strolled along the street with the cool evening breeze. Passing by the milk tea store, Lin Mo sure ordered a cup of salted milk tea. Ah, Paint, do you drink it? Do not drink. Yu Chenghua refused dryly. To this day, he still believes that salted milk tea belongs to the dark drinks. The two of them went to the square of People's Park, and casually found a bench to sit down. It was here that Lin Mushi was stood up by Zhao Sheng and met Yu Chenghua painting for someone. Fate, sometimes, is a very magical thing. The moonlight shone on Lin Mosher's long silky hair, reflecting her face more and more beautifully. Painting, it's really good, try it again. Lin Mosher handed the cup over. On the straw, there was still a faint lip print. I've kissed you, so this level of contact shouldn't be a big deal, right? Unexpectedly, Yu Chenghua cold face, after walking for so long, what do you really want to say? Lin Mushi was stunned, timidly took the cup back, and said without bottom, I don't want you to go to boxing, my brother might retaliate against you. Yu Chenghua said disdainfully, I don't care, since I chose to go to the ring, I can accept the worst result. You are in trouble because of me, if you get hurt, I will feel guilty. Lin Mushi busily said. Mr. Lin, you don't have to think that way. Yu Cheng's face was expressionless. A name call instantly distanced the two. Lin Mosher was a little disbelieving that she was too naive, originally thinking that she and he were only one step away from becoming a couple. Unease gradually spread in the bottom of her heart. From the first time I helped you teach your brother a lesson, it was all just a matter of seeing the road. I believe that the vast majority of men would do that. Since I dared to make a move, I won't be afraid of his retaliation, and I'm willing to bear all the consequences. You don't have to have any psychological burden of feeling that you owe me anything. Yu Chenghua's tone was so calm that it didn't contain a trace of emotion. Lin Mosher stared blankly at his face, feeling that he was so unfamiliar. Painting, the prize money from the competition, is it that important to you? Of course. Yu Chenghua was resolute. How can a pampered young lady like you understand the hardships of our poor people? You can squander your money with a lot of money, even if your investment fails, just go home and find your dad to be cute. But for people like us, every penny has to be exchanged with sweat, and even with life to fight. We are not in the same world at all. As he spoke, Yu Chenghua's emotions finally rose and fell. As if he had vented all of his life's disappointments on Lin Mosher. Lin Mosher was so aggrieved that her tears were swirling in her sockets. It was true that she was a big lady from a luxurious family, but everyone's origin was not chosen by themselves. Compared to those rich kids with red lights and drunkenness, she had already done well enough, never distinguishing people by their poverty and wealth, and was able to sincerely appreciate the bitterness and sorrow of the poor, and would also provide as much help as possible. In friendship, Lin Mosher is Xie Xiaoyu's boss, but can be best friends with her. In love, Lin Mosher has never disliked Yu Chenghua's status, or the active party, often making herself humble. What do you still not know enough? What stinking temper are you throwing? Painting, if you need money, I can help you. Lin Mosher originally wanted to dislike her, but her words changed again as soon as they left her mouth. She was obviously so proud, but at the moment she was lowered to the dust. Love really does tend to make people faint. Do you take me as that kind of man? Yu Chenghua raised her voice. No, I don't mean that. Lin Mosher panicked and defended herself. Yu Chenghua laughed coldly and poked through her mercilessly. I spend every day with you, what kind of situation are you in now, can you hide it from me? Receiving 10 phone calls, 9 of them are asking you for money. What can you do to help me? Words hurt more than blades. What's more, it's still coming from the mouth of someone you like. 2 lines of hot tears slipped through Lin Mushy's absolutely beautiful cheeks. It crashed to the ground and fell in pieces. Every word Yu Chenghua uttered was like a knife, cutting into her heart. Then the two of us, what exactly do we count as? Lin Mushy asked unwillingly. Boss and employee, after my work is done, there is no longer any relationship. Of course, if there is any mistake in the drawing, I will still be responsible. Yu Chenghua replied indifferently. You don't like me that much? Lin Mushy cried with a trembling voice. I told you that I have someone I like, and it's always been your wishful thinking. Yu Chenghua's eyes did not have a trace of pity. Lin Mushy's body trembled, the milk teacup in her hand fell to the ground. At this moment, she seemed like a clown. Thinking back to this period of time together, indeed has always been her initiative to show good, get a little feedback, are like eating honey is sweet. And he was like a scum, not taking the initiative, not rejecting, not taking responsibility. You are beautiful, but it doesn't mean I have to like you. You and I are completely from 2 worlds and should never have crossed paths in the first place. I am a man who wants to save face, I don't want to be described as a soft eater, take back your favorite. Yu Chenghua finished these words, a final goodbye of sorts, stood up and turned to leave without any lingering. Lin Mosher rushed up and grabbed Yu Chenghua's wrist. Ahua, do you really not like me at all? Yu Chenghua hesitated for 2 seconds and shook her hand away, not at all. Just walked out 2 steps, the corner of his coat was tugged again. A sobbing voice sounded behind her. A little bit do not like? Not even a little bit. Yu Chenghuang did not turn around, dropped this desperate words, resolutely took a big step. The tall and upright back gradually disappeared into the night. Lin Mosher's heart was like a knife, slowly squatting down, hugging her knees. Forced to hold back for a long time, but still did not hold back, while cry out. The bits and pieces of the past together flashed back in the mind. Originally thought that he was cold on the outside and hot on the inside, and would be a very good companion, but did not expect to be so hard-hearted when he turned his face. I have paid so much, even a little shameless, but in the end it is still a failure. Love turns out to be so bitter, why are there so many people yearning for it? The night wind gradually rose, blowing away Lin Mushy's cries. The tears on her cheeks, however, could not be blown dry. Chapter 53 I've fallen out of love. In the 3rd round, Zhao Sheng was furious and used the life-snatching scissors kick to put his opponent's head in a deathlock. The opponent's cheeks turned red, and the second before he was about to choke, he finally tapped the ground and admitted defeat. The referee raised Zhao Sheng's hand and announced the winner, and there was a roar from the stage. Xiaomei hugged her dad. We won, we won. Su Wentao said cheerfully, I knew he could. Hospital bed, Lan cheered, shouting brother long live. In the fire station dormitory, Hui Yang excitedly hugged every teammate. See, how awesome is my brother. This kid, I've watched him since he was a kid, he hasn't disgraced me. I taught him that last move of his, the life-snatching scissors kick, and it's been carried forward for me. A teammate reminded, class president, just win a small karami, not the championship, why are you so excited? Hui Yang instantly calmed down, also ha 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 ha. Zhao Sheng returned to the lounge and dealt with the bruises on his cheeks. After a short adjustment and a change of clothes, the cell phone in his pocket rang, it was Hui Yang calling. He slides to answer it, presses the speaker button, and throws the phone towards the chair. Sure enough, this guy was like a firecracker, blathering on about a whole bunch of nonsense, trying to put gold on his face. As if he was Zhao Sheng's coach. Waiting for Hui Yang said tired, Zhao Sheng just picked up the phone, big brother, I'm very tired, you have business? Hui Yang said, yes, you come back right away, I'll give you a reception. I want to go back to the hospital to see Lan. See what's Xiaolan? It's so late, don't disturb the little girl's rest. Zhao Sheng thought it was right, but could not resist Hui Yang's softly coaxing, but had to agree. Su Wentao drove him to the city center, and then sent Xiaomei back to rest. As soon as Zhao Sheng got out of the car, he saw Hui Yang jumping up and down on the curb, practicing all kinds of boxing moves against the air. Seeing Zhao Sheng, he punched over, pretending to be deep, this punch, 20 years of strength, can you block it? Zhao Sheng skimmed his mouth, childish. Hua Yang looked at the wounds on his face. So useless, a small party dishes still hang color? Zhao Sheng did not have the good sense to say, then you go up to try? Originally thought, Hua Yang with the same as last time, will find a roadside stall to jerk skewers. Unexpectedly, he turned around and took Zhao Sheng to a KTV. The decoration is luxurious, and it seems that the consumption is not cheap. What are you doing here? Zhao Sheng do not understand. Xiaoyu gave me a consumer coupon. Is the company issued a gift for the Mid-Autumn Festival, and then do not use the expiration date? Hua Yang revealed a naive smile. Fushuan Group is such a big enterprise, can't send more cash for the holidays, have to engage in this kind of nonsense. It's no wonder that other companies can grow bigger and stronger, they are all full of calculations. But then again, if Hua Yang had to pay for his own money, he wouldn't have come to this kind of place. The voucher includes a dozen beers, a fruit plate, and 2 snacks, so if you save some money and drink, it's enough to get high for 2 hours. Hearing the songs coming out of the room, Hua Yang asked suspiciously, Zhao Sheng, we work hard for a month, the salary is only a few $1,000s, to this kind of place, maybe a night to spend all the money, how do people's money is earned? Zhao Sheng blanked him, you ask me, who do I ask? Hua Yang laughed, I don't have a chance, you can go and hook up with a rich woman, and take me to have a few good days as well. The words just fell, a large group of young guys came to the face. Each oil head and powder face, fine skin and flesh, the body emits a strong perfume flavor. Zhao Sheng and Hua Yang stuck to the wall and gave way to others. In this comparison, I see you doing this business is also hanging, all walks of life are difficult. Hua Yang murmured. I don't know how to say earthy words of love, no rich women like me. Zhao Sheng also joked. As soon as he entered the room, Hua Yang could not wait to grab the microphone and order 17 or 18 songs. Obviously there are only 2 people, and no one to steal with him. Zhao Sheng pulled out a tissue, kneaded it into 2 small paper balls, and stuffed it into his ears. After the prelude, a pig-killing, unpleasant singing voice rang out. There is a river in the Far East. Its name is the Yangtze River. There is a river in the Far East. Its name is called the Yellow River. Chiron, you are 2 years short. Forever and ever 2 years short. Dragon, you're 2 years off. 2 years short of forever. Which guy sings so hard? Xiaoyu frowned and spat. Maybe people have something sad too. Lin Mosher smiled bitterly. The 2 passed through the corridor and heard ear-piercing singing coming from one of the private rooms. Some people clearly had no musical cells whatsoever, but still had the cheek to show off their singing voice, not to reap praise, but just to vent their emotions. Xiaoyu was about to go to sleep, but was called out by a phone call from Lin Mushi. Xiaoyu, I fell out of love, oh. No, Missy, when have you ever fallen in love? Facing Xiaoyu's question, Lin Mosher didn't know how to answer. It was a bit of a shame to talk about it, and after 2 months of wishful thinking, she was just a clown in the end. Not to mention that Xiaoyu and Yu Chenghua were still friends, so it might be awkward in the future. Lin Mushi had bitter words, had to pull Xiaoyu to karaoke, figure a drunk. Xiaoyu took out the consumer vouchers and handed them to the waiter, and complained to Lin Mushi, your brother is really getting stingy, even the Mid-Autumn Festival vouchers have shrunk in face value. Lin Mushi did not answer, picked up the cup and gulped a large mouthful of cold beer. Tears could not stop falling. Because she suddenly remembered the taste of the boy's mouth. Mushi, what's wrong with you? What could hurt you like this? Xiaoyu was heartbroken. After being her best friend for most of the year, it was the first time she saw Lin Mosher like this. Fragile like a piano string, ready to snap at any moment. Don't ask, drink with me. Lin Mosher shoved the wine glass into Xiaoyu's hand, clinked glasses with her, and raised her neck to drink it all in one go. Her intentions were clear, she was here to buy a drink. Don't just drink, why don't you sing a song? Xiaoyu weakly advised. Yes, I learned an old song, sing it for you. Lin Mushi tried to squeeze out a miserable smile. Haven't felt it properly yet. The climate where snowflakes bloom. We shiver together. We'll better understand what is tenderness. Sometimes. I will believe that everything has an end. We meet and leave sometimes. Nothing lasts forever. 2 months ago, Lin Mushi sat in a cafe waiting for Yu Chenghua and listened to this song. The mournful melody, the mesmerizing voice, etched into her mind. Red beans, representing lovesickness. Obviously a quite romantic beginning, would it be a sad ending? As she sang, Lin Mushi choked on her sobs, and then sobbed uncontrollably. Perhaps it was the first time she moved her heart, she was inexperienced and unreserved, and only in the end was she hurt so completely. Xiaoyu, he said he doesn't like me at all, not even a little bit. Xiaoyu hugged Lin Mushi, softly consoled, don't be sad, it's that he doesn't deserve it. No matter who this person is, he is an asshole. I really want to find someone and beat him up hard. Chapter 54 Cope with the problem. I am so good to him, I am so humble, why does he still not like me? Even if he doesn't like me, we can still be friends, why is he so mean? Xiaoyu, what did I do wrong? Lin Mushi already has a bad capacity for alcohol, but she also wants to get drunk, and soon became a crazy woman. She hugged Xiaoyu, cried, and vented her heartache and grievances. The beer she drank was all turned into tears and flowed freely. Okay, this scum is not worth it, the next one is definitely more handsome. Xiaoyu kindly consoled. Perhaps Lin Mushi, tired of crying, crouched in Xiaoyu's arms, closed his eyes, seemingly sleepy. The beautiful cheeks, with spots of tears. The cell phone on the coffee table rang. Xiaoyu hastily picked it up, whispered, "We are in the 999 private room." Not long after, the door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man over 100 years old walked in. National character face, rapier eyebrows, slightly frosty temples, and a cold face. As soon as he entered the door, he gave people a sense of intimidation. Chairman. Xiaoyu timidly greeted, almost breathless from the powerful aura. Lin Mushi was drunk like this. Xiaoyu really didn't feel comfortable letting her return to her rental house alone, so she had to inform her father. Lin Zhongfu, the head of Fu Sun Group. Of course, Xiaoyu, a small party girl like her, couldn't possibly have the chairman's phone number. She used Lin Mushi's cell phone to call. Mushi, good daughter, wake up, go home with dad. Lin Zhongfu looked at Lin Mushi's eyes became doting. Lin Mushi slowly opened her eyes and cried out again, jumping into her father's arms, Dad. Lin Zhongfu gently patted his daughter's back. Okay, don't be sad, no matter how difficult it is, Dad is your strongest backing. Xiaoyu helped, together with Lin Zhongfu, helped the drunken Lin Mushi to leave the KTV. As soon as he went out, a driver quickly greeted him. Thank you, go back and rest early. Lin Zhongfu thanks Xiaoyu. Chairman of the board of directors walked slowly. Xiaoyu lowered her head. Only until the black Maybach disappeared into the traffic did she raise her head and let out a long breath. Talking to rich people was too much pressure. Perhaps one could never sit in such a luxurious car in one's life, but it didn't affect living a happy life. Xiaoyu hummed a little song and called Huiyang, but no one picked up. This bastard, I don't know where he went to fool around again, turn around and kneel on the keyboard for me. Early the next morning, Lin Mushi woke up from her sleep, still with the fatigue from her hangover. She opened her eyes and looked blankly for a long time, until she saw the high school graduation photo on the table, then she reacted to the fact that she was in her bedroom at home. Since the last time she had a fight with her father and brother and left home in a huff, this was the first time she had returned. Pushing open the door, her father was sitting downstairs at the dining table eating breakfast. Lin Zhongfu swiped his cell phone, heard the ringing, raised his head and said with a smile, "Wake up? Wash up and come down to eat." Lin Mushi saw the white hair on her father's temples, and couldn't help but feel a sour nose, before it seemed to be too capricious. Even the Mid-Autumn Festival, but also just made a phone call, the excuse that work is busy, did not come back to see his parents. The father not only did not complain, but also personally went to the KTV, the drunk into a puddle of mud she picked up home. In addition to love, there is also affection in life, which is more worth cherishing. Lin Mushi washed her face, changed her clothes, and went downstairs to sit next to her father. Immediately an auntie brought her a steaming breakfast, all freshly made to her taste. "Dad, how's your health during this time?" Lin Mo sure guiltily inquired. "Everything is fine, but I am suffering from lovesickness, thinking of my good daughter." Lin Zhongfu joked. "Dad, it was my fault before, I shouldn't have quarreled with you." Lin Mushi blamed herself. Dad was also in the wrong, only knew how to be rigid and did not respect your dreams. Lin Zhongfu sighed lightly and sincerely apologized to his daughter. Lin Mushi was instantly poked to tears, and her tears roiled out again. Lin Zhongfu hurriedly wiped away her tears and lovingly spoke words of comfort. Father-daughter bonding, blood is thicker than water, and all the previous conflicts dissipated in an instant. "Mushi, you encountered such a big difficulty, also do not talk to Dad?" Lin Zhongfu's words changed. "Dad, you know everything?" Lin Mushi was very weak. "How could you possibly hide it from me?" This afternoon I will arrange for someone to invest in you, to do a good job, do some beautiful results out. Lin Zhongfu was a throw of money in a light-hearted manner. Didn't you always oppose it before? Said the probability of losing money? For the sake of my daughter's dream, what's the point of spending a little money? $1,000 can't buy me willingness. With her father's support, Lin Mosher was surprised and happy, and all her financial difficulties were solved. She was able to let go and realize her movie ideas in a big way. There was just one thorn that made her heart ache. You can spend a lot of money, even if the investment fails, just go home and find your dad to be cute. This was what Yu Chunghua had said last night. Although harsh, but incomparably true. Lin Mushi's family origin brought her too many bonuses, and despite her kind and easygoing nature, there are still many places where she is unable to empathize with the true underclass. Ah, paint, are we really people of two worlds? Lin Zhongfu did what he said he would do. The investment money arrived on the same day. The entire animation studio rejoiced like it was New Year's Eve. Everyone was full of energy. Of course, Lin Mushi is also very happy, but there is always an empty place in her heart. Like the southeast corner of the office, only the empty easel remains. Like the fading jasmine flowers on the windowsill, only empty green leaves remain. Just like the wall of the rented house hanging juvenile walking picture, empty and no juvenile. In order to facilitate the work, Lin Mushi did not move back home, still living in this small rental house. Every day early morning and late at night, according to the routine. Watching a hand-drawn manuscript on the computer into a smooth animation. The author of these hand-drawn manuscripts, however, has evaporated, no news. Lin Mushi has several times, want to use the name of work, call his phone. Flipping out the phone number, her finger hung on the screen for half a day, but in the end she couldn't click the dialing button. Driving past the Miracle Gym, she would also have an impulse to go up and see if he was there. Even drinking her favorite salted milk tea, his frowning face was still in her mind. I'm so useless. Lin Mosher was disheveled, lying on the table. He's so desperate, why am I still uselessly thinking about him? Right, there seems to be a place where I can see him. Lin Mushi took her cell phone and searched for information about the boxing tournament. The time of the finals, on October 11th at 8 o'clock in the evening. The strongest contestant, newly decided this year, will challenge the previous boxing champion. Lin Mosher said to herself, I have no other luxury, just sneak a look at him. Chapter 55, See No Evil. In the third match, round 3, Zhao threw a heavy punch, hitting his opponent squarely in the face. In situ KO. 1. Su Jimei jumped up and let out a scream. Su Wentao was equally excited and kept applauding. In the audience, people hissed like crazy, as if they were fighting for their lives in the octagon. The host held the microphone and shouted, Our strongest fighter this year has been born. 3 days later on October 11th, he will fight against the previous champion, please look forward to it. Perhaps it was the unwavering faith that made Zhao Shang win 3 matches in a row and come out on top. Next, there was only one last hurdle left. Zhao Shang's mind went blank, looking around at all the excited faces. It was as if he had lost his hearing, seeing their mouths moving but not hearing what they were saying. There was only one voice in his head, I don't want Ran to leave me. After simply treating the wound, Lan called, Brother, you are really great, I want to see you. Zhao Shang promised, Wait for me, I will be right back. When he returned to the hospital, the night was already deep. Xiaolan is very excited, has not been able to sleep, opened the big watery eyes, looking at the ceiling. She was getting weaker and weaker, losing weight with the naked eye every day. Hearing someone open the door, Lan immediately half sat up, Brother. Zhao Shang quickly rushed to the bedside, Xiaolan, it's so late, why did you call me over? Xiaolan did not answer, gently stroked her brother's cheek, You are hurt, does it hurt? Zhao Shang shook his head, a superficial wound, not a problem. Xiaolan's eyes were filled with tears, It's all my fault, letting you go through this kind of suffering. Silly girl, don't say such words, I am willing to do anything for you. Brother, I am so afraid that I will never see you again. Zhao Shang coaxed Xiaolan for a while before she fell into a shallow sleep. Her small hand clutched her brother's hand, afraid that he would run away. Zheng Suqin told Zhao Shang that Dr. Chen came over during the day and set the time for the operation. 3 days passed, October 11th. That's the day of my competition? Zhao Shang was surprised. It was the Chongyang festival, and she had asked me to make her chrysanthemum cakes. Zheng Suqin sighed. Did she go out in the past 2 days? Zhao Shang looked at Lan's quiet sleeping face. She went to the 6th floor once more, and didn't let me hear it, as if she was saying goodbye to that boy. Zhang Suqin's eyes reddened as she spoke. Today's Lan is like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any time. She is very afraid of surgery, afraid of lying on the cold operating table, never wake up. But when she met Zhaoxing's expectant eyes, she would force down this fear. Brother has given so much, I should be brave for him too. For the next 2 days, Zhaoxing spent all the rest of his time by Rant's side, except for training. He tried not to think of anything else, not to think of the worst possible outcome. The night before the competition, Zhaoxing returned to his rented house, tiredly laying on his bed and turning on his favorite music. He flipped to his chat log with Dream Chaser. The last conversation had been a week ago. Taking a deep breath, he began to type in the input box. Thank you for your encouragement and companionship for so long. In order to cure Lan, I signed up for the boxing tournament. Tomorrow is the final. Do you have time to come to the scene to cheer for me? Zhaoxing worded it carefully, not daring to show his adoration. He had imagined countless times the appearance of chasing a dream. It should be a gentle and lovely girl. Her eyebrows and eyes were as picturesque as water, and she was as soft as water. If she sat on the stage and watched herself, she would definitely have a better chance of winning. Lin Mushi ended her day's work and dragged her tired body home. Just as she entered, she received a message from Zhaoxing. When she read the content, she was so surprised that she almost screamed out. There was still such a coincidence? Fixing her mind, Lin Mushi quickly typed a reply. I know about that competition. You are the strongest newcomer this year, challenging the champion tomorrow? Zhaoxing, in order to earn money for Xiaolan's surgery, I had no other way. I got lucky and made it to the finals. Dream Chaser, if you win the boxing champion, won't the prize money be enough to pay for Rant's treatment? Zhaoxing, there is also a rich young man who secretly raises my bets, asking me to put a heavy hand in the ring, preferably ending the opponent's career. I know it's dishonorable, but the other party is not a good person, and I really need money. Dream Chaser, do you have time tomorrow? I have something very important to say to you in person. Zhaoxing, then at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the People's Park Square meet, I will not let you pigeon again. Chasing dreams, sure, I won't see you there. Putting down the cell phone, Lin Mushi's heart was in turmoil. She found out the video of the competition 2 days ago, and saw the new boxer who entered the final, a handsome and sunny guy, so Zhaoxing grew like this. The rich second generation he talked about must be Lin Jiejun. Although Yu Changhua was ruthless, Lin Mushi couldn't treat him with the same attitude. After all, it was entirely for her sake that he had formed a bond with Lin Jiejun. Lin Mushi planned to go see Zhaoxing tomorrow and ask him to give up the competition, or at least not to agree to Lin Jiejun's dirty deal. If Zhaoxing didn't have the money for Lan's surgery, she could lend a helping hand. After reconciling with her father, she was no longer poor at all. As this thought popped up, Lin Mosher was a little ashamed again, feeling that she might have offended someone's dignity. Yu Chenghua's words echoed in her mind. A pampered young lady like you, how can you understand the hardships of our poor people? And for people like us, every penny has to be exchanged with sweat, even with our lives. This night, Lin Mushi slept very uneasily. As soon as she closed her eyes, images of Yu Changhua being knocked off his spine or breaking his ribs appeared. Several times, she woke up from her nightmares in a cold sweat. Sigh, I'm so useless, why am I still so attached to him? Since she didn't sleep well, Lin Mushi was listless the whole day, glancing at her watch every now and then in anticipation of her meeting with Zhaoxing in the afternoon. That empty easel was gazed at 10,000 times by her with deep affection. It was hard to make it to 4:30 p.m., Lin Mosher dashed downstairs. Passing by the drink store, she bought a cup of her favorite salted milk tea in passing. A sip of it swept away fatigue. The peace doves on the square issued a cooling sound. Lin Mushi's gaze fell to the distant bench, where sat a small couple, demeanor intimate, love lingering. Sad memories instantly invaded the brain. A painting, you really don't like me at all? Not at all. Not even a little bit? Not even a little bit. How could he be so heartless? Even if he told me a lie, he could have fooled me. Lin Mosher walked over in frustration, the milk tea in her mouth didn't even smell good anymore. People were coming and going in the square. She looked around and didn't find Zhaoxing, so she took out her cell phone to make a call. The mechanical female voice came, sorry, the subscriber you have dialed cannot be reached at the moment, please dial again later. Sorry. The subscriber you. Lin Mushi was puzzled, tried again, still the same. A sense of incongruity gradually rose in the bottom of her heart. For such a long time, it seemed like she had only called Zhaoxing once, the day she moved to the rental house. Chapter 56, The World Has a Bug. Lin M. Osher found a secluded place to sit down and began to browse the chat records with Zhao Shang from beginning to end. It was discovered that every time they chatted, it was between 8 and 12 at night. In 2 months, they had never contacted each other during the day. More precisely, every time she contacted Zhao Shang, she was in that cheap rental house. Was this a coincidence? Lin M. Osher shook her head. Maybe she was overthinking it. After all, everyone had to work during the day, and only after they got home at night were they free to chat. She called again and still couldn't get through. "I'm already here, where are you?" The message went out, and again, just like last time, there was no reply. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. Lin Mushi sat in place and waited until 6 o'clock to make sure that Zhao Shang would not show up. A few snow-white peace doves rose and fell in the distance, making cooing sounds. She believed in Zhao Shang's character and would definitely not just let her off the hook. With a grave expression, Lin Mushi left the square, walked through a long street, crossed a footbridge, and stood underneath the Central Hospital's inpatient building. Visiting a patient, she had specially bought a bunch of carnations. Stepping into the hall, a cool breeze greeted her. Zhao Shang's notebook had mentioned that Lon was in Ward 709. Lin Mushi took the elevator to the 7th floor, found the 709 sign along the corridor, and gently knocked on the door. A haggard middle-aged older sister opened the door. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Lin Mushi wore a decent smile. "I'm here to visit Lon." The elder sister looked puzzled, turned back to ask her patients, then shook her head. "I'm sorry, you may have gone to the wrong place, we don't have anyone called Xiaolan here." Lin Mushi's heart thumped, forced to calm down. "No, Xiaolan is a 17-year-old girl, very cute." The older sister opened the door all the way. "There really isn't, don't believe me, see for yourself." Lin Mushi poked half of her body in and scanned the entire ward. This is an ordinary 3-person ward, the patients on the beds are all older, indeed there is no 17-year-old girl of wonderful age. A big question mark hit her heart. Lin Mushi said she was disturbed and turned around to go to the nurses' station. 2 young nurses were on duty, not knowing what interesting things they were chatting about, letting out silver bells of laughter. "Hello, may I ask, has Ward 709 ever had a patient named Lon before?" Lin Mushi politely inquired. "No specific name?" a small nurse asked. "I'm sorry, I only know that her name is Lon. She's 17 years old and has a brother who has been taking care of her," Lin Mushi added. The little nurse checked the records and shook her head at Lin Mushi. The patients in Ward 709 for the past 2 months, there was no little girl with the word Lon in her name. Lin Mushi was unwilling, used her cell phone to find the video of the boxing match and pointed at the winning young man. "Her brother is this boy, have you never seen him?" The 2 little nurses looked at each other and said in unison, "I have never seen it." The question mark in Lin Mushi's heart is getting bigger and bigger. Could it be that Zhao Shang had been lying all along, making up such a sad story just to trick her into a few tears? Impossible. Who was that idol? There must still be some crucial information that hasn't been discovered, or there's a bug in this world. Coming down from the 7th floor, Lin Mushi found a random place to sit in the lobby and opened her handbag. She had an appointment to meet with Zhao Shang today, so she naturally brought that black-covered notebook with her, intending to return it to him. Flipping open the title page, an orchid was outlined in a sketch on it. A few strokes, but quite elegant. Lin Mushi read on page by page, although the daily record was not much, but word by word, it was full of the brother's deep love for his sister. There was a window next to her, sending a faint fragrance of flowers with the wind. Unconsciously, she substituted herself for Zhao Shang, and seemed to have gone through an ordeal where her sister was terminally ill. This half year, how did Zhao Shang spend it? A woman's intuition told Lin M. Osher that this story must be true. Xia Xiaoyu was right, there are brothers in this world who value their sister more than their own lives. But why can't I find him? Did I go to the wrong hospital? Lin M. Osher dialed Zhao Shang's number again, and the result remained unchanged. She dejectedly put down the cell phone, her eyes looked out the window at the trees and flowers, an inexplicable melancholy rose in her heart. The sun was gradually setting, and night was about to fall. Lin Mushi could only put aside her doubts for the time being and went back to watch the live broadcast of the boxing match first. In a place where Yu Chenghua couldn't see, cheering for him. On the Chongyang Festival, a hospital's flower garden was blooming with golden yellow autumn chrysanthemums. Today is the day of Lan's surgery. She was so nervous last night that she didn't sleep well all night. At noon Zhao Shang fed her some porridge, and she kept her eyes open, holding her brother's hand and rambling. At 3 o'clock, she took the medicine, and only drifted off to sleep under the effect of the medicine. By 4:30, Zhao said to Zhang Suqin, "Auntie, I'll go out for a while, I'll be back soon, if something happens, give me a call." Zhang Suqin urged, "You have to come back soon, I'm afraid that she woke up to see you cannot see, to shed tears." Zhao Sheng heartache, nodded silently, turned around and walked out of the hospital room. He crossed a footbridge, through a long street, to the square in front of the People's Park. White peace doves rose and fell, making cooing noises. The square was bustling with many pretty girls. Which one was her? Zhao Sheng took out his cell phone and dialed Dream Chaser's number. The mechanical female voice came, "Sorry, the telephone number you have dialed cannot be connected at the moment, please dial again later." "Sorry. The subscriber you." Exactly the same as the last time when he sent Lon back to school and he went to the rental house to find Chasing Dreams. "Did I come too early?" Akio said to himself. Glancing at the time, it was just after 4:50. Chasing Dreams is so gentle and kind, surely she won't just stand someone up, she must be on her way here. Zhao Sheng comforted himself and found a secluded place to sit down. Idle and bored, he put and chased the dream of chat records, again from beginning to end turned over again. Looking at those words full of warmth, his heart gradually felt calm, and he was less anxious about the surgery that Ran was going to have tonight, as well as the match that he was going to face. Unconsciously, the time came to 5:10. The girl he had been longing for still did not show up. Zhao Sheng was a bit flustered and dialed the phone again, still that annoying mechanical female voice. He crackled typing, "I have arrived, where are you?" After the message was sent, the stone sank into the sea, no one replied. 5:30, the setting sun is already red, Zhao Sheng no can't wait any longer, Lon should almost wake up. The third invitation still ended in failure. Zhang Hafxian's words ringing in the ears, "Your destiny has not yet arrived." But how long do I have to wait? Do I still have a chance to see you? Chapter 57 Why Don't You Smile? Zhao Sheng hurriedly folded back to the hospital, walked to the door of the ward, and heard Lan talking. Tao asked Ju to learn that she was having surgery today, and specially took 2 hours off from class and came over to be with her. "Ah Ju, I feel especially happy to be good friends with you in this life. I specially called you here because I want to say goodbye to you properly, maybe this is the last time we meet. There are so many good friends in the school, help me to convey my blessing, I hope they can all get into the ideal university." A Jew sobbed, "Lon, do not say silly things, you will be fine." Zhao Sheng stood outside the door, his back against the wall, his heart like what was tightly gripped. He also wants to cry, but can only desperately restrain, because he does not have the right to be vulnerable. Only after Lon finished explaining everything and his emotions calmed down a bit did Zhao Sheng gently push the door in. "Brother, where have you been?" Xiaolan immediately changed into a smiling face. "I couldn't buy chrysanthemum cakes, so I bought you some red bean cakes, but I can't eat them now." Zhao Sheng placed an oil paper bag on the bedside. "Dr. Chen had instructed that you can't eat before surgery. This red bean cake, maybe you can't eat it until tomorrow. Ah Ju, go back, don't delay the evening study." Lan urged Tao to ask Ju to leave. "I'll stay with you until you're in the operating room." Ah Ju is reluctant to leave. "It's okay, it's sad that you're here, crying and crying." Lan waved her hand. Tao and Ju's tears, which had just dried up, roiled up again. She opened her arms and gently hugged Xiaolan. She hoped to give her courage and strength in this way. "Xiaolan, I'm leaving." "Well, goodbye." Tao and Ju, reluctant to part with, step by step 3 times back, finally heartlessly pull open the door, rushed out. The sound of crying drifted down the corridor, gradually fading away. Zhao Sheng, heart sad to the extreme, touched Xiaolan's hair. "Sister, I let you do the operation, is not forcing you to do what you do not want to do?" Xiaolan shook her head. "No, I am willing." Zhao Sheng choked, "I know I am very stubborn, but until the last moment, I have no way to give up on you." Xiaolan reached out and hugged her brother. "I understand, even though life is so difficult, we should not lose our courage. Brother, you have to remember what I said." The two siblings hugged each other tightly and didn't speak again for a long time, as if they were communicating through another way. The setting sun shone in through the window, adding a golden aura to the outline of their bodies. Su Wentao's father and daughter rushed over and stood aside with Zhang Suqin, not daring to make any noise. The atmosphere of sadness continued to spread in everyone's hearts. Xiaolan sensed that everyone had come, gently let go of Zhao Sheng. "Brother, don't be so sad, tell a joke to listen to?" Zhao Sheng gritted his teeth, his chin slightly trembled, and kept shaking his head. "At a time like this, where is the mood to tell jokes? Cheer up, smile, then I will tell you." Ran reached under her pillow and found a small book. She was bored playing with her cell phone, and when she saw a funny joke, she would take a note and save it to tell her brother or her friends. Due to her weakness, the words on it were crooked and many of them were only recognized by herself. One day, while Baldur was not at home, Bear called his friends over for a hot pot. The animals were all busy with their own preparations of firewood or ingredients, and only King Gigi had nothing to do. Bear Big angrily handed a basket of coal to King Gigi. Gigi, you carry the coal. It took Ran a great deal of effort to read this large passage, panting heavily, her nose oozing fine beads of sweat. She raised her head and realized that everyone was all looking at her with tearful eyes. Laugh, why aren't you all laughing? Sujime was the first to be unable to hold herself together, tightly covering her mouth and letting out a whimpering cry. Zhang Suqin sobbed softly, wiping her tears with a tissue. Xiaolan flipped through the small book, tone anxious. You all do not laugh, must be I did not speak well, I will find a better laugh. Zhao Sheng grabbed his sister's hand. Xiaolan, it's okay, don't be too tired. Xiaolan squeezed out a pale smile. Brother, then you must remember, no matter what happens, you have to smile more. Zhao Sheng nodded his head vigorously, finally holding back his tears. Two small nurses came in and reminded that it was time for surgery. Lan's thin body, obviously, trembled a little. A look of horror flashed by. It's okay, just sleep, when you wake up, I'll be back. Zhao Sheng comforted. Ran stared at her brother's face, unable to even blink. Hands clutched the sheets underneath her, fighting the fear. 10 minutes later, the nurse pushed Xiaolan toward the operating room, and everyone kept sending her to the door. When she was about to enter the door, Lan suddenly reached out and shouted, Brother. Zhao Sheng quickly rushed up, grabbed her hand. What's wrong? Xiaolan paused for a moment and gently let go of her hand. It's okay, go for it. Zhao Sheng choked to the point of speechlessness and nodded his head vigorously. Until the door of the operating room closed, tears rushed out. 24-year-old boy, curled up on the floor, crying hoarse. Ruthless fate can easily break the strength of the heart. Let Zhao Sheng finished venting his grief, Su Wentao went forward. Brother, we should also go. Zhao Sheng wiped away his tears, stood up, and said to Zhang Suqin, Auntie, Xiaolan will be left to you, Wei Yang a moment after work to come over. Zhang Suqin said with tears in her eyes, Child, go early and come back early, everything will be fine. Zhao Sheng looked at everyone. You say, there will be a miracle? The crowd was silent, no one answered. Even if it is a comforting falsehood, at a time like this, no one dares to promise easily. Let's go. Zhao Sheng waved at Su Wentao and Su Jime. One on the operating table, the other in the ring, the siblings had their own missions. Sitting in the car, the atmosphere remained heavy and sad. Zhao Sheng held a few pages of paper in his hand, reading it over and over again countless times. On it was the details of the boxing champion, the opponent he was going to challenge tonight. Know your enemy and know yourself, you will not be in danger in 100 battles. Zhao Sheng's heart violently fought if he could really beat his opponent, should he agree to that dishonorable deal. Nowadays, he had long been in debt. In order to cobble together Xiaolan's surgery fee, he used up all his interpersonal relations, and even took out a loan. The pressure of reality eroded his inner goodness a little. Su Wentao sensed Zhao Sheng's hesitation and relieved. If you find it difficult, you can refuse, and the champion's prize money is not small. Zhao Sheng pinched the pages of paper, determined to say, this is a scum, what he fell into a miserable end, are to blame. Information on the boxing champion, named Lu Qiulong. Originally just a peasant laborer from a poor background, and then accidentally came into contact with free fighting, showing extraordinary talent. Through boxing, he completely changed his fate and earned a lot of money. At the same time, also exposed the nature of the scum, without any attachment to abandon his wife and children, to live a life of paper and gold. Lu Qiulong's ex-wife is Lu Chunfeng. Even the threat of jumping off a building can't force him to take money out to save his son. Chapter 58 You Die and I Live. Lu Qiulong once relied on boxing to change his fate, but also therefore went astray, dabbling in alcoholism, gambling, and other vices. At one time, he lived a life of drunkenness. After the age of 30, with the decline of physical strength, his career began to go downhill. Winning the boxing championship 2 years ago seemed to be his last glory. After his income declined, it was difficult to maintain a life of luxury. Lu Qiulong had to borrow money from all over the world, and eventually fell deeper and deeper into debt. The second-generation rich man is one of his creditors. Many times to ask for debt to no avail, annoyed, only decided to abolish him to solve the hate. Zhao Sheng had personally pulled Lu Chunfeng back from the rooftop, and naturally he was disgusted with people like Lu Qiulong who abandoned their wives and children. Since the final arranged for them to meet, perhaps it was God's way of lending him a hand to give the scum punishment. In the lounge, Su Wentao put on Zhao Xing's protective gear. Cheer up, don't think about anything, just beat your opponent, let's quickly go back to welcome Ran out of the operating room. Hearing Ran's name, Zhao Xing's eyes became much firmer. Since we're in the octagon, it's a fight to the death. I'm sorry, I can't lose this fight. Falling under my fist is the only way for you to end. With firm steps, Zhao Shang left the lounge and walked along the long corridor towards the tournament hall. The original gentle and polite temperament hid itself and transformed into a ferocious beast. No matter how strong the opponent was, he would be torn to pieces. From the audience, ear-piercing cheers and whistles were heard. The host held a microphone and passionately introduced boxing champion Lu Qiulong's glorious past performance. Whether it was records, fame, or experience, Lu Qiulong was far superior to Zhao Shang. The only advantage Zhao Shang had was his youth. In the audience, many people were Lu Qiulong's fans, holding up various banners or lightboards to cheer for him. Of course, there were also black fans, speaking in a conspiratorial manner. A boxer is not wine, you think the older he gets, the better he tastes? He's in his 30s, he's on crutches, what's the point of boxing? I am optimistic about this new guy, you see how beautiful the muscles, a punchdown can kill a cow. Zhao Shang barefoot, into the octagonal cage, eyes level at the opponent. Lu Qiulong body size, eyes stern, naked upper body can see a few scars. Obviously an extremely experienced veteran of the game. Under the referee's auspices, the two men, in accordance with etiquette, touched gloves and then returned to their respective corners. At this moment, the entire tournament arena began to boil. There were also countless wrestling fans, looking forward to the next exciting fight through the live camera. A bell rang, and the match kicked off cleanly. The two men quickly entered the state, their pace fluttering and jumping, maintaining their own rhythm. Lu Qiulong was the first to throw two punches, which Zhao Shang deftly avoided by swinging his head. In passing, he returned an elbow strike, which was also lightly deflected. Experienced spectators could tell that Lu Qiulong was testing Zhao Shang's power. Hit it, hit him. The spectators were more excited than the fighters as they were pumped up with chicken blood. Lu Qiulong threw a provocative look and suddenly swung his fist, launching a fast attack on Zhao Shang's duress. Zhao Shang had no time to dodge, and simply took two hard punches, and at the same time an underhook, straight to the opponent's chin. The two quickly separated, each adjusting. Hurting the enemy 1,000 times and damaging himself 800 times, this kind of fighting style was undoubtedly the audience's most enjoyable. The cheers from the surrounding area were overwhelming. Lu Qiulong was physically strong, and the underhook just now was painless for him. Zhao Xing's coercion, however, was vaguely painful. Suddenly, Lu Qiulong, like a bull, came charging in, utilizing his size advantage, forced Zhao Xing into a corner, locked his neck, and launched a chain of knee strikes. Zhao Shang was unable to cope with the situation, and could only desperately protect his head, trying to break free from the other party's control. Lu Qiulong quickly adjusted his strategy, and launched an elbow strike that accurately hit Zhao Xing's left cheek. Zhao Xing's eyes were blinded, and at the same time, he swung his fist to hit the corner of his opponent's eye. The two men briefly separated, both with color on their faces. Zhao Shang felt warm liquid flowing down his cheeks, and his consciousness blurred briefly. Lu Qiulong would not give him a chance to catch his breath, and once again pounced fiercely. The two of them were entangled in one place, and the match entered into a white heat. Xiaomei worriedly grabbed Su Wentao's arm. "Dad, this man is so powerful." Su Wentao was calm and collected himself. He has won so many championships, of course he is good at it. This result was expected by him. The first round, Zhao Shang, due to size, experience and other disadvantages, will inevitably fall into the wind. But as long as he held off Lu Qiulong's offense and dragged it out to the later rounds, his youthful advantage would become more and more obvious. After all, Lu Qiulong is in his 30s, and his endurance is no match for the young. A round of 5 minutes, in the off-stage in the blink of an eye, on the stage is a second like years. The two fought from a standing position to the ground entanglement, with arms and legs clamped each other, a movement cannot move. The end of the round bell finally rang. The referee quickly separated the two men and returned them to their respective rest areas. Zhao Xing's cheeks were red and he was breathing heavily. Su Wentao rushed up and wiped the blood off of Akio's face, relaxing his muscles. "How's it going? Did you figure out your opponent's path?" Zhao Shang spat out his mouthful of teeth guard and gave a vague promise. On the other side was Lu Qiulong, who was still deliberately making all sorts of provocative gestures. "Don't pay attention to him, be calm and keep your rhythm." Su Wentao said. The championship match had a total of 5 rounds, and if nothing else, after the third round, Lu Qiulong would run out of stamina and slow down his attacking tempo. Zhao Xing's task now was to survive the first 3 rounds. After a minute passed, the second round began. This time, Zhao Xing no longer chose to fight hard, but instead sparred with Lu Qiulong's lock technique. Using the entanglement method, he tried to consume his opponent's physical strength and stall for time. Lu Qiulong was extremely experienced in the game and naturally understood his intentions, always looking for an opportunity to stop the enemy with a single move. The most dangerous time, Lu Qiulong locked Zhao Xing from the back and used his specialty, the reverse headlock. If Zhao Xing was thrown to the ground by him, he would directly break his neck and completely lose the match. Just in the nick of time, Akio hits the bridge of his opponent's nose with an elbow strike. Both of them fell to the ground together, turning the situation into a safe one. The audience under the stage, so nervous that they couldn't catch their breath, forgot to shout. The entire arena are the sound of punches to the flesh. Maybe this is the charm of boxing. Toward the end of the third round, the balance of victory has gradually tilted toward Zhao Xing. By this time, he was already battered and bruised. The blood from the corner of his forehead flowed down over his eyes. He's dying, you're sure to win, that thing to do? Su Wentao took advantage of the break to ask. Zhao Xing looked at Lu Qiulong with a complicated expression and did not speak. In his mind, the melody he normally listened to rang out. Should I put aside my heavy shell? Looking for exactly where there is blue sky. With the gentle wind gently floating. All the wounds I've experienced don't feel any pain. I want to climb up step by step. Waiting for the sunlight to look at its face. The small sky has a big dream. Heavy shell wrapped gently looking up. Ran, hold on, you have to wait for me. I'll be right back. Chapter 59 The Decisive Moment. Sure enough, in the fourth round, Lu Qiulong's rhythm of punches obviously declined. The overwhelming offense of the first 3 rounds had consumed most of his physical strength. Smelling the scent of blood on his cheeks, Zhao Xing's gaze gradually grew ferocious. As soon as they stepped into this octagonal cage, they were all like extinct beasts. The only purpose was to tear each other apart. Zhao Xing jumped up and punched Lu Qiulong's face. The two of them fell to the ground together and began to fight fiercely on the ground. Lu Qiulong was at a disadvantage, and Zhao Xing took the opportunity to lock his left arm. The pain was excruciating, but he couldn't make a sound because he was wearing a mouth guard, but his expression was extremely grim and agonizing. He used his legs to clamp onto Zhao Xing's waist, using all his strength, finally forcing Zhao Xing to let go of his hand. However, when he rolled over, his right leg was again locked in a death grip. The two men fell into a brief stalemate, all with reddened cheeks, muscles bulging high, and sweat washing over their skin like rain. The audience, both on stage and in front of the screen, exclaimed. This little white man I just underestimated can play into the final, really have 2 brushes. Age is not forgiving. Lu Qiulong is so wretched in the fourth round, the next round is sure to lose. It doesn't matter if he wins or loses, as long as he has a good fight, it's worth the price of admission. Su Zhimei stared intently at Zhao Xing, silently praying for him. Su Wentao's expression was gloomy, and he had been calculating that plan. Now the beast like Zhao Xing, can he still adhere to the goodness and integrity of human nature? The two of them stood in a stalemate for 20 seconds before Lu Qiulong finally unlocked the door with difficulty by slamming his elbow into Zhao Xing's back. He limped to his feet, the sharp pain in his right leg causing his steps to begin to be disorganized. Zhao Xing would not give Lu Qiulong another chance to counterattack, a close ground assault, and grabbed his left ankle again, deadlocked between his legs. Lu Qiulong kept kicking Zhao Xing with his injured right leg, and he carried on without letting go. If the arm wrestling continues like this, Lu Qiulong's joints are likely to be dislocated. However, since both of them were sweating a lot, it was equivalent to adding a layer of lubricant. Under Lu Qiulong's desperate resistance, Zhao Xing's hand slipped, once again allowing him to break free. Although he was unable to stop the enemy with a single move, anyone with a discerning eye could see whose hands were in control of the rhythm. Lu Qiulong both feet are injured, but not the slightest bit of cowardice in the eyes, but became excited. Like an enraged lion, he swung his slightly messy fists and pounced on Zhao Xing. In the octagonal cage, there was no way back. Either you get knocked out or admit defeat voluntarily. The champion's sense of honor left him with no choice, evolving into a true fight of trapped beasts. This scene, surprisingly, was permeated with some sadness. The two fought each other with all their might for another 2 minutes, and Zhao Xing found the opportunity to press Lu Qiulong onto the net and deadlocked his right arm from behind. The arm was so twisted that it hurt the audience to watch. Lu Qiulong struggled hard, his mouth letting out a whimpering cry of grief. With his current state of physical exertion, being locked in such a tricky position, there was almost no possibility of unlocking it anymore. If the stalemate continued, the entire arm would be broken. However, he still didn't give in and was still fighting tenaciously. A flash of astonishment swept across Xiaoxing's eyes. This is still not clapping and admitting defeat? Every boxing title was not easy to come by. Even though Lu Qiulong's character wasn't great, his professionalism was absolutely top-notch. The crisp bell cuts through the noisy venue. The fourth round, which ended in the nick of time, sort of saved Lu Qiulong's life. The referee separates the two and returns them to their respective corners to rest. How about that? Last chance now. Su Wentao is feeding Xiaosheng water. I'm not sure I can beat him, who knows if he has any more tricks up his sleeve. Xiaosheng looked like he was answering and talking to himself. Believe in yourself, you can definitely win. Su Wentao skillfully massaged Xiaosheng. I understand, I will do my best. Xiaosheng's gaze was calm. After the fourth round just now, he had basically figured out his opponent's strength. Next, it was the decisive moment. The bell rang for the fifth round, and both sides returned to the center of the ring once again. The most tense and exciting moment of the night had finally arrived. Lu Qiulong understood that at this point, the more he delayed a second, his chances of winning would be 1 point less, so he used all his strength at the start, trying to cut through the mess and end the match quickly. Like a red-eyed gambler, every hand was a stud. Xiaosheng stayed calm and played steadily, trying to avoid his opponent's vicious fast attacks. Those who couldn't avoid it exchanged blood with their opponents. He keenly noticed that Lu Qiulong's right fist was not very flexible, obviously due to the arm injury in the previous round. Snake fight 7 inches, as long as you find the opponent's weakness, you can launch a fatal blow. Sparing a punch to the cheek, Xiaosheng grabbed Lu Qiulong's right arm and once again pressed him to the ground in a deathlock. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. This time Xiaosheng didn't have any reservations, and went with the purpose of twisting the opponent's arm. Lu Qiulong was lying on the ground like a gecko, his body writhing and struggling in pain. The bell could save him once, but not twice. Xiaosheng's brain completely emptied, no longer thinking about anything. It was as if by defeating Lu Qiulong, he could save Lan's life. Definitely lost, it was time to change the name of the boxing champion. After all, Lu Qiulong was old, and was killed on the beach by the ladder wave. The winner has been decided, and to be honest it's a bit boring. The audience was not optimistic about Lu Qiulong and thought he had lost. Even Lu Qiulong's coach, who had lost confidence in him, signaled for him to clap his hands and admit defeat. Suddenly, a reversal happened. Lu Qiulong turned around, raised his left fist, and hit Xiaosheng hard on his face. 2 more left hooks were thrown in quick succession, landing on Xiaosheng's chin. Xiaosheng solidly received 3 punches, heavily fell to the ground, blood gushing out. No one expected that Lu Qiulong, who was clearly suppressed, took the initiative to twist his right arm and launch a surprise attack with his left fist from an unbelievable angle. Xiaosheng was inexperienced and suffered a big loss. The audience, seeing this sudden and wonderful counterattack, all went crazy with excitement. A boxing champion is a boxing champion, how can he be defeated so easily? Dad! Su Jimei stood up nervously. This time, even Su Wentao couldn't sit still. He didn't expect Lu Qiulong to be so tenacious in his fighting spirit, and really hit a trick. Truly like a gecko, at the most dangerous time, resolutely breaking his arm to survive. Of course, this way, to their own damage is also great. Lu Qiulong grimaced in pain, unable to launch a continuous attack. Xiaosheng lay motionless on the ground for 5 or 6 seconds. Suddenly, his arms began to move, propping up his body to stand up tremblingly, as if he would fall down again at the slightest blow of the wind. Blood flowed down his cheeks. It dripped onto the floor, splashing into crimson flowers. Are you kidding me? If you have the will to fight, so do I. Who will be defeated so easily? I can only win this fight, I can't lose. I have my sister waiting for me in the hospital. What do you have? Chapter 60. What's your name? Lu Qiulong revealed an incredulous expression. He never thought that he had broken his arm as a price, and thrown 3 powerful consecutive punches, only to knock Xiaosheng down for 6 or 7 seconds. He was actually still able to stand up. What was his conviction? The intense pain of the broken arm, coupled with the wounds on various parts of his body, had left Lu Qiulong almost incapacitated. Xiaosheng's condition was also not optimistic. Both his hands and legs were trembling constantly. Both of them seemed to have reached the end of their strength. At this point, winning or losing was just a matter of thought. The audience under the stage consciously held their breath, fearing to make a little noise, destroying the atmosphere of this mountain rain. The air in the entire arena seemed to have frozen. Crows were silent, and a needle could be heard. Suddenly, Zhao Xing's eyelids fluttered wildly, and a great uneasiness welled up in his heart. Knowing that he could not delay any longer, he limped towards Lu Qiulong. Lu Qiulong stood still, his body stiff, unable to move, the wounds all over his body tearing like pain. Not to mention meeting the battle, even dodging was already difficult. Zhao Sheng used his arm to wipe away the blood from the corner of his eyes, and out of nowhere, he burst out his last strength, grabbed Lu Qiulong's arm, punched him in the face, and then hugged his waist from behind. Lu Qiulong whole person, was Zhao Sheng one breath hold up over the head. Being in mid-air, without a point of gravity, coupled with his injuries, he could only be at the mercy of the other party. Oh my god, isn't this Lu Qiulong's best inverted headbutt? A commentator shouted in excitement. That's right, Zhao Sheng used Lu Qiulong's famous skill in his own way. With this blow, if the head fell solidly to the ground, it was highly likely to break the cervical vertebrae or spine, leaving serious aftereffects. Not to mention boxing, it was impossible to live like an ordinary person. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Some people tightly covered their mouths, as if they had already heard the sound of bones breaking. Su Wentao was so nervous that he stood up. Zhao Sheng was really going to do that? Although Su Jimei had watched boxing matches since she was a child, she was ultimately a little girl and closed her eyes tightly, not daring to look down any further. At this moment, Zhao Sheng clearly heard his heartbeat. By falling hard, he could win the championship and get enough money to save Ran. But by doing so, he would be the bad guy, with a stain on his conscience that he couldn't wash away for the rest of his life. Though each man has his own destiny in the ring and injury is inevitable, there is a world of difference between an unintentional mistake and a deliberate act of evil. In the thrilling last moment, Zhao Sheng obeyed his conscience. His body slightly deviated, allowing Lu Qiulong's right shoulder to land, avoiding the vitals. Nevertheless, Lu was unable to stand up again. After the referee confirmed it, he raised Zhao Sheng's arm and announced the winner. With a loud bang, salutes were fired from all sides of the octagonal cage. Colorful salutes drifted down from the ceiling like colorful snowflakes. The people in the audience all stood up and cheered, their voices like a tidal wave, one wave higher than the other. Father and daughter Su Jimei and Su Wentao excitedly hugged each other, celebrating the joy of victory. Zhao Sheng stood in the octagonal cage, slightly raising his head to look up as his body slowly turned in a circle. His ears began to ring and he couldn't hear the cheers of the crowd. At this moment, he felt that he had only given a performance with his life, and the so-called champion was not something to be proud of. Look at Lu Qiulong lying on the ground, today's him, maybe tomorrow's me. No one can win all the time. If you are overwhelmed by fame and fortune, after a short period of glory, there will only be endless sadness. The host brought Zhao Sheng to the podium and handed him the microphone. Congratulations on your victory in today's race, tell us loudly, what is your name? Zhao Sheng, armed with injuries, took the microphone, slowly opened his mouth. My surname is Yu, my name is Yu Cheng Painting. The host hissed excitedly, congratulations to Yu Cheng Painting, becoming the new champion. As the words fell, the whole arena roared and the salute sounded. Through the flurry of colorful ribbons, Zhao Sheng's eyes gradually lax, as if seeing a child. As small as when he was just born. 24 years ago, he was born in an ordinary rural family. Because the time was morning, his grandfather gave him the nickname Chao Sheng. But the word Chao had other pronunciations, so it was changed to Zhao Sheng. At first, the family planned to call him Yu Zhao Sheng. It was not until he was 1 year old that, during the weekly ceremony, Zhao Sheng grabbed a paintbrush from a large pile of gold and silver treasures. Grandpa's eyes lit up and he decided to follow the genealogy of the character line and gave him the first name Yu Chunhua. This name was too elegant and awkward to call, plus the family was already used to it, so they still called him Zhao Sheng. At the age of 7, Zhao Sheng had a younger sister, so he followed Yu Chenghua's name and named her Yu Chenglun. Zhao Sheng's talent for painting was evident from a very young age, but his poor family could not afford to send him to an art school. He was very understanding and never mentioned his dream of painting. When people asked him what he wanted to be when he grew up, he answered firefighter, as a second volunteer. Today, Zhao Sheng has given up his proud status as a fireman again and acquired a new title, boxing champion. The poor have no choice but to be pushed by fate. Like a flatboat, going with the flow. After the simple award ceremony, Zhao Sheng returned to the lounge and immediately called Hui Yang, learning that Lan was still in surgery. A silhouette appeared in the doorway. Surprisingly, it was the bruised and battered Lu Qiulong. What are you doing here? Zhao Xing's gaze is wary. Thank you for being merciful just now. Lu Qiulong bowed. His humble attitude was a far cry from the Zhang Yang in the ring just now. When he lifted his head again, his eyes unexpectedly carried tears. Brother, I've known you, it was you who saved Chunfeng from the rooftop. Zhao Sheng snapped, what kind of father is as irresponsible as you? Lu Qiulong smiled bitterly, I am now heavily indebted, all day long by the debtors to chase, originally intended to run away, this time to play the game is to want to give my son the last to earn a sum of money for surgery. Zhao Sheng was a bit surprised, so this person still has a trace of conscience. Just now in the ring did not lay down a deadly hand, it is considered to have done the right thing. Although I lost, I still have the appearance fee, and I will transfer all of it to Chunfeng. My life has been completely ruined. I hope my son will have a bright future. Brother, you are now the champion boxer, take me as a warning. Lu Qiulong left these words and left forlornly. Zhao Sheng looked at his back, pondering. There are too many temptations in this world, human nature cannot withstand the test, perhaps one step wrong, will never recover. Zhao Sheng is not willing to stay a moment, to immediately rush back to the hospital. Su Wentao drove the car, Su Jimei treated his wounds in the back row. I'm sorry, I still didn't do it. Zhao Sheng apologized. I didn't blame you, I expected it, with your character, it's hard for you to do that kind of thing. Su Wentao didn't mind. Zhao Sheng silently calculating in his heart, the existing championship prize money, take it to pay off the debt, even if it is a little short, it does not matter. Work hard in the future and you will be able to pay it back soon. But God, are you willing to grant me a miracle?